This video continues with 82. Chapter 82, pushing aside the protective stance and fighting the Jinchūriki one-on-one. Konoha, defection to Akatsuki, sends the entire ninja world into a panic. 82. Chapter 82, pushing aside the protective stance and fighting the Jinchūriki one-on-one. With the fourth Mizukage Yagura, Heartache's emotionless pronouncement of the death sentence, the murderous atmosphere was instantly pushed to its extreme. Over 1,000 hidden mist Anbu, wearing blood-colored masks, like a group of soulless killing machines, simultaneously drew the ninja swords at their waists, the cold blades reflecting a terrifying chill under the gloomy sky. It's over, we are completely surrounded. It's the main force of the bloody mist Anbu. We can't break out at all. The rebel ninjas behind Terumi Mei, already covered in wounds, looked at the hellish scene before them, and the last glimmer of survival in their eyes began to be swallowed by the darkness of despair. They had just narrowly escaped from a bloody battle. Their chakra was already exhausted, and at this moment, let alone fighting, even standing steady seemed incredibly difficult. Facing over 1,000 bloody mist Anbu in their prime, their only fate would be to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Terumi Mei bit her rosy lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms from the excessive force. She turned to look at the mysterious man beside her, who still had his hands in his pockets and a calm expression on his face, then looked at the fourth Mizukage in the distance, who seemed like a puppet, a surge of helpless bitterness rising in her heart. Attacked from both front and back, both paths led to death. Conan also stepped forward, standing by Yi's side. Under her wide robe sleeves, countless sharp paper shuriken were already poised for action. Yi, the situation is very bad. Conan's voice was very low. The number of opponents is too great, and that fourth Mizukage's chakra is very abnormal. I will use paper release to tear open a breakthrough point. We must retreat immediately. Retreat. Yi finally reacted. He pulled his hands out of his pockets and moved his neck, causing a crisp sound of cracking bones. In my dictionary, those two words do not exist. Yi's gaze swept over the 1,000 bloody mist Anbu and landed directly on the fourth Mizukage, who was short in stature, but exuded a terrifying aura. I thought it would be some incredible grand scene, but it turns out to be just a little monkey on a string, bringing a group of even smaller monkeys out to perform acrobatics. Yi's mocking voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. What did you say? Bastard, how dare you insult Lord Mizukage? A few irrepressible angry shouts came from the bloody mist Anbu. Yagura Heartache's hollow purple eyes finally rippled with a hint of emotion. He seemed to realize that this arrogant man before him was by no means an ant that could be easily dealt with using human wave tactics. Yagura did not waste any more words. He gave up on letting his subordinates engage in a pointless war of attrition and decided to take action himself, using the most thunderous and violent means to completely obliterate this arrogant fool who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Roars! A violent roar that did not sound human suddenly erupted from Yagura Heartache's small body. Massive, viscous, and seemingly tangible scarlet chakra, like a volcanic eruption, surged crazily from his body, shooting straight into the clouds. That scarlet chakra quickly wrapped around his body completely, forming a dark red, hideous cloak. Behind Yagura, 3 giant tails condensed from pure-tailed beast chakra danced wildly in midair, each swing creating a piercing sonic boom, whipping the surrounding air until it shattered inch by inch. Partial-tailed beast transformation. The perfect Jinchūriki had, at this moment, unleashed the power of the 3 tails Isabu without reservation. My god, it's Lord Mizukage's tailed beast transformation. That kid is dead. No one can survive under the power of a tailed beast. The bloody mist Anbu looked at their leader's world-destroying posture, their faces filled with fanatical worship. As for Terumi Mei and the rebels behind her, they were completely plunged into irredeemable despair. It's the power of the 3 tails. We are really going to die here today. Yagura's already cold face became even more hideous and twisted under the coverage of the tailed beast chakra. He slowly opened his mouth, which had been stretched wide by chakra, and a deep blue energy ball, flickering with destructive light and compressed from a mixture of high-density water release chakra and tailed beast chakra, was crazily condensing in his mouth at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tailed beast ball water cannon. Yagura suddenly thrust his head forward. That terrifying chakra cannonball, over 5 meters in diameter, was like a blue meteorite falling from the sky, tearing through the air with a terrifying momentum capable of shattering mountains, heading straight for the center of the beach where Yi was standing. Wherever the cannonball passed, the air along the way was twisted by high temperature and high pressure, and even the light underwent strange refraction. Dodge quickly. Conan's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Yi's arm, intending to use the body flicker technique to forcibly take him away from this death zone. Terumi Mei was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her pupils reflected the approaching ball of death. Her mind went blank, and she even forgot the instinct to run. However, at this critical moment, Yi's actions completely exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not dodge, nor did he form hand seals to counterattack. He just turned around abruptly, facing the stunning queen standing diagonally behind him, who was completely terrified, Terumi Mei. In Terumi Mei's emerald green eyes, which were filled with terror and confusion, he reached out his strong and powerful arm, not in a gentle pull, nor a polite reminder, but with a rough, domineering shove. He pushed hard against Terumi Mei's round and soft shoulder. In the way, accompanying this cold and emotionless sentence, an irresistible, terrifying force came, and Terumi Mei felt her body instantly lose control. Like a falling leaf caught in a gale, she flew backward while screaming. After tumbling several times in midair, she fell heavily into the circle of rebel ninjas dozens of meters away. Lord Mei! The rebels exclaimed and stepped forward to help her up. That bastard. Terumi Mei was dazed from the fall and just wanted to look up and curse that rude man. But the moment she looked up, she froze completely. She saw that on the death beach, which was about to be completely swallowed by the tailed beast cannonball. Yi's tall and straight figure in a black trench coat stood proudly and alone, like an immovable, towering mountain. He used his seemingly not-so-broad shoulders to firmly block all the danger and destruction in front of her. So he didn't think she was in the way. His rough push was his way of saving her life. At this moment, looking at that magnificent back that shouldered all the terror alone. In Terumi Mei's heart, it was as if a string that had been taut for many years had been fiercely plucked by an indescribable force. It was a strange throb of something she had never felt before, called a sense of security. Rumbles. The world-destroying chakra cannonball finally landed. The terrifying explosion instantly blasted the beach, rocks, and even space within a 100-meter radius into nothingness. The violent energy shockwave spread crazily in all directions like a tsunami. Yi, Conan exclaimed. Terumi Mei's heart also instantly jumped into her throat. However, as the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, in the very core of the explosion, the man's figure was still standing in place, completely unscathed. Around him, it was as if a layer of invisible, absolute domain was enveloping him, perfectly isolating all the aftermath of the explosion. Is this the power of a perfect Jinchūriki? Yi patted the non-existent dust off his trench coat, his face full of disappointment. Really, too weak. He slowly raised his head and looked at the half-tailed beast monster in the distance. In the eyes of Yagura, Terumi Mei, and the others, who were shocked beyond measure, Yi's originally scarlet three-tomoed Sharingan began to undergo strange changes. The scarlet light slowly faded away, replaced by a mysterious purple that was deep, noble, and seemed to contain the stars of the universe. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Circle after circle of purple ripples, representing the power of supreme gods, completely took shape in Yi's pupils. The most peak, the most supreme eyes in the ninja world. Rinnegan activate, 83, Chapter 83 Myriad Manifestations, Heavenly Guidance, and Manipulating Water Shadow. When Yoru's deep eyes completely transformed into mysterious purple ripples emanating the pressure of a god, the entire bloody coastal battlefield instantly fell into a deathly silence that was eerie to the extreme. Whether it was the hidden mist rebels fighting a bloody battle, or those bloody mist Anbu carrying out the orders of a bloody massacre. At the moment they saw those eyes that only existed in myths and legends, everyone's brain completely froze, and they even forgot the instinct to breathe. What kind of eyes are those? A rebel ninja dropped the ninja sword in his hand and murmured in a daze. Purple ripples. I seem to have seen a similar pattern in the village's oldest scrolls. That's not a pattern. Those are the eyes that only the Six Paths sage possessed. It's the power of the god of creation. An elderly Jonin behind Terumi May screamed in an extremely terrified voice, as if he had seen a ghost. His words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, striking hard at the crown of everyone's head. Six Paths sage. God of creation. Terumi May's delicate body trembled violently. Her emerald green eyes stared fixedly at Yoru's purple eyes, which were emitting a terrifying pressure, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. No wonder he could ignore my dual bloodline limit. No wonder he dared to say such arrogant words as giving the entire hidden mist village to me as a gift. It turns out he wasn't immortal at all. Konan stood quietly in the distance. She looked at Yoru's tall back and those Rinnegan that were exactly the same as Payne's, yet emitted a completely different domineering aura, her cold eyes flickering with an incredibly complex light. He actually possesses these eyes as well. At this moment, the absolute faith in Nagato's God's plan in Konan's heart wavered for the first time, however slightly. Just as the entire scene was plunged into the shock of silence, a violent, beastly roar mixed with fear and unwillingness broke the tranquility. Roar! The moment Yagura Karatachi, in his semi-tailed beast form, saw Yoru activate the Rinnegan, his cold mind, controlled by Genjutsu, instinctively felt an absolute fear of a natural enemy originating from the depths of his bloodline. His body, wrapped in crimson chakra, uncontrollably took half a step back. No, impossible. In Yagura's raspy and hollow voice, for the first time, there was a hint of human terror. How could there be a second pair of Rinnegan in this world? In order to suppress this fear from the depths of his soul, Yagura fell into a complete frenzy. He squeezed the Three Tails chakra within him to the limit. The massive crimson energy erupted like a volcano, forming a terrifying storm around him that almost tore through space. No matter what kind of monster you are, you must die here today. Yagura roared, opening his hideous giant mouth, as a tailed beast ball, even larger and blacker than before, began to frantically condense at a visible rate. He wanted to use the purest power of destruction to wipe out the fear in his heart. However, Yoru didn't even give him the chance to spit out this tailed beast ball. Noisy ant. Yoru's gaze was as cold as ice, without a hint of warmth, as if he were looking at a death-defying insect posturing before him. He slowly raised his free hand, fingers spread, pointing from a distance at the overbearing semi-tailed beast form Mizukage 100 meters away. Universal pull. Along with these 4 words, coldly uttered by Yoru. A terrifying gravitational force that transcended all physical rules and defied all logic instantly enveloped Yagura Karatachi's massive body like the invisible hand of a god. What? The tailed beast ball condensing in Yagura's mouth instantly lost control and dissipated. His massive semi-tailed beast form body tilted backward violently the moment it came into contact with this gravitational force. He desperately thrust his feet deep into the sand beneath him, and the 3 wildly dancing chakra tails behind him beat the ground frantically, attempting to resist this pull from the depths of his soul. However, in the face of the Rinnegan's absolute gravity, all his struggles appeared incredibly laughable. Come here. Yoru's fingers suddenly clenched. Roar! Yagura let out an extremely shrill scream as his massive body was forcibly uprooted from the sand by this peerless gravitational force. Just like that, without any power to resist, he was forcibly dragged, tracing a straight parabolic arc in midair, flying frantically toward Yoru's palm. The air along the way was struck by his body, producing a series of piercing sonic booms. A terrifying, bottomless trench was plowed into the beach by his massive body. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of everyone present. Lord Mizukage was actually sucked over by him like a vacuum cleaner. A bloody mist Anbu screamed in terror, and the ninja sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. That's a perfect Jinchūriki. He can't even resist. Terumi Mei and the rebels behind her were even more dumbfounded, their minds going blank. The fourth Mizukage, who in their eyes was so powerful as to be invincible, and had driven them to a dead end. Before this man, he was actually as fragile as a toy to be toyed with at will. One move. With just one move, he had a cage-level expert and perfect Jinchūriki completely under his thumb. This dimension-reducing gap in strength made Terumi Mei recall Yoru's previous arrogant deal once again. Today, I will conveniently kill that trash called Yagura Karatachi for you. It turns out he wasn't boasting. In his eyes, the Mizukage really was just trash that could be conveniently killed. Bang! A dull, heavy thud. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the moment Yagura's massive semi-tailed beast body flew in front of Yoru, Yoru grabbed him by the throat with unerring precision. Yoru held the hideous monster high with one hand, letting Yagura's 3 massive chakra tails struggle and twitch frantically in midair. Yet he was never able to break free from Yoru's hand, which seemed slender but was actually harder than steel. This is the cage of the land of water. Yoru held Yagura by the neck, like holding a dead dog just fished out of the water. His purple rinnegan were filled with unconcealed contempt and disappointment. I thought he could let me warm up a bit. As it turns out, he doesn't even have the qualification to make me draw my blade. Yoru turned his head, his gaze passing over the struggling Yagura and landing on the group of bloody mist Anbu in the distance who were already scared witless. Your master is now in my hands. Yoru's voice was cold and overbearing, as if he were pronouncing the death sentence for this army. I'll give you one more chance to choose. Kneel or die. Thousands of murderous bloody mist Anbu watched their own Mizukage being held in midair by the enemy like a chick. The faith in their hearts, forged with blood and slaughter, was completely crushed underfoot by Yoru in the most brutal way at this moment. Thud, thud. Not knowing who took the lead first, the sounds of weapons hitting the ground rang out one after another. Thousands of elite Anbu dropped the ninja swords in their hands in unison and knelt on the beach, stained red with blood. Terumi Mei and the rebels behind her stared blankly at this surreal scene, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Just as Yoru was prepared to crush Yagura's throat and end this farce once and for all. A sudden change occurred. In Yagura Karatachi, who was held in Yoru's death grip by the throat, those originally hollow purple eyes suddenly underwent a strange transformation. The purple light faded, replaced by 3 pitch-black tamo spinning rapidly in the eye sockets. Finally, the 3 tamo connected, transforming into a Mangekyou pattern like a windmill, filled with an evil and ominous aura. That was precisely Uchiha Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. From Yagura's mouth, Obito's raspy and venomous voice actually emerged. But if you think you can destroy my puppet so easily, you're not qualified enough. Go to hell with me. The moment the words fell, on Yagura's chest, which was covered by tailed beast chakra, a strange control-cursed seal, pitch black and shaped like a tadpole, lit up with a piercing bloody light without any warning. Immediately afterward, the 3 tails chakra within Yagura's body instantly lost control and began to go berserk in a self-destructive manner. A massive, suffocating crimson energy storm erupted violently with Yagura as the center. Clearly, seeing that his puppet was about to be destroyed, Obito, hiding in the shadows, staked everything on a single throw and directly detonated the final insurance left in Yagura's body, the self-destruction cursed seal. He wanted to make the 3 tails go completely berserk in Yoru's hands, using a zero-distance tailed beast ball explosion to completely eliminate this major threat. 84, Chapter 84, Crushing Control and Slapping Faces from Afar. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Terumi Mei's face turned pale in an instant in the distance, and she screamed desperately. Yoru, throw him away quickly. Otherwise, you'll be blown to pieces along with him. Conan's expression also tightened as she instantly formed hand seals. Countless slips of paper surged from her sleeves, transforming into a massive paper shield in front of her in an attempt at a final defense. However, Yoru, standing at the center of the explosion, didn't show the slightest hint of panic. He still had one hand clamped tightly around Yagura's neck, holding the rapidly swelling human bomb high in the air. Yoru didn't even look at the cursed seal about to explode. Instead, he looked up, his Rinnegan eyes radiating purple ripples as if piercing through endless space to look directly at a certain mastermind hiding in another dimension, thinking himself superior. Obito, you are truly making me more and more disappointed. Yoru's voice was filled with undisguised mockery and contempt. Flipping the table when you can't win, resorting to mutual destruction when you can't afford to lose. A pathetic worm like you, who only dares to hide in the gutters and manipulate corpses, thinks he's worthy of talking about hell in front of me. As his voice fell, Yoru's free left hand slowly rose. 5 slender, powerful fingers pressed directly onto Yagura's forehead, which was contorted in pain. You think you can control my spoils of war with such a low-level cursed seal. The corners of Yoru's mouth curled into an extremely cruel and cold arc. Today, I'll let you see with your own eyes what a true god's domain is. I'll make you understand that the Mangekyou you're so proud of is nothing more than trash before these eyes of mine. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying power that transcended the conventional chakra system erupted from Yoru's palm. It wasn't simple chakra, but a chaotic power that mixed creation and void, life and death. The extreme of yin release, the peak of yang release. The yin-yang release chakra, pushed to its limit by a perfect sage body, poured into Yagura's brain like a torrent of creation without reservation. Sizzle! Like a hot knife through butter, there was not the slightest resistance. The incredibly complex Mangekyou, Jinjutsu brand that Obito had left deep in Yagura's mind to control him, couldn't even manage half a second of resistance the moment it touched Yoru's high-dimensional power. The terrifying Jinjutsu, capable of controlling cage-level experts and perfect Jinchūriki, was like a fragile ice sculpture meeting boiling lava. Before the absolute power of yin-yang release, it was instantly melted, crushed, and completely evaporated like dead wood. Not only that, the cursed seal link directly connected to Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan was also traced back by this domineering power and forcibly erased. Within the distant, divine might dimension, Obito stood on a floating stone pillar, coldly watching everything on the land of water battlefield through a rift in divine might. He was waiting for the world-shattering explosion to completely consume Yoru. However, at the exact same time, the Jinjutsu cursed seal was crushed by Yoru. Obito's body jolted violently, and he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood without warning. His remaining Mangekyou Sharingan felt as if it had been brutally pierced by a red-hot steel needle. An indescribable, sharp pain exploded from the deepest part of his pupil, instantly sweeping through his entire brain. Alia! Obito let out an extremely shrill scream, clutching his right eye tightly as he collapsed to his knees in agony. Scarlet tears of blood poured out from between his fingers like a stream. My eye, my Jinjutsu. A massive wave surged in Obito's heart, as emotions of terror and disbelief completely overwhelmed him. How is it possible? How could he do this? He didn't just break my cursed seal. He directly erased the karma link between me and the puppet. Across endless space, a single move had crippled his proudest method of control. This resounding slap across space caused Obito's Dao heart to completely shatter at this moment. Uchiha Yoru, you, just what kind of monster are you? Amidst the intense pain and fear, Obito completely lost consciousness and tumbled off the stone pillar. On the coastline of the land of water. As Yoru withdrew his palm, the light of the blood-colored cursed seal on Yagura's body, which had been about to detonate, dimmed instantly. It then cracked inch by inch like a broken mirror, finally dissipating into nothingness. That violent, self-destructive energy was forcibly suppressed by Yoru in the most overbearing manner. "All right, now no one will disturb us." Yoru acted as if he had done something trivial, even having the mind to whisper to Yagura in his grasp. Terumi Mei and the rebels behind her stared blankly at this scene, having completely lost their ability to think. They watched with their own eyes as the world-shattering self-destruction was forcibly stopped, but they didn't understand at all what had happened. Just when everyone thought the crisis had been averted, the small body of Yagura Karatachi, held in Yoru's hand, suddenly began to twitch violently. Roar! A terrifying roar, more violent and filled with primal bestiality than any before, erupted from deep within Yagura's throat. Having lost the forced suppression of Obito's genjutsu and experienced the energy shock of the cursed seal's self-destruction, Yagura's already fragile human consciousness was completely crushed at this moment. In its place was the berserk will of Three Tails Aisabu, which had been imprisoned for decades and had accumulated endless resentment. Crack, crack. The tooth-aching sound of bones shattering rang out densely from within Yagura's body. His small frame swelled rapidly at a visible speed, like a balloon being blown up. Scarlet flesh tore through skin, and hideous bone armor and spikes grew out. His originally human silhouette completely disappeared within a few short seconds. Oh no, the Three Tails has completely gone berserk. Conan's expression changed drastically. She immediately realized that a tailed beast that had broken its shackles was 100 times more terrifying than a controlled Jinchūriki. Yoru also felt the sharp change in the power in his hand. He frowned slightly and directly released his grip on Yagura's neck. However, it was already too late. Boom! A terrifying giant turtle, over 50 meters tall and looking like it was covered in a massive gray shell with 3 shrimp-like tails, completely broke free from its human shackles. It descended upon this beach in its most complete form. The massive Three Tails Aisabu. Its single eye was filled with chaos, tyranny, and endless hatred for all living things. Roar! Aisabu let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive body crashing down into the center of the battlefield. Rumble! The entire coastline vibrated violently under its mountain-like weight. A terrifying tsunami tens of meters high was triggered, crashing wildly in all directions. Run! It's the Three Tails' true body. Whether it was the bloody mist Anbu or the rebels, they were all scared out of their wits at the sight of this true natural disaster, scrambling and crawling as they fled toward the inland. In an instant, only Yoru, Konan, and Terumi Mei remained on the previously crowded beach. Konan and Terumi Mei looked at the mountain-like behemoth before them, their faces filled with gravity. However, there wasn't a hint of tension on Yoru's face. He looked at the wildly roaring big guy before him, and the corner of his mouth instead curled into an interested arc. Finally, a decent toy has arrived. Now, this is getting a bit interesting. 85, Chapter 85, One Sword Splits the Turtle. Roar. Three Tails Aisabu's mountain-like body crashed onto the coastline with a thunderous boom. The entire land of the Land of Water trembled violently under this terrifying weight. Tsunamis dozens of meters high lashed out in all directions, dragging the remaining reefs and trees into the depths of the sea. The Three Tails' single eye, filled with tyranny and chaos, locked onto the 3 tiny humans on the beach. It opened its bloody maw full of fangs and let out a wild roar that shattered the clouds. It's over. It really is the Three Tails' true body. Terumi Mei was forced back repeatedly by the terrifying pressure of the tailed beast, her beautiful face filled with despair. She turned and shouted at Yi in front of her. Yi, whatever you do, don't go head-to-head with it. Terumi Mei's voice became sharp with anxiety. Three Tails Aisabu's shell is known as the absolute #1 defense in the ninja world. Even a direct blast from another tailed beast's tailed beast ball wouldn't leave so much as a white mark on that turtle shell. Konan also quickly spread her paper wings at this moment, blocking the oncoming gale. Terumi Mei is right. Conan's cold voice was heavy. This monster's physical defense is simply illogical. Conventional ninjutsu is completely ineffective against it. We must evacuate this coastline immediately. We can't let it drag us into a war of attrition. facing the anxious warnings of the two stunning beauties behind him. Yi remained with his hands in his pockets, his posture as straight as a javelin. He didn't move his feet an inch. He only slightly tilted his head, a disdainful sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. The ninja world's #1 defense. Yi's tone was full of mockery. Even a tailed beast ball can't blast through it. He turned around, his deep purple Rinnegan casually sweeping over Terumi's panicked face. Your understanding of power is truly pitifully meager. Terumi stamped her feet in frustration at Yi's nonchalant attitude. Do you even understand the situation right now? That is a wild-tailed beast in its complete state, not some half-baked Jinchūriki like Yagura Karatachi. Yi let out a light chuckle. So what if it's in its complete state? He slowly turned his head back, staring directly at the roaring behemoth in front of him. Since it's so confident in its turtle shell, Yi's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an absolute dominance that brooked no defiance. Then I will cleave this so-called #1 defense of the ninja world completely in half, right in front of your eyes. The moment the words fell, he didn't even reach for the ninja sword at his waist. The ripples of the purple Rinnegan in his eye sockets suddenly erupted with a blinding light. Roar! Three Tails Isabu seemed to sense his contempt and was thoroughly enraged. Its massive body was like a heavy chariot pushing through everything, charging toward Yi with overwhelming force. It didn't even use any ninjutsu, intending to use its indestructible giant body to crush the arrogant human before it into meat paste. Good timing. Instead of dodging, the senjutsu chakra within Yi, vast as an ocean, erupted. A deep blue energy storm centered on Yi and shot straight into the sky. Then I'll let you see what true violence is. Accompanied by Yi's low shout. The deep blue chakra wildly intertwined and condensed in midair. A colossal energy skeleton formed in an instant. Next came the meridians, flesh, until it was clad in the indestructible Karasu Tengu armor. A perfect Susanoo hundreds of meters tall, like an ancient demon god, rose from the coastline. The massive shadow instantly enveloped the Three Tails' mountain-sized body. What kind of monster is this? Terumi looked up, staring blankly at this energy demon god that pierced the clouds, her breath hitching. Conan's eyes were also filled with disbelief. His chakra is actually massive to this extent. He stood proudly inside the crystal on the perfect Susanoo's forehead, looking down at the charging Three Tails from above. Beast that only knows how to charge, stop for me. The perfect Susanoo's massive right arm suddenly lifted. Violent senjutsu chakra surged wildly along the arm, rapidly converging in the palm. Sizzle, accompanied by a scalp-numbing sound of thunder. A deep blue giant sword hundreds of meters long, formed entirely of pure lightning and yin-yang release, suddenly took shape in the Susanoo's hand. The destructive aura emitted by the lightning sword caused the surrounding space to let out an overwhelmed groan. Three Tails Isabu sensed a fatal threat. A trace of instinctive fear flashed in its clouded single eye. Its massive body slammed on the brakes, and without hesitation, it retracted its head and limbs into its proud, giant shell. It attempted to use this so-called strongest physical defense in the ninja world to withstand Yi's lightning strike. Retracting into your shell like a coward, Yi let out an earth-shattering laugh. You think you're safe in there. Yi's gaze instantly became incomparably cold. Split for me. The perfect Susanoo gripped the lightning giant sword with both hands, carrying the violent power of senjutsu. There were no fancy techniques, only the purest, most extreme violence. It slashed down fiercely toward the Three Tails' indestructible, massive carapace. Rumbled. The lightning sword, carrying world-destroying power, struck precisely at the center of the Three Tails' shell. The moment of collision. A deafening metallic explosion echoed across the entire coastline. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards, literally scraping a layer off the beach. The Three Tails' invincible defense, which supposedly wouldn't even show a white mark from a tailed beast ball. In the face of Yi's full-power strike infused with senjutsu, it held for less than half a second. Cracked. A crisp and piercing sound of shattering rang out abruptly in the center of the battlefield. Terumi Mei's beautiful green eyes widened. Konan also clenched her hands in disbelief. Under the gazes of the two women, who were shocked beyond measure, a tiny crack actually appeared on the Three Tails' thick, mountain-like gray shell. Following that, cracks spread wildly in all directions like a spider web at a terrifying speed. Shatter! Yi suddenly increased his chakra output. The lightning sword erupted with an even more blinding blue light, cutting downwards with brute force. Bangs! The ninja world's strongest defense completely collapsed. The indestructible shell was forcibly split open by this absolute violence. A terrifying, bottomless abyss-like rift, over 100 meters long, appeared on the Three Tails' back. Foul-smelling blood gushed wildly from the rift like a fountain, staining a large area of the sea a shocking dark red. Roraza! Three Tails' Aisabu let out the most shrill scream in its history. Its massive body was pinned firmly to the beach by this terrifying force, losing even the strength to struggle. One strike. Just one strike. It not only split the ninja world's #1 defense, but also instantly and heavily wounded a complete-tailed beast. At this moment, Yi stood within the energy demon god hundreds of meters tall. His whole body was bathed in violent lightning. His sharp-featured, arrogant face was like that of an unmatched god of war. It was deeply etched into the vision of the two women behind him. Terumi Mei stared blankly at that indomitable back. Her heart raced like a beating drum, and a charming blush uncontrollably rose to her cheeks. She had once struggled and fought everywhere for the future of the hidden mist village. She had always thought she needed a powerful backer. But until today, she finally understood. A true backer is having this kind of invincible strength that shatters all rules. Kill the Mizukage for me in passing. Give the hidden mist village to me as a gift. Terumi Mei murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes shimmering, completely letting go of her high-end mighty queenly posture. So he really wasn't joking. If I could become this dominant man's exclusive property. Terumi Mei bit her red lower lip, the defensive line in her heart called pride completely collapsing. Forget being his dog. Even if I have to give the entire land of water to him, what of it? Konan, standing on the other side, was also completely shocked by Yi's invincible heroic posture. She had always believed pain was the only god of the ninja world. But at this moment, looking at Yi's back as he crushed everything with pure violence, Konan's heart, encased in ice, also melted into spring water. Nagato's Shinra tense, in the face of this man's power, seemed so dull and lackluster. Konan's fingers dug slightly into her palms. For the first time, she felt this deep surge of submission toward a man other than Yahiko and Nagato. These two women of noble status and extreme pride, at the same time, were completely conquered in body and soul by the absolute aesthetic of violence Yi displayed. He didn't care at all about the burning gazes of the two women behind him. He looked at the Three Tails twitching as it was pinned to the ground. With a thought, the lightning sword instantly dissipated. The massive perfect Susanoo also turned into a sky full of blue light and was retracted into his body. Yi's figure drifted down lightly from midair, landing steadily beside the Three Tails' massive shell rift. Quite sturdy, you didn't die instantly after taking a strike from me. He had his hands in his pockets, his tone carrying an undisguised coldness. He looked down at the Three Tails' fear-filled, single eye. But this broken shell is useless now that it's smashed. He slowly pulled out his hands. Since you like making a fuss so much. A cruel arc curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. Then I'll give you a different place to stay. Without any dawdling nonsense. Yi's hands clapped together in front of his chest, his fingers flying as fast as lightning. Several mysterious and ancient hand seals were instantly formed in his hands. The massive Rinnegan ocular power surged once again. Ready to become my trophy, Big Turtle. 86. Chapter 86, Suppressing the Tailed Beasts and the Lightspeed End. Yoru's voice was flat to the extreme, yet it carried an absolute dominance that brooked no defiance. The moment his hands formed the mysterious seals, the purple Rinnegan in his eyes suddenly blazed with a blinding light. Clatter, clatter. A deafening sound of clashing metal, as if coming from the depths of the 9 nether hells, suddenly boomed from deep beneath the beach. Immediately after, dozens of incredibly thick chakra chains, shimmering with a dark golden light, shattered the ground like wild pythons emerging from their den. These chains were covered in complex and obscure six paths runes, emitting an absolute suppressive power specifically designed to counter the tailed beast's origin. Roar! The three tails Isabu, which had been twitching on the ground, sensed a fatal threat, its remaining eye filled with terror. It struggled desperately to move its massive body, trying to flee the dangerous area. Trying to run, you think too highly of yourself. A cold, mocking sneer curled the corner of Yoru's mouth as he casually waved a hand downward. Bind it tight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of dark golden six paths chains transformed into a sky full of golden light, instantly wrapping around the three tails' mountain-like body at an unavoidable, extreme speed. The chains seemed alive. Not only did they tightly bind its limbs and three wildly thrashing tails, but they also brutally plunged deep into the three tails' flesh through the abyss-like rift carved by the lightning greatsword. Aog! The three tails let out a shrill, agonizing scream. Its proud, massive chakra, the moment it touched the six paths chains, was like a mouse meeting a cat, forcibly suppressed until not even a ripple could be formed. What kind of sealing jutsu is this? Terumi May stood in the distance, her beautiful eyes filled with incomprehensible shock as she watched the once invincible behemoth be subdued in an instant by a few chains. It can't even resist, that's a complete-tailed beast. Conan watched those dark golden chains, her cool voice trembling slightly. That is the suppressive power of the six paths, unique to the Rinnegan. Conan took a deep breath, looking at Yoru's tall back with a complex gaze. He isn't fighting at all, he's unilaterally hunting this monster. Yoru didn't even turn his head. Hearing the three tails screams, there wasn't a hint of pity in his eyes. So noisy. Yoru suddenly clenched his right fist. Shrink back. With his roar, the six paths chains embedded in the three tails' body erupted with a blinding golden light. A terrifyingly extreme compression force suddenly exploded. Under everyone's ghost-seeing gazes, the three tails' massive body, over 50 meters tall, actually began to shrink at a pace visible to the naked eye. The violent-tailed beast flesh was forcibly converted into the purest crimson chakra, constantly compressed and condensed along the chains. In just 10 short seconds, the three tails Isabu, once like a walking natural disaster, completely vanished, transformed into a crimson high-density energy ball the size of a water vat, tightly wrapped in dark golden chains. The oversized toy is all packed up. Yoru looked at the crimson energy ball floating in midair with satisfaction, then turned his gaze aside. There, having lost the power of the tailed beast, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, lay slumped on the beach like a pile of mud, on the verge of death. Since you were originally a vessel, continue to provide some residual utility. Yoru sneered, spreading the 5 fingers of one hand and pointing them toward Yagura on the ground from a distance. Universal pull. The defenseless Yagura was forcibly pulled up by a massive gravitational force, flying toward Yoru like a tattered sack. Yoru's left hand grabbed Yagura by the neck, lifting him into the air. What are you doing? Terumi May couldn't help but cry out. He's already a broken man. Even a broken man has his uses. Yoru ignored May's exclamation entirely. Controlling the violent three tails chakra with his right hand, he made no extra hand signs. In the most brutal and overbearing manner, he slammed that crimson energy ball directly into Yagura's chest. Aog! Yagura let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes rolling back. Forcibly stuffing a complete tailed beast's chakra back into the body of a dying person was 1,000 times more cruel than death by 1,000 cuts. The violent energy instantly destroyed Yagura's already fragile chakra pathways. Seal! Yoru barked, and the 6 paths chains transformed into an eerie sealing formula, branding itself onto Yagura's abdomen, completely imprisoning the three tails within. Having finished, Yoru tossed Yagura aside like a piece of stinking trash. Thud! Yagura slammed heavily at Terumi May's feet, coughing up a large mouthful of black blood mixed with organ fragments, and fell completely unconscious. Not only were his pathways completely severed, but even his foundation as a ninja was thoroughly shredded by that violent power. The dignified fourth Mizukage, the blood-mist tyrant who once struck terror into the entire land of water. At this moment, he was utterly reduced to a cripple, worse off than even an ordinary person. Yoru clapped his hands, shoved them back into his trench coat pockets, and looked down at the dumbfounded Terumi Mei. "Your problem, I've solved it for you in passing." Yoru's voice was flat, yet it echoed clearly across the beach. "Yagura Karatachi is now a cripple. He will never be able to stand up again. The civil war of the village, hidden in the bloody mist, ends here." The moment these words were spoken, even the sound of the wind across the battlefield seemed to cease. Terumi Mei looked down at the near-dead Yagura at her feet, then looked up at the man standing tall like a god. The cruel civil war that had plagued the hidden mist village for years and caused countless casualties was actually brought to a complete end by this man in less than half an hour, using the most unreasonable violence, single-handedly. You really did it." Terumi Mei's breathing became incredibly rapid, her emerald eyes shimmering with emotion. "Since the deal is struck," Yoru slightly raised his chin, his eyes reflecting an absolute desire for control. "Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise." Yoru's gaze bypassed Terumi Mei and swept over the 1,000-plus bloody mist Anbu in the distance, who had long since been scared witless. "Your Mizukage has been crippled by me." Yoru's voice was like rolling thunder, carrying the irresistible majesty of a sovereign. "From today onward, the hidden mist village belongs to me, Uchiha Yoru. Who supports this, who opposes?" The 1,000 bloodthirsty and cruel mist Anbu were now like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They looked at the split turtle shell and at the Mizukage discarded like trash. Their Dao heart had long been crushed to powder. Clang! An Anbu squad leader was the first to drop the ninja sword in his hand, his knees buckling as he knelt heavily on the beach. We surrender. We are willing to submit." With one person leading, a chain reaction instantly exploded. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons hitting the ground rose and fell as waves of bloody mist Anbu knelt in unison, not even daring to raise their heads. No one dared to say a single no to this monster, who had crippled the Mizukage in one move and split a tailed beast with one strike. The rebels behind Terumi Mei also laid down their weapons, their eyes full of awe for their new dominator. Terumi Mei took a deep breath, suppressing the violent rise and fall of her chest. She had no hesitation, nor any resentment. In this ninja world where strength is respected, being able to attach oneself to such an unrivaled and overbearing powerhouse was the greatest fortune for her and the hidden mist village. She stepped forward with her long legs, walked in front of Yoru, and slowly knelt on one knee. Terumi Mei, 5th generation Mizukage of the hidden mist village, representing all hidden mist ninja. Terumi Mei looked up with her exquisite face, her eyes filled with undisguised submission and charm. "I swear my loyalty to you. From now on, the land of water is your most loyal back garden." Yoru looked at the stunning beauty kneeling at his feet and the army of 1,000 submissive ninjas, a satisfied and arrogant curve forming at the corner of his mouth. One man settling a nation's civil war, taking over the hidden mist village, one of the 5 great nations, at lightning speed. Just as Yoru was reigning over the world, enjoying absolute power. Inside the distant and dark Kamui dimension, on the stone pillars that were originally floating in midair, there was now a scene of tragic devastation. Accompanied by a shrill, extreme scream, a large mouthful of shocking crimson blood sprayed out in midair. Obito, like a broken man whose spine had been removed, fell straight down from the stone pillar and slammed heavily onto the cold ground. The swirl mask on his face had long since fallen off during his violent convulsions, revealing a face covered in scars and twisted by extreme agony. Awag. Obito clutched his right eye tightly, rolling frantically on the ground. Between his fingers, a large amount of blood gushed out like a spring. My Genjutsu link has been completely destroyed. At the moment, Yoru used yin-yang release to forcibly crush the control seal he had left in Yagura's mind. That extremely overbearing high-dimensional power, following the link of karma, directly backlashed into the depths of Obito's soul. This wasn't even the most fatal part. When Yoru used the Six Paths chains to forcibly suppress the Three Tails and crudely stuff it back into Yagura's body, the sliver of spiritual imprint Obito had left inside the Three Tails was also torn to pieces by this absolute sealing power. The accumulation of the double backlash made Obito's brain feel as if it were being stirred by thousands of steel needles simultaneously. Uchiha Yoru, that bastard. Obito vomited blood in large gulps. His proud Mangekyou Sharingan's vision had become completely blurred, nearly going blind. He lay on the ground like a dying stray dog, covered in cold sweat. Obito never imagined that his painstakingly planned blood mist project, which he thought was flawless, would be smashed to pieces by that man from thousands of miles away, using such an unreasonable and crude method. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Obito's voice was weak and hoarse, filled with endless resentment and deep fear. 87, Chapter 87, The Army's Surrender and the Declaration of the Backyard. # Chapter 87, The Submission of the Whole Army and the Declaration of the Back Garden. I swear my loyalty to you. From now on, the Land of Water is your most loyal back garden. Terumi Mei's crisp and magnetic voice echoed clearly across the smoke-filled coastline. The entire beach was silent. All the hidden mist ninjas didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He looked down from above at Terumi Mei, who was kneeling on one knee before him. This rebel leader, who had been decisive and ruthless during the Civil War, now lowered her proud head, handing over her fate and the fate of the entire Land of Water to him without reservation. This was not a humiliating compromise, but the supreme worship of absolute power. The fifth Mizukage. A satisfied curve curled at the corner of Yi's mouth, his voice carrying an unquestionable dominance. You certainly know how to arrange a position for yourself. Terumi Mei raised her head slightly, her emerald eyes full of openness and awe. The Hidden Mist Village believes that strength is respected. Her tone was very firm, without the slightest hesitation. With your unparalleled power, you ended the nightmare of the Blood Mist Village. You saved the Land of Water, so naturally, you are qualified to be the sole dominator here. Terumi Mei glanced at Yagura Karatachi, who had fainted nearby like a lump of mud. As for the title of Mizukage, it is merely a steward to manage this back garden for you. As long as you are willing, I can clear away all remaining obstacles within the village for you at any time. Hearing these words, Yi couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. He appreciated smart people, especially a smart woman like Terumi Mei, who was not only outstanding in strength, but also knew how to adapt to the situation. Very well. He slowly extended his right hand. He did not go to support Terumi Mei's arm, but instead held his palm flat in midair. Terumi Mei immediately understood. Without any hesitation, she respectfully extended both hands and gently placed her warm palms beneath the back of Yi's hand. In the humblest posture, she completed this handover of power. Since you are so sensible, then this position of steward is yours. Yi withdrew his hand and put both hands back into the pockets of his black trench coat, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of hidden mist Anbu and rebels kneeling on the ground. Listen up, all of you. Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. From today on, there is no longer a so-called blood mist village in the ninja world. You no longer need to kill each other, nor do you need to carry out those stupid execution orders. Yi's eyes were cold and ruthless as he announced the new law he had set. Your only task is to absolutely obey my will. If I let you live, you can live. If I tell you to die, you must obediently slit your own throats. Anyone who dares to defy Terumi Mei's command is defying me. The ripples of Yi's purple Rinnegan shifted slightly, releasing a terrifying pressure. Your end will be just like that turtle's. As his voice fell, 1,000 hidden mist ninjas pressed their heads to the sandy ground in unison. We obey your divine oracle, my lord. We pledge our lives in loyalty to you. We will follow the fifth Mizukage to the death. The earth-shaking shouts resounded through the clouds. The rebel ninjas wept with joy. The years of cruel civil war, those bloody days where they had to guard against their own companions' schemes every day, finally came to a complete end under this man's iron fist. They were saved, even if the price was the entire village becoming someone else's private property. They were more than willing. Terumi May stood up and turned to look at the former bloody mist Anbu. Anbu, hear my command. Terumi May instantly regained her leader's majesty, issuing orders in an orderly fashion. Immediately blockade the coastline and clear the traces of the battlefield. Lock Yagura Karatachi in the lowest level of the high-security water prison. Use the highest level of seal to lock his meridians. He must not be allowed to die. The rebel forces are to be integrated into the regular ranks to take over the village's defense. Once the orders were given, all the hidden mist ninjas immediately began to operate at high speed like precision gears. No one raised any objections, and their efficiency was startlingly high. Conan stood quietly behind and to the side of Yi, watching this scene, her cool eyes filled with unmaskable shock. You actually really took over one of the 5 great nations' hidden villages without losing a single soldier. Conan's voice carried a hint of illusory unreality. In the Akatsuki organization's plan, the great nations were behemoths that needed to be slowly disintegrated from within and made to submit through endless pain. But this man had only taken less than an hour. He used absolute violence to crush the opponent's faith, and then naturally sat in the position of dominator. He tilted his head, looked at Conan's slightly dazed expression, and snorted dismissively. Is this difficult? Yi's tone was casual. As long as your fist is hard enough to make them hurt and make them afraid, they will naturally know who to wag their tails for. Your so-called plan of God is too complicated and too petty. Conan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. The Akatsuki organization is for the true peace of the ninja world. We seek to let everyone feel pain so as to stop the war. And your approach is merely replacing one dictatorship with another. Peace, you let out a burst of wild laughter. That kind of ethereal thing is something only the weak pray for. You looked directly into Conan's eyes, his gaze full of peerless dominance. I don't need them to understand pain. I only need them to know fear. As long as the entire ninja world trembles at my feet, who would dare to start a war? Conan was slightly taken aback. She looked at this infinitely arrogant man, and for a moment couldn't find a reason to refute him. That aura that crushed everything was indeed more direct and effective than Nagato's feeling pain. My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. Terumi May walked over gracefully, interrupting the conversation between the two. Her fiery figure exuded the ultimate charm of a mature woman as she walked. The elders and the various families in the village, I have already sent people to notify them. Terumi May looked at Yi, her tone very respectful. They are all waiting at the daimyo palace for your inspection. Yi nodded. Let's go and see what this newly acquired back garden looks like. Terumi May led the way in front. Yi and Conan followed side by side behind her. Passing through the dense jungle, a massive village shrouded in mist all year round appeared before them. The hidden mist village. Compared to Konoha's prosperity, this place seemed colder and more solemn. Gray buildings were scattered throughout the deep valley, with an atmosphere of strict defense everywhere. But now, as the news of the end of the war spread back to the village, the previously closed doors opened one after another. Countless ordinary villagers and genin stood on both sides of the street. They looked at Terumi, May walking at the front, and the black-clad man with the terrifying aura behind her. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads and retreated to the very edge of the road. There were no cheers, nor were there any protests. This was the survival rule of the hidden mist village, absolute obedience to the new victor. Terumi May led Yi all the way to the Mizukage building, in the very center of the village. This was the core institution, with the highest power in the entire land of water. Entering the spacious and luxurious Mizukage office, the Mizukage hat that originally belonged to Yagura was tossed aside carelessly. He didn't even glance at that worn-out hat and walked directly behind the large desk representing the highest power, He leaned back languidly in the large, comfortable high-backed chair. His legs were crossed casually, and his hands were placed on the armrests. The furnishings here are too depressing. He looked around the dim office, his tone carrying a bit of pickiness. Tomorrow, have someone smash all these windows and replace them with the most transparent glass. Yes, I will arrange for someone to do it immediately, Terumi May responded without hesitation. She walked to the front of the desk and leaned forward slightly. The high-slit skirt and the fiery neckline were fully revealed in Yi's line of sight. Terumi May was definitely not the kind of weak woman who only knew how to be submissive. She knew how to use her advantages to show her submission and value to this new dominator in front of her. My lord, you have just gone through a great battle. You must be tired. Terumi May's voice became soft, carrying a hint of seductive languor. I have already ordered the best hot spring suite in the village to be prepared for you, as well as the most sumptuous welcoming banquet. Let me personally lead the way for you and wash away the dust of travel. While speaking, Terumi May glanced at Conan, who was standing to the side, out of the corner of her eye. A very aggressive provocation flashed in her eyes. In this world where strength is respected, being able to stay by the dominator's side was itself a symbol of strength. She would never allow the right to speak in the land of water to fall into the hands of an outside woman. Conan caught the hostility in Terumi May's eyes. There was no change on her eternal ice mountain face. She just looked back at the other coldly. In her wide sleeves, several sharp pieces of paper made a slight rubbing sound. I am the Lord's exclusive partner. Conan's ethereal voice sounded in the office, devoid of any emotion. The Lord's daily life does not need outsiders to intervene. Hearing this, Terumi May suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. The laughter was filled with the confidence and composure of a mature woman. Exclusive partner. Terumi May counterattacked without any politeness. This is the land of water, the back garden that the Lord has just conquered. When it comes to the methods of serving people, you, a cold woman who only knows how to play with paper, are probably far from it. The gazes of the two women collided fiercely in midair. The smell of gunpowder in the air instantly became incredibly strong. 88, Chapter 88 of Beauties, Toast, and Jealousy. Inside the spacious Mizuki's office, the tension in the air rose rapidly. Terumi May's emerald eyes flashed with aggressive light. As the new steward of the land of water, she would never allow an outsider woman to boss her around on her own turf. Conan met her gaze coldly, her fingers tightening slightly beneath the wide red cloud black robe as paper release chakra surged invisibly through her meridians. Two women of peerless beauty and completely different temperaments engaged in a silent confrontation across the desk. Tap, tap. He sat in the large, high-backed chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the solid wood tabletop. The crisp tapping sound instantly interrupted the undercurrent flowing between the two women. Are you two planning to have a fight in my office? Yi's voice was flat, yet it carried the unquestionable authority of a superior. Terumi May immediately retracted her thorns, her stunning face instantly blooming with a charming smile as gentle as a spring breeze. She knew very well that the man before her was the dominator who decided everything. Your Excellency is joking. Terumi May bowed slightly, her sultry curves on full display. How could I dare be so brazen before Your Excellency? I merely wanted to fulfill my duties as a host and properly entertain Your Excellencies. Partner. She emphasized the word partner heavily before changing the subject. Your Excellency, the hot spring suite is ready. Please come this way. The Hidden Mist Village is cold and damp year-round. Soaking in the hot springs can dispel much of that chill. He ignored the women's petty schemes and stood up. Lead the way. A moment later, inside the Hidden Mist Village's most elite royal hot spring suite. The steaming hot spring water emitted a faint scent of sulfur, dispelling the continuous cold from outside. On the spacious tatami, the most sumptuous seafood delicacies of the land of water were laid out, along with a pot of warm, expensive sake. He had changed into a loose, comfortable black yukata, leaning back lazily in the primary seat. Terumi May had also swapped her blood-stained combat gear for a water blue silk kimono. The collar of the kimono was slightly open, revealing a large area of fair skin as she walked gracefully toward Yi with light steps. "Your Excellency, this is a fine vintage specially reserved for the land of water's royalty. Please try some," Terumime said in a soft, coquettish voice, holding up the exquisite white porcelain sake pot with both hands. Her movements were elegant and seductive as she leaned in slightly, slowly pouring the clear liquor into the cup before Yi. The aroma of the sake wafted out, accompanied by the unique fragrance of a mature woman from Terumime, hitting Yi's senses directly. Just as Terumime was about to pick up the cup and personally deliver it to Yi's lips, a fair and slightly cool hand suddenly reached out from the side, accurately grasping the other side of the sake cup. "I should be responsible for checking the safety of Your Excellency's food and drink." Conan had walked to the other side at some unknown point. Though she hadn't changed out of her wide, red cloud black robe, her cool and beautiful face carried a hint of unyielding stubbornness. The civil war here has just ended. Who knows if something that shouldn't be there has been mixed into this wine? Conan's voice was ethereal, providing a high-sounding excuse. A flash of annoyance crossed Terumime's eyes, but the smile on her face remained. "Is Your Excellency, Conan, questioning my loyalty to His Excellency?" Terumime's fingers tightened slightly, refusing to let go of the cup. "Since I have already sworn allegiance to His Excellency, this land of water is his backyard. How could I possibly tamper with the wine?" Conan replied coldly, "One must always be on guard against others. I am His Excellency's exclusive partner. This is my duty." The two women each held one side of the sake cup, stalled in midair. Neither was willing to let go first. Faint chakra collided at their fingertips, even causing ripples to form in the sake within the cup. Facing this battlefield of overt and covert rivalry, he didn't find it annoying. Instead, a hint of interest appeared in the depths of his profound eyes. He quite enjoyed the feeling of being vied for by top-tier women. This was a byproduct of absolute power and strength. "That's enough." Yi finally spoke. He didn't reach for the cup they were fighting over. Instead, he directly reached out both arms and, in a rough and domineering manner, grabbed both Terumime and Conan by their wrists. Your Excellency." Terumime and Conan were startled simultaneously, having not expected Yi to act so suddenly. Before they could react, Yi's arms suddenly exerted force. An irresistible, massive power surged through. The two women cried out as they instantly lost their balance. Thud! Terumime and Conan fell directly into Yi's broad and solid embrace, one on each side. Terumime's sultry body pressed tightly against the left side of Yi's chest. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she took the opportunity to lean her head on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the usually cold and proud Conan was locked on his right side. Her perpetually icy face flared with heat, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. "Let go of me." Conan instinctively tried to get up, but Yi's strong arms were like iron pincers, pinning her firmly to his side so she couldn't move at all. He looked down at the two distinct, stunning beauties in his arms. "In my presence, there is no need for this boring, jealous rivalry." Yi's voice was magnetic, filled with an arrogance that looked down on the world and a domineering air of supreme authority. "You only need to remember one thing. You are both my property. When I tell you to pour wine, you pour it obediently. Unless I give the word, no one is allowed to snatch." This declaration, domineering to the extreme, left both Terumime and Conan stunned. Especially Conan. Her heart, which was encased in ice, actually began to throb uncontrollably under this unquestionable dictatorial aura. She bit her red lower lip and finally gave up struggling, obediently allowing Yi to hold her shoulder. Terumime's eyes shimmered, her gaze full of infatuation for this domineering man. "Yes, Your Excellency." Terumime answered softly and took the initiative to pick up the sake cup from earlier, bringing it to Yi's lips. Yi opened his mouth slightly and drained the cup in one gulp. He enjoyed this double blessing with ease. After a few cups of sake, Yi released his hold on the two women and leaned back lazily against the cushion, beginning to discuss serious matters. Terumi May, give me the full picture. Yi's eyes became sharp. What exactly is the situation with the hidden mist villages, current resource reserves, and intelligence network? When it came to official business, Terumi May immediately put away her flirtatious manner, her expression turning serious and respectful. Reporting to Your Excellency. Terumi May knelt beside Yi, reporting in an orderly fashion. Due to Yagura Karatache's long-term implementation of the Blood Mist policy and the brutal civil war, the Hidden Mist Village's regular military strength has been severely depleted. Currently, there are approximately 4,000 elite ninja available for deployment. As for the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, aside from the twin sword Hurame and the longsword Nuibari currently in the village, the rest have been lost abroad due to the defections of their wielders. Hearing these figures, Yi let out a disdainful snort. Just a few pieces of scrap metal, let them be lost. What I want are strategic resources that can be used for conquest. Terumi May nodded and continued. With Your Excellency's vision, you naturally wouldn't care for those conventional ninja tools. Fortunately, the Land of Water is isolated overseas. The daimyo's treasury and the Hidden Mist Village's underground vault have remained undamaged. We possess the largest deep-sea chakra metal vein in the entire ninja world, as well as a massive amount of exploding tags and sealing scrolls sufficient to support a full-scale war. Hearing this, Conan, who had remained silent, finally found an opportunity to interject. This batch of resources is vital to the Akatsuki organization's plans. Conan looked at Yi, her tone returning to its cool state. Leader Pain has been raising war funds. If these materials can be transported back to the Hidden Rain Village, our progress in collecting the tailed beasts will be significantly accelerated. Upon hearing this, Terumi May raised an eyebrow and retorted unceremoniously. These are the assets of the Land of Water, the spoils of war personally won by Lord Yi. Your Akatsuki organization hasn't contributed a single achievement here. On what basis do you think you can just take things away with a single sentence? Seeing that the two women were about to argue again over the ownership of the resources, Yi casually picked up an empty sake cup from the table and toyed with it between his fingers. My things go to whomever I choose to give them to. Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it completely cut off Conan's thoughts. Nagato gave me the empty title of guest elder because he knows his place. But if he thinks he can use that to order me to mobilize resources, then he's tired of living. Yi casually tossed the sake cup back onto the table. All these resources will remain sealed in the Hidden Mist Village. No one is allowed to touch them without my command. Conan bit her lip but could not argue. She knew well that this man's arrogance had no limits. If she tried to demand them, it would only completely enrage him. Just as he was steadily controlling the situation and arranging the future of the Land of Water. On the floor of the hot spring suite, covered with expensive wooden planks, a strange ripple suddenly appeared. Vroom! A faint spatial fluctuation emanated. Conan and Terumi May were instantly alert, their gazes simultaneously locking onto the anomaly on the floor. A bizarre creature with a pitcher plant-like shell and a half-black, half-white body slowly emerged from the floor. Zetsu! Oh my, Lord Yi is living quite comfortably here. White Zetsu's sharp and somewhat frivolous voice echoed in the room, his half-face wearing an undisguised look of gloating. A beauty in each arm, and even the Land of Water has become your private territory. Black Zetsu's raspy, low voice followed immediately, carrying a thick scent of conspiracy. However, Lord Yi. Black Zetsu's yellow eye stared fixedly at Yi, his tone carrying a hint of provocative excitement. The big commotion you caused on the continent, the cat is now completely out of the bag. Because you snatched that massive sum of 1 billion ryo and successively dealt heavy blows to Konoha and Iwagakure. The 5 great nations have now gone completely insane. 89, Chapter 89, Delivering Intelligence and Loud Laughter. Lord Yi, your actions over the past few days have been far too grand, so grand that even those high-end mighty rulers of the great nations can no longer deceive themselves. Yue Xiaming maintained his lazy sitting posture. He casually placed his empty wine glass on the table, letting out a crisp clink. "Be specific," Yue Xiaming said in a flat tone. "Let me hear how those defeated dogs are barking." White Zetsu immediately snatched the conversation, his voice sharp and erratic. "Konoha is in total chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen is heavily injured and bedridden, and the high-ranking officials have lost all dignity. They are currently spreading a most wanted notice for you across the world, trying to use public opinion to frame you as the public enemy of the ninja world. The land of Earth is in an even greater uproar." White Zetsu gesticulated wildly. That stubborn old man Anoki was so furious after learning of Roshi's tragic death and the total annihilation of the explosive ordnance disposal unit that he smashed his desk in the Tsuchikige's office. He has already ordered a village-wide lockdown and sent emergency messengers to the other great nations, attempting to form a joint subjugation force. Black Zetsu then added the most critical piece of intelligence. "The most intense reaction comes from Kumagakure in the Land of Lightning." Black Zetsu's tone became extremely solemn. "The fourth Reikage, is a short-tempered warmonger. He believes that you, single-handedly destroying Konoha's foundation, wiping out Iwagakure's elites, and even reaching into the Land of Water, have severely disrupted the military balance between the 5 great nations. Kumagakure has already assembled tens of thousands of elite shinobi, stationing them at the border of the Land of Lightning. The fourth Reikage has even posted an unprecedentedly high bounty on the black market." Black Zetsu paused, emphasizing every word. 10 billion ryo. As long as your head is taken, Kumagakure is willing to empty its national treasury to pay this bounty. Hearing this shocking figure, Terumi Mei and Konan, standing to the side, both changed expression. 10 billion ryo. This was absolutely the highest bounty in the history of the ninja world. This amount of money was enough to drive all the wandering shinobi, bounty hunters, and even the regular armies of small nations into complete madness. "Lord Yi." Terumi Mei immediately stepped forward, her beautiful face filled with gravity. As the new steward of the Land of Water, she had to consider matters from a strategic perspective. If the 5 great nations truly unite, it will be an immeasurably terrifying force. Terumi Mei methodically reported on the Hidden Mist's resources. Although the Land of Water is isolated overseas and possesses a natural geographical advantage, if we face a joint naval blockade from the 4 great nations, our supply lines will be completely cut off. I suggest immediately activating the Hidden Mist's highest defense mechanism. Withdraw all fleets to the near shore and establish a defense line relying on the thick fog. As long as we stay behind closed doors, it will be difficult for them to break through the gates of the Land of Water in a short time." Konan also agreed with Terumi Mei's assessment. She looked at Yue Xiaming and gave the Akatsuki organization's suggestion. Leader Pain's intention is also to temporarily avoid their edge. The Akatsuki organization can secretly spread false information to lead their joint forces into internal strife. You are now the #1 target in the entire ninja world. Temporary forbearance is for a better harvest in the future. The plans provided by the 2 peerless beauties were both the most stable and logical tactics for a shinobi. When facing the wrath of the entire ninja world, a defensive counterattack was undoubtedly the most correct choice. However, after hearing these words, Yue Xiaming didn't show even a hint of tension. Leaning back in his chair, a low laugh suddenly escaped his throat. The laughter grew louder, eventually turning into an extremely arrogant, room-shaking roar of laughter. Yue Xiaming's laughter pierced through the hot spring suite, echoing continuously in the hallway. The laughter was filled with undisguised contempt and the ultimate mockery of the world's heroes. Terumi Mei and Conan's hearts trembled at the sound. They looked at Yue Xiaming, who was doubled over with laughter, completely unable to understand how this man could laugh in such a desperate situation. Avoid their edge, forbearance. Yue Xiaming abruptly stopped laughing. A sharp, piercing light that one could not look at directly instantly erupted from his deep eyes. Have you all misunderstood something? Yue Xiaming slowly stood up. His tall and upright stature, instantly brought a tangible, terrifying sense of oppression to everyone in the room. Defense is merely a fig leaf for the weak. Yue Xiaoming looked down at Zetsu, his tone carrying the overbearing dominance of one who tramples all living beings underfoot. A bounty of 10 billion ryo. Do they think that by marking the number a bit higher, they can cover up the fear deep within their hearts? Yue Xiaoming's voice was cold and ruthless, striking at the very essence of the matter. These hypocritical rulers of great nations have simply realized that their proud ninja village systems and their pathetic military foundations are not worth a damn before me. They are afraid that the next person whose head I crush will be their own. That is why they are huddling together like a pack of frightened wild dogs, barking with false bravado. This extremely arrogant speech caused Terumi Mei and Conan's breathing to stall for a moment. If anyone else had said such a thing, they would be treated as a madman. But coming from Yue Xiaoming's mouth, it carried a sense of absolute truth that brooked no argument, because he had already proven with action that he was qualified to say such words. Lord Yi. Terumi Mei looked up at this peerlessly arrogant man. She once carefully maneuvered and compromised in the cracks between the great nations for the survival of the hidden mist. She was used to weighing pros and cons. But now, looking at Yue Xiaoming's arrogant posture, treating the world's great nations like ants, Terumi Mei suddenly felt that her previous so-called strategic considerations were laughably insignificant. In the face of this man who possessed absolute power, all schemes and plots lost their meaning. An emotion called worship began to grow wildly in the depths of Terumi Mei's heart. She completely gave up on persuasion and submissively bowed her head. Everything is for my lord to decide. The entire land of water is willing to go through fire and water for you. Conan didn't say another word either. She looked at Yue Xiaoming's profile. Nagato had always wanted the world to feel pain to deter the great nations. But Yue Xiaoming's method was even more simple and brutal. He skipped the deterrence process entirely and used invincible force to completely shatter the dignity of the great nations. Zetsu. Yue Xiaoming put his hands in his pockets, his gaze falling back on white and black Zetsu. You said just now that Kumagakure in the Land of Lightning is making the most noise. Black Zetsu nodded. Yes, the fourth Raikage is already impatient to act as the vanguard of the allied forces. He claims he will use the most violent lightning release to crush your bones inch by inch. Very well. A cruel curve formed at the corner of Yue Xiaoming's mouth. Since he's so energetic, I'll personally go and loosen his joints. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent once again. Lord Yi, you mean? Terumi Mei said in disbelief. Playing defense is too boring. Yue Xiaoming turned around, a desire for slaughter and conquest flickering in his eyes. Since they want to unite, I'll slaughter the dog that's barking the loudest before they can. The next target is the Land of Lightning. An active strike. At the critical moment, when the entire ninja world was hunting him and armies were pressing in. Not only did he not choose to hold the Land of Water, which had a natural naval defense advantage, but he intended to head alone directly toward the Land of Lightning, which possessed the strongest military power. This kind of reverse logic was simply the epitome of arrogance. But Lord Yi. White Zetsu scratched his head, raising a practical problem. The Land of Water is thousands of miles away from the Land of Lightning, with a vast ocean in between. Now the intelligence networks of the 5 great nations have been fully deployed. Once you use a large ship or a flying summoning beast to leave the Land of Water, you will be immediately discovered by their reconnaissance units. By then, before you even land in the Land of Lightning, you will face endless interceptions at sea. Terumi Mei also nodded in agreement. Zetsu is right. Kumagakure's fleet is not to be underestimated, and they possess unique chakra cannons. Clashing head-on at sea would be very disadvantageous for us. Faced with these reasonable concerns, the mocking smile on Yue Xiaoming's face grew even more intense. By boat, by flight. Yue Xiaoming casually adjusted his collar. I've long grown tired of such time-wasting ways of traveling. Do you think I would dare say, I'd fight through the land of lightning without being prepared. Uchiha slowly extended his right hand. In the palm of his hand, a profound chakra light, radiating mysterious spatial fluctuations, was slowly flowing. It was a miniature coordinate array as complex as a star map. This was precisely the divine-grade reward previously issued by the system, the God-tier space warp coordinate. Ignoring all geographical distances, ignoring any obstruction from ceiling barriers. As long as a destination was set, an absolute teleportation across half the ninja world could be completed in an instant. This is... Conan looked at the mysterious light in Uchiha's palm, feeling the terrifying spatial law contained within. A space warp that surpasses the flying thunder god technique. Uchiha didn't offer much explanation. He lightly tossed the god-tier space warp coordinate in his hand. Since that old dog, the rakeage has already set the stage. How could I not make the most shocking entrance to be worthy of his 10 billion ryo bounty? Uchiha turned his head and looked at Terumi Mei and Conan. You two go and pack up. Uchiha's command was not to be disobeyed. Just leave the mess here in the land of water for the subordinates to handle. You are coming with me to the land of lightning. A flash of surprise and joy crossed Terumi Mei's eyes. To be brought along by the Dominator and personally participate in such a transnational conquest that would be recorded in the annals of the ninja world. This was the greatest affirmation of her value. Yes, Lord Yi. Terumi Mei immediately complied. Conan didn't hesitate for a moment either. She was now filled with an irrepressible curiosity about this man's every next move. Uchiha clenched his right fist, completely activating the space coordinate in his palm. Land of lightning. Uchiha's voice was cold to the extreme, like the final judgment of a Shinigami. Prepare to welcome the arrival of a true natural disaster. 90, Chapter 90 God-level leap and embracing and protecting beauties. The air inside the hot spring suite suddenly froze. The mysterious star map in Uchiha Yoru's palm suddenly flared with light. The violent power of the law of space erupted within the small room. The surrounding wooden walls and expensive tatami didn't even have time to crack. They were instantly turned to dust within the distorted spatial turbulence. Rumble. A pitch-black spatial black hole, over 3 meters in diameter, rapidly formed in front of Uchiha Yoru. Flickering blue spatial lightning danced around the edges of the black hole. A violent suction force pulled frantically at everything around it. This was an absolute leap that ignored distance, and the spatial tearing sensation it contained far surpassed that of the conventional flying thunder god technique. Standing to the side, Terumi Mei was caught off guard and instantly lost her balance. Her proud, cage-level chakra was completely unable to stabilize her body before this spatial turbulence, which felt like the laws of the universe itself. Terumi Mei let out a short cry of alarm as her body fell uncontrollably toward the spatial rift. Standing on the other side, Conan's expression also changed. She instinctively spread her paper wings, attempting to resist the suction. But as soon as those paper sheets, as hard as fine steel, touched the spatial storm, they were instantly torn to shreds by the violent spatial turbulence. At the dangerous moment, when the two women were about to be sucked into the unknown spatial rift, a tall and upright figure blocked their path. Uchiha Yoru did not hesitate for a second. He took a step forward, decisively reaching out with both arms to the left and right. Come here. Uchiha Yoru's voice reached the two women's ears clearly amidst the deafening spatial storm. His strong and powerful arms directly wrapped around the waists of Terumi Mei and Conan. An irresistible, massive force pulled them in. The two women were forcibly pulled into Uchiha Yoru's broad and solid embrace. Hold on to me and close your eyes. Uchiha Yoru's tone was calm and certain. In the next second, a substance as black as ink and radiating a cold metallic luster surged out from Uchiha Yoru's body. Advanced armament Haki instantly transformed into an airtight, semicircular barrier. It completely enveloped Uchiha Yoru and the two women in his arms. Whoosh! Uchiha Yoru stepped directly into the pitch-black spatial black hole with the two women. The black hole closed rapidly the moment they entered. Peace returned to the hot spring suite, leaving behind only the wreckage shredded by the spatial storm. Inside the spatial tunnel, surrounding them was endless darkness and flickering spatial turbulence. The storm, powerful enough to tear through fine steel, ground frantically against the outer wall of the armament haki barrier. It produced a scalp-numbing, piercing friction sound. But inside the haki barrier, there was absolute safety and tranquility. Terumime pressed her cheek tightly against Uchiha Yoru's chest. She could clearly hear Uchiha Yoru's steady and powerful heartbeat. The overwhelming scent of strong male hormones and the domineering force protecting her in his arms gave this proud queen of the land of water an unprecedented sense of security. He is clearly a devil king who views the world as mere ants. Terumime murmured to herself in her heart. But in the face of danger, he is so protective. Konan, held on Uchiha Yoru's other side, also had her eyes tightly closed. Her heart, which had been frozen for years, had long since lost its rhythm. The weightlessness brought by the spatial leap made her instinctively grab Uchiha Yoru's lapel. Uchiha Yoru did not let go. Instead, he increased his grip, pulling her even tighter. This undisguised desire to protect made Konan feel a strange tremor. The spatial travel lasted only a few seconds, yet it felt as long as a century. Buzz! A blinding white light suddenly appeared ahead. The spatial tunnel had reached its end. You can open your eyes now. Uchiha Yoru's voice sounded above the two women's heads. Terumime and Konan slowly opened their eyes. The haki barrier instantly retracted and dissipated. What met their eyes was no longer the continuous rain and thick fog of the land of water. Instead, it was towering mountains reaching into the clouds. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and thick lightning rolled through them like wild dragons. Deafening thunder boomed in their ears. The land of lightning. The country with the strongest military power and the most violent style in the entire ninja world. Uchiha Yoru stood steadily with the two women on a very high mountain cliff. The wild wind made Uchiha Yoru's black trench coat flutter loudly. He released his hold on the two women's waists and put his hands back into his pockets. Crossing half the ninja world, Terumime looked at the unfamiliar, violent terrain and took a deep breath of the cold mountain air. To think it only took an instant, such a method is truly impossible to guard against. Konan quickly entered a combat state. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. With one look, a touch of gravity instantly appeared on Konan's cool face. Yoru looked down there. Uchiha Yoru stepped forward casually. Below the cliff was an incredibly vast and massive canyon. Inside the canyon, white tents were densely packed as far as the eye could see. Countless burly Kumagakure ninjas, armed with weapons, patrolled the camp. Massive chakra searchlights scanned the sky above the camp continuously. Further away in the artillery positions, dozens of thick chakra cannons were lined up neatly. Roughly estimated, there were at least 10,000 Kumagakure elites here. The defenses were tight to the extreme. This is the main border army of Kumagakure. Terumime walked to Uchiha Yoru's side, her tone very serious. The fourth Raikage has clearly placed all his most elite troops on the border line. They've set up the highest level sensory barrier. Not even a bird could pass through unnoticed. Konan also nodded. Charging head-on into 10,000 fully armed regular troops of a great nation is unwise. We should use the terrain here for cover, and first find the blind spots in their sensory barrier. The analysis of the two women was very rational. This was the tactical judgment any normal ninja would make when facing an army of 10,000. However, Uchiha Yoru looked at the dense army below, and the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely dangerous arc. Find blind spots. Uchiha Yoru's voice was exceptionally clear amidst the thunder. Have you forgotten what I came here for? Uchiha Yoru slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. I didn't come here to sneak in. I came here to crash the party. Uchiha Yoru completely ignored the two women's attempts to stop him. He took a step forward, his body leaving the edge of the cliff. Amidst the howling of the high-altitude wind, Uchiha Yoru fell like a plummeting black meteorite, without any concealment, and without activating any stealth ninjutsu. He crashed straight and openly toward the very center of the Kumigakure army's camp below. Yoru! Terumi Mei and Konan cried out in alarm simultaneously. They never expected this man would choose the most unreasonable way to make an entrance. Below, in the central camp of the Kumigakure army, several sensory ninjas responsible for monitoring the airspace suddenly changed expression. The chakra radar in front of them emitted a piercing, sharp alarm. Warning, an unidentified high-intensity chakra object is falling at high speed from high altitude. The target is aimed directly at our central camp. A Kumigakure Jonin roared loudly. Enemy attack, everyone prepare for defense. The piercing air raid sirens instantly echoed through the entire canyon. 10,000 Kumigakure ninjas were well trained and completed their combat preparations in just a few seconds. Countless ninja swords flickering with lightning were drawn. The barrels of the chakra cannons were quickly raised, locking onto the high altitude. Fire! Accompanied by a roar from the Kumigakure commander. Dozens of dazzling chakra light pillars rose from the ground, blasting toward Uchiha Yoru's falling figure. Facing the dense anti-aircraft fire below, Uchiha Yoru, still in midair, saw the ripples of the purple Rinnegan in his eyes shift. Shinra Tensei, an overwhelming absolute repulsive force, erupted from beneath Uchiha Yoru's feet. The moment those thick chakra light pillars touched this repulsive force, bangs, bangs, bang. Without even a second of stalemate, they were forcibly shattered into a sky full of light spots in midair. Uchiha Yoru's figure pierced through the light spots, his speed not decreasing in the slightest. Boom! A deafening, earth-shaking explosion erupted in the central camp of the Kumigakure army. A violent shockwave swept frantically in all directions. The hard, rocky ground was smashed into a massive crater over dozens of meters in diameter. Dozens of sturdy tents nearby were blown away by the air blast. Hundreds of Kumigakure ninjas who were too close were sent flying, coughing up blood and crashing heavily onto the distant open ground. Dust soared into the sky. A massive gap instantly appeared in the formation of the 10,000-strong Kumigakure army. All sound ceased briefly at this moment. The Kumigakure ninjas gripped their weapons tightly, staring dead at the center of the massive dust cloud. The wind blew, and the dust gradually dissipated. In the very center of the crater, Uchiha Yoru still maintained his posture with his hands in his pockets. His black trench coat was spotless, fluttering in the wild wind of the land of lightning. He slowly raised his head. Those purple rippled eyes swept over the surrounding dense army of 10,000. There was not a single trace of fear. Instead, it radiated an absolute arrogance that made the soul tremble. You, who are you? A Kumigakure vanguard captain swallowed hard and shouted the question. But when he clearly saw Uchiha Yoru's sharp-featured face and those signature eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted to the limit. Uchiha Yoru. The captain's voice cracked due to extreme shock. It's that monster with a 10 billion ryo bounty. As soon as these words came out, the entire Kumigakure army was instantly thrown into an uproar. The temptation of 10 billion ryo was indeed immense. But when this terrifying man, who had single-handedly destroyed Konoha and pacified the land of water, truly stood before them in the flesh, a deep chill irrepressibly rose in everyone's hearts. Uchiha Yoru looked at the surrounding Kumigakure ninjas, who held weapons but dared not take a step forward. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cruel and arrogant arc. A 10 billion ryo bounty. Uchiha Yoru's voice was steady, yet it clearly overrode the surrounding thunder. He took a long stride and casually walked out of the crater. I have already arrived. Uchiha Yoru looked coldly at the Kumigakure army ahead. I hope your rakeage has prepared enough money. 91, Chapter 91, Domineering Power Seizure and one person taking over. A sky-high bounty of 10 billion ryo was a maddening figure enough to make any ninja lose their sanity. Facing Yi's nonchalant mockery, the Kumigakure army, originally deterred by the Shinra Tensei, let out an uncontrollable burst of extremely greedy gasps after a brief moment of daze. He's just one person. Commander Tor, the Kumigakure frontline commander, pulled out the square shuriken from behind his back and roared hoarsely at the front of the formation. Even a monster that destroyed Konoha cannot possibly contend with the combined strangulation of 10,000 regular troops on a frontal battlefield. Commander Tor pushed his chakra to the limit, trying to stabilize the army's morale with his shouts. Take his head. The 10 billion Ryo bounty promised by the Reikage-sama is enough for everyone here to squander for several lifetimes. Under a heavy reward, there will surely be brave souls. Moreover, this was the land of Lightning's army, the most valiant and death-defying force in the entire ninja world. Kill him for the glory of Kumigakure and the 10 billion bounty. 10,000 fully armed Kumigakure elites let out a world-shaking roar in unison. They quickly formed a massive, airtight circular battle formation, tightly surrounding the giant crater where Yi stood in the very center. Atop the towering cliff, Konan and Terumi may look down at the massive army, dense as ants, and the terrifying, tide-like killing intent. A thick sense of worry surfaced in both women's beautiful eyes simultaneously. 10,000 people, and all of them are Kumigakure main forces proficient in lightning release and taijutsu. Terumi May took a deep breath of the cold mountain air, her emerald eyes staring intently at the black figure surrounded in the center. No matter how strong Lord Yi is, on this kind of exposed plain terrain, facing a combined ninjutsu bombardment of 10,000 people will be strenuous. Konan did not hesitate. Under her wide, red-cloud black robe, her snow-white paper wings instantly unfolded. I'll go down to help him share the pressure on the flanks. Just as Konan was about to leap off the cliff, a deep, magnetic, yet absolutely domineering voice rang out directly in the minds of the two women without warning. Stay up there obediently. This was a chakra transmission Yi sent directly to them through the mental energy of the Rinnegan. But Yi, that's a combined force of 10,000 regular troops. Konan responded anxiously in her heart. In the center of the crater, Yi still maintained a leisurely posture with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even look up at the two women on the cliff, only slightly raising his sharp-featured face, his eyes revealing an extreme arrogance that viewed the world's heroes as mere weeds. So what if there are 10,000? Yi's transmission echoed in the hearts of the two women, carrying a kind of protectiveness and favoritism that made their hearts race. You're dressed so beautifully, don't come down to be stained by this dirt and dust. Today, I'll take on this entire battlefield alone. One man taking on an army of 10,000. This domineering declaration, treating a major power's regular army as nothing while showing extreme care for the women by his side on the battlefield, made both Terumi May and Konan on the cliff freeze for a moment. Their hearts, which had been in their throats, miraculously settled down in the face of this absolute sense of security. They no longer made any move, just stood quietly at the edge of the cliff, their beautiful eyes glistening as they watched the peerless man below with total infatuation. Kumigakure army, hear my command. Commander Tor held the square shuriken high in his hand and let out a roar for the general offensive. Lightning release combined profound truth, 10,000 thunder heavenly prison. Following the commander's order, 10,000 Kumigakure ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals in unison. Blinding lightning light rose from the bodies of 10,000 people at the same time. Countless thick blue bolts of lightning frantically intertwined and fused in midair. In just 1 second, the sky over the entire canyon was completely covered by a terrifying lightning net that blotted out the sun. The violent lightning attribute chakra caused the air to emit ear-piercing explosions. This was no longer an ordinary ninjutsu, but a man-made natural disaster in the truest sense. Rumble. 10,000 bolts of lightning transformed into an indescribably massive lightning dragon, carrying world-destroying power as it poured down frantically toward Yi in the central crater from all directions. We got him. Commander Tori's eyes erupted with a light of wild joy. However, Standing in the very center of the sea of lightning, Yi didn't even blink. Facing this combined attack, which was enough to instantly level a mountain, he didn't even reach for the blade of thunder at his waist. Strength in numbers. He let out an extremely disdainful chuckle. In the face of an absolute dimensional gap, quantity is nothing more than a meaningless Arabic numeral. He slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket, his 5 fingers spreading casually as he met the howling ocean of lightning above his head. He didn't use Shinra Tensei to meet force with force. In his eye sockets, the purple ripples of the Rinnegan flowed slightly. Près de passe. 2 cold characters were uttered nonchalantly from Yi's mouth. In the next second, a scene occurred that made scalps tingle and completely subverted the worldview of the 10,000 Kumagakure ninjas. The destructive lightning dragon, formed by the gathered chakra of 10,000 elites, at the moment it touched Yi's palm. No world-shaking explosion occurred. Instead, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, it was instantly bitten hard by a bottomless, terrifying suction force. The violent lightning attribute chakra shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, that sky-filling lightning disaster was actually completely swallowed into his body by Yi with one hand, without a single trace left. Yi lowered his right hand and gently brushed off non-existent dust from the cuff of his trench coat, without even breaking a drop of sweat. Impossible. Commander Tor turned pale with shock, his legs uncontrollably going weak. That was the sum of the chakra of 10,000 people. How could his body possibly withstand the capacity of such an absorption? Is that all? Yi raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the surrounding Kumagakure ninjas who were dumbstruck like wooden chickens. Since your little trick is over, it's my turn. He had no interest in starting a meaningless slaughter where blood would flow like a river. To deal with these ordinary soldiers coerced by the will of a major power, he had a more efficient and more kingly way of clearing the field. Vroom. A terrifying mental pressure, invisible to the naked eye but massive enough to change the color of the heavens and earth, burst forth from Yi's body as the center, like a reversed tsunami heading in all directions. The life-magnetic field of the perfect sage body, combined with the Rinnegan's absolute eye power that reigned supreme over the world. This aura had completely surpassed the scope of ninjutsu, reaching the supreme realm of directly crushing the soul. Ahe. The front-row Kumagakure ninjas closest to the crater bore the brunt of it. They didn't even have time to scream. They only felt as if their brains had been struck hard by a 10,000-ton hammer. Ninja swords fell from their powerless hands, and hundreds upon thousands of valiant land of lightning warriors rolled their eyes and slumped to the ground in unison, like harvested wheat, losing consciousness on the spot. This invisible pressure spread frantically through the canyon, like autumn leaves swept by a gale. Circle after circle, no one could remain standing before this royal-like pressure. No bloody slaughter was needed, nor any cruel dismemberment. In just 10 seconds, of the originally dense and aggressive army of 10,000 Kumagakure ninjas, over 8,000 had completely fainted under this terrifying pressure. The ground was covered with slumped bodies and scattered weapons. In the entire vast canyon battlefield, only over 2,000 Jonin-level commanders and elites remained, struggling to hold on. They knelt on one knee, their hands pressing hard against the ground, gasping for air, their clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. This wasn't a battle at all. This was a god stripping mortals of their right to stand. Conan and Terumi, May on the cliff, watched this heaven-defying method of clearing an army of 10,000 without losing a single soldier, and both women's breathing became hurried. To knock out 8,000 people without shedding a drop of blood. A charming blush rose on Terumi May's cheeks, her voice filled with unconcealed admiration. He is simply a born emperor. In the center of the battlefield, he took composed steps, slowly walking out of the crater. His combat boots stepped on the soft soil, making crisp footsteps. And these slight footsteps, falling into the ears of Commander Tora and the other remaining Kumagakure high-rankers, were more terrifying than the death knell of the Shinigami. He directly ignored the surrounding Jonin, who were kneeling and trembling on the ground. His figure turned into an afterimage on the spot without warning. Bang! In the next second, Yi had crossed a distance of several hundred meters and appeared directly on the high platform that symbolized Kumigakure's highest command. Commander Tor looked up abruptly, trying in terror to raise his square shuriken. But he only saw a slender and powerful palm, with an extreme speed he couldn't possibly react to, grab his face. He made no extra moves, applying slight force with one hand to pin this Kumigakure frontline commander directly onto the hard stone platform. Boom! The stone slab shattered. Commander Tor let out a muffled groan, completely losing all ability to resist. He looked down at him from above, then slowly turned around, casting his gaze toward the 2,000-plus Kumigakure elites below who were still barely hanging on. Listen up. Yi's voice, through the vibration of chakra, spread clearly throughout the entire canyon. The command of this army, I am now officially taking over. He stood on the command platform that symbolized power, declaring the most unreasonable and domineering seizure of power. I don't need your understanding, much less your loyalty. I only tell you one fact. Yi's eyes were cold and ruthless, reflecting an absolute dominator's will. Those who follow me can live standing up. Those who oppose me will lie in this pit forever. This peerless and domineering declaration completely crushed the last line of defense in the hearts of the remaining Kumigakure ninjas. Looking at the commander being stepped on by Yi, and the companions slumped all over the ground. Clang! No one knew who took the lead, but someone dropped the kunai used for defense. Immediately after, the sounds of weapons hitting the ground rang out one after another. The 2,000-plus Kumigakure elites, famous in the ninja world, completely gave up resistance before this matchless kingly aura. They lowered their heads, showing their submission to the black-clothed man on the high platform in the most humble posture. He took over the battle situation alone, and without shedding a drop of blood, forcibly seized control of Kumigakure's 10,000-strong frontline army. Just as this power shifted, and Yi reigned over the battlefield, on the distant horizon of the Land of Lightning, a burst of violent lightning light more blinding than the sun suddenly erupted. Rumble! Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of thunder, a burly figure wrapped in blue lightning release chakra armor, like a falling meteor, raced toward the canyon with endless rage and killing intent. And behind that figure, a massive-tailed beast chakra glowing with eerie blue flames followed. Fourth Reikage Eye, and the two-tails Jinchūriki, na Yujiro. The highest authorities of the Land of Lightning finally arrived at the battlefield where Yi had forcibly seized power, bringing with them a sky-high fury. 92, Chapter 92, overlooking the army and serving two beauties. Violent lightning fell from the sky. Fourth Reikage A smashed into the entrance of the canyon. The ground collapsed with a roar. A large amount of rubble splashed in all directions. Na Yujito landed immediately after him. The two of them steadied themselves. The Reikage immediately looked up toward the front. His eyes widened. The sight before him left him completely stunned. Inside the wide canyon, there were no sky-shaking battle cries. It was dead silent here. 8,000 hidden cloud village soldiers lay on the ground. Their eyes were rolled back. They had already lost consciousness. The remaining 2,000 elites were kneeling on one knee. They had dropped the weapons in their hands. Their heads were bowed. They were declaring their submission to the man on the high platform. The stone slabs of the platform were shattered. The hidden cloud frontline commander, Commander Tor, lay in the ruins. His face was covered in blood. He could not move. The Reikage saw some soldiers foaming at the mouth. He saw some soldiers' bodies still twitching. The ninja swords in their hands were scattered in the mud. Those Jonin kneeling on one knee didn't even dare to look up at the Reikage. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Their mental defenses had completely collapsed. The Reikage clenched his fists tightly. His bones made a crisp cracking sound. The lightning release chakra armor on his body erupted with a blinding light. Blue electrical arcs danced in the air. Bastard! The Reikage let out a roar. The sound echoed through the canyon. What are you doing? Ninja of the Hidden Cloud, never surrender. All of you, stand up. The Hidden Cloud elites kneeling on the ground heard the Raikage's voice. Their bodies trembled. They didn't dare to look up. The fear weighing on their souls had not yet dissipated. They could not resist the pressure of that man in black. No one stood up. They would rather face the Raikage's wrath than dare to provoke the man on the high platform. The Raikage's eyes were nearly splitting from rage. He suddenly turned his head to look at Uchiha Yoru on the platform. Uchiha Yoru, what exactly did you do to my subordinates? What demonic technique did you use? Yoru stood on the high platform. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. He looked at the enraged Raikage. There was no expression on his face. Demonic technique. Yoru's voice was calm. They have simply seen reality clearly. They chose the path that would allow them to survive. It is quite reasonable. The sound of fluttering clothes came from midair. Conan spread the white paper wings behind her back. She carried Terumi May as she slowly descended from the cliff. The two women landed lightly beside Yoru. Conan retracted her paper wings. Terumi May walked to Yoru's left side. With a slight thought from Yoru, a surge of deep blue senjutsu chakra erupted from his body. The chakra quickly converged on the stone slabs. A large black high-backed throne took shape. Yoru turned around. He sat down composedly. He crossed one leg. His posture was lazy to the extreme. Terumi May immediately stepped forward. She took out an exquisite set of wine utensils from a storage scroll. She knelt on one knee at the edge of the throne. She poured a cup of sake for Yoru. The liquid made a crisp sound as it was poured. She held up the wine cup with both hands. She brought the cup to Yoru's lips. My lord, the wind is strong here. Have a drink to warm your body. Terumi May's voice was gentle. Her eyes were filled with admiration. In front of this man, she was willing to set aside her proud demeanor. Yoru drank the sake from Terumi May's hand. He reached out and stroked Terumi May's cheek. Well done. A blush rose on Terumi May's cheeks. She put away the wine utensils. She naturally placed her hands on Yoru's shoulders. She gently massaged Yoru's shoulders. Her pressure was just right. My lord, this brute doesn't understand etiquette. Do you need me to deal with him for you? Terumi May volunteered. She wanted to prove her value before this man. Conan walked to Yoru's right side. She reached out her fair hands. She helped Yoru straighten the collar of his trench coat that had been ruffled by the wind. Her movements were very light. She brushed the dust off the coat. Yoru took the opportunity to grab Conan's wrist. He pulled Conan's hand to his lips. He kissed the back of Conan's hand. Conan's body stiffened slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. A hint of softness appeared on her cold face. She did not pull her hand back. She allowed Yoru to hold it. His lightning release speed is very fast. Conan reminded him softly. You don't need to dodge, my lord. I will deploy a paper shield. Yoru squeezed Terumi May's hand, then glanced at Conan. No need. A prey of this level, I'll leave for myself to play with. Yoru looked at Conan. Put away the paper shield. Lightning of this level can't even tear my clothes. Hearing Yoru's domineering words, the two women's eyes became even more fervent. They obediently stepped aside. They stood on either side of the throne. The Raikage watched the scene on the platform. His anger broke through the line of his rationality. His proud army of 10,000 was being trampled underfoot. Yet that man sat on a throne, enjoying the service of women. This was the greatest insult to the Hidden Cloud Village. This was the greatest disregard for him, the fourth Raikage. The Raikage took a large stride forward. Blue lightning danced wildly over his body. Uchiha Yoru, you are too arrogant. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Yujiro quickly walked to the Raikage's side. She reached out her hand to stop the Raikage. Lord Raikage, please calm down. Yujiro's expression was very serious. She looked at Yoru on the platform. This person is very unusual. The Raikage stopped in his tracks. What's so unusual? He's only one person. Do you think I'd be afraid of him? Yujiro shook her head. Look at the ground around us. There are no signs of a battle here. There is no terrain destroyed by large-scale ninjutsu. Commander Tor was also subdued in a single move. There was worry in Yujiro's voice. She saw the finger marks on Tori's face. Tori's facial bones were already shattered. That was an indentation caused by only a single hand. Yujiro's breathing became heavy. Lord Raikage, Commander Tori's injuries are not ordinary. The opponent didn't use ninjutsu. He subdued Commander Tor with a single hand, relying purely on physical strength. Yujiro's brow furrowed tightly. While subduing Commander Tor, he was also able to release a pressure that knocked out 8,000 people. 10,000 elites fell without resisting. This shows he hasn't even used his full strength. This kind of control over chakra is simply appalling. We cannot underestimate the enemy. The Raikage gritted his teeth. I don't care how strong he is. I will never back down. Ninja of the hidden cloud would rather die standing than live on their knees. The Raikage looked at those subordinates kneeling on the ground. You spineless cowards. Once I've finished him, I'll come back to settle the score with you. Yoru leaned back on the throne. He heard the Raikage shout. He let out a cold laugh. Rather die standing. Yoru's voice was level. Then why are you still standing so far away? You brought a 10 billion Ryo bounty to find me. Now I am right here. Yet you don't dare to walk over. Yoru's fingers tapped the armrest of the throne. Fourth Raikage, are you only capable of lip service? The Raikage's face was ashen. His eyes were bloodshot. Shut up. The Raikage slammed his hands together in front of his chest. Lightning release chakra mode. The lightning release chakra on his body expanded once more. The surrounding air let out ear-piercing explosive sounds. The stones on the ground were shattered by the lightning. Lightning struck the surrounding rocks, turning them into charred black powder. His hair stood on end. I don't care how strong he is. Before my lightning release, everything is just scrap paper. The Raikage's muscles bulged. The veins on his body popped out. He had entered his strongest state. I'll cut off your head right now. The Raikage bent his legs. Lightning concentrated under his feet. He prepared to launch a charge. Yujiro sighed. She knew the Raikage could no longer listen to any advice. She took 2 steps back. The two tails chakra within her began to circulate. Blue flames burned on the surface of her body. She made preparations to provide support. Yoru sat on the throne. He didn't even give Yujiro a single glance. His gaze remained fixed only on the Raikage. Your temper is indeed quite large. Yoru slightly raised his chin. I'm sitting right here. I won't hide. I won't dodge. Bring out your strongest move. Let me see if you're qualified to take that 10 billion Ryo. The Raikage let out a roar. The ground beneath his feet instantly caved in. He turned into a bolt of blue lightning. He crossed a distance of several hundred meters. He arrived atop the high platform. His speed was fast to the extreme. He raised his right hand. Lightning was highly concentrated on his arm. Lightning oppression horizontal. The Raikage's fist carried destructive power. As it smashed toward Yoru's face, Yoru still leaned back on the throne. He didn't make any movement. He just quietly watched the fist that was getting closer and closer. 93, Chapter 93. A finger blocks lightning and the terrifying lightning shadow. The violent lightning attribute chakra was like a blue storm descending from the sky. Fourth Raikage A's lightning oppression horizontal carried terrifying kinetic energy enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, heading straight for Yi's face. The air along the way was extremely compressed under this strike, emitting a piercing sonic boom. Debris around the high platform was swept up by the fierce wind, shooting crazily in all directions. Facing this thunderous, lethal blow, he still leaned lazily against that deep blue senjutsu throne. He didn't even blink his eyes, just slowly and very casually raised his right hand. He didn't form any seals, Nor did he mobilize the vast senjutsu chakra within his body that was like a boundless ocean. Under everyone's terrified and incredulous gazes, Yi merely extended an index finger. A layer of pitch-black substance, radiating a cold metallic luster, instantly covered this finger. Advanced armament haki. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering roar exploded on the canyon's high platform. Dazzling blue lightning and pure black haki had a direct physical collision in midair. The terrifying shockwave turned into a circular, solid airwave, sweeping crazily toward the surroundings. The ground around the high platform collapsed inch by inch under this power. Countless huge rocks were blown away by the airwave, turning into dust in the sky. However, Yi, who was at the very center of the collision, not only was he unharmed, but even the black trench coat on his body wasn't the least bit messy. That deep blue senjutsu throne remained as steady as Mount Tai. Terumi, Mei, and Konan, standing on both sides of the throne, only felt a gentle chakra barrier blocking them, keeping all the violent winds and debris completely isolated outside. While facing the attack of a powerful enemy, Yi still didn't forget to spare a thought to protect the two women beside him. This caused a sense of security, difficult to put into words, to well up in the hearts of Terumi, Mei, and Konan once again. In midair, Fourth Raikage A's bloodshot eyes were now wide to the limit. His proud lightning release hand blade, capable of severing a tailed beast's horn, was firmly blocked by that pitch-black index finger less than half a foot from Yi's face, unable to advance even a fraction. This! An incredulous, raspy growl came from the Raikage's throat. This is absolutely impossible. He desperately pushed the lightning release chakra in his body, the muscles on his arms bulging high. Blue electrical arcs crazily bombarded that pitch-black finger. But no matter how hard he tried, that finger was like an insurmountable steel mountain standing between heaven and earth. Is this all the strength you have? Leaning on the throne, Yi looked at the Raikage close at hand with a flat gaze. His voice carried unconcealed contempt. A bounty of 10 billion ryo. I thought I'd encounter someone who could make me move my wrist a little. As it turns out, you don't even have the qualification to make me stand up. These words were like a loud slap, fiercely striking the Fourth Raikage's proud self-esteem. Bastard! The Raikage roared, just about to pull back his arm to launch the next attack. But Yi didn't intend to give him another chance. Too slow. Yi's index finger, which was resisting the Raikage's hand blade, curved slightly and then suddenly flicked outward. An action that seemed casual and understated. Yet it contained the terrifyingly extreme pure physical strength of the perfect sage body. Bang! A dull sound of impact rang out. The Fourth Raikage's burly body, in the face of this unmatched physical strength, was like a cannonball being blasted away. Poof! The Raikage violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward uncontrollably. He traced a blue afterimage in midair, crashing heavily into the rock wall hundreds of meters away. A huge crater was smashed into the hard rock wall, and countless rocks buried his body. Below, the Kumigakure elites kneeling on the ground saw this scene. The last flicker of hope in their eyes was completely extinguished by Yi's finger. That was their proud, invincible Fourth Raikage. He was actually flicked away by that man with just one finger. This dimensionality-reducing gap in strength plunged all the Kumigakure ninjas into an abyss of despair. Lord Raikage! Ninjutsu cried out in alarm, turning into an afterimage as she rushed toward the rock wall ruins. Her hands moved rapidly, quickly pushing away the huge rocks. Cough, cough, cough. A burst of violent coughing came from the ruins. Fourth Raikage A pushed away the rocks above him and stood up staggeringly. The lightning release, chakra armor on his body had become dim and dull. Blood hung from the corner of his mouth, and his right arm was trembling slightly. The force from that one finger flick had almost shattered his arm bone. Lord Raikage, your injury. Uchiha wanted to step forward to support him with a face full of worry. Move aside. The Raikage pushed Uchiha away. He stared fixedly at the black-clothed man on the high platform, the fire of anger and humiliation in his eyes burning to the extreme. As the supreme ruler of the land of lightning, he absolutely could not accept being defeated by a young man in such a humiliating way. I am the fourth Reikage. I let out a violent roar toward the sky. I will never lose to an arrogant person like you. Boom! The chakra inside the Reikage's body poured out crazily like a flood breaking a dam. The originally dim lightning armor once again burst with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. The blue electrical arcs turned into a deep azure, and his hair stood on end, like an angry thunder god. Lightning release chakra mode, stage 2. To reclaim his dignity, the fourth Reikage directly activated his strongest state, which squeezed his life force. The surrounding air emitted a scalp-tingling hissing sound under the extreme heat and the ravaging lightning. The debris on the ground, pulled by the lightning, slowly floated into the air. Looking at the frenzied Reikage, Yujiro felt a strong sense of unease in her heart. Lord Reikage, don't be impulsive. His power cannot be measured by common sense. Shut up, Yujiro. The Reikage's eyes were blood red. The glory of Kumigakure must be washed clean with his blood. Lightning bolt oppression horizontal, lightning plow hot blade. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. The fourth Reikage's body completely disappeared from the spot. His speed had broken the limit that the naked eye could capture, even exceeding the speed of sound. Only a deep azure lightning afterimage was left in the sky. This time, he no longer held back any power. He concentrated all the chakra in his body into his right arm, vowing to chop off his head. Facing this terrifying charge that was almost like teleportation, Yi still sat on the throne. However, a trace of imperceptible annoyance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Old man who doesn't know what's good for him. Yi slowly stood up. His tall and upright figure instantly brought an irresistible sense of pressure to this battlefield. He didn't look back, just gave a faint instruction to Terumi Mei and Conan behind him. The wind is a bit strong. Stay obediently behind me. These two simple sentences carried an incomparable sense of security. Terumi Mei and Conan obediently stepped back half a pace, hiding behind Yi's broad back. Their beautiful eyes were filled with absolute trust in this man. The next second, the azure lightning had already reached Yi's face. The fourth Reikage's arm, as thick as a tree trunk, carried the momentum of destroying everything, heading straight for Yi's neck. Die for me. The Reikage's roar exploded in his ear. The purple Rinnegan ripples in Yi's eye sockets slightly shifted. He still didn't use any ninjutsu. He just raised his right hand, covered in armament haki, turning his palm into a claw. With a flat, casual posture, he reached forward. Bangs! A dull impact sound exploded the moment the two made contact. The violent hurricane swept crazily in all directions, completely leveling the high platform. But the two women behind Yi didn't even have a single hair blown out of place. At the center of the storm, the fourth Reikage's full-power lightning plow hot blade, which had broken the speed of sound, had actually been firmly caught by Yi's single hand by the wrist. The azure lightning release chakra struggled crazily in Yi's palm, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to stir up even the slightest wave. The Reikage's pupils shrank violently, his eyes almost popping out. A full-power strike in his strongest state still couldn't budge this man in the slightest. Is this your full strength? Yi's cold and magnetic voice was like the judgment of a Shinigami. Too weak. After the words fell, Yi's right hand, which was gripping the Reikage's wrist, suddenly exerted force. The terrifying physical strength of the perfect sage body poured out without reservation. Cracked. A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Ayaza. The fourth Reikage let out a shrill scream. His proud, indestructible right arm bone was snapped by Yi's single hand. The blue lightning armor completely collapsed at this moment, turning into spots of light and dissipating in the air. Yi's eyes were indifferent, like discarding a piece of stinking trash. He casually tossed him. The fourth Reikage's burly body smashed heavily into the mud at Yi's feet. He clutched his twisted and deformed right arm, rolling on the ground in pain, no longer having his previous arrogance. On the battlefield, the 2,000 elite Jonin of Kumigakure fell into an eerie silence. They looked at the wreckage struggling in the mud, and the faith in their hearts completely collapsed at this moment. No one dared to stand up. Absolute power had already destroyed all their will to resist. In the distance, Yujito looked at the heavily injured and fallen wreckage and grit her teeth. She knew that conventional combat no longer had any meaning. To save the wreckage and for the final dignity of Kumagakure, she had to use that forbidden power. "You monster!" Yujito's voice was filled with determination. The seal inside her body was completely undone at this moment. A massive, evil-tailed beast chakra, radiating ghostly blue flames, poured out of her body crazily, shooting straight into the sky. The rainwater, upon contact with these blue flames, was instantly evaporated into white mist, accompanied by an earth-shaking, shrill cat's howl. Yujito's human form completely disappeared, replaced by a two-tailed giant demon, as large as a mountain, with its entire body burning with ghostly blue flames. Two Tails Matatabi, perfect form arrival. The giant demon's heterochromatic vertical pupils stared fixedly at Yi on the high platform. Two huge flaming tails swung wildly in midair, smashing the surrounding rocks to pieces. The scorching heat made the entire canyon feel like a furnace. Facing this suddenly appearing behemoth, Yi still maintained his posture, with one hand in his pocket. Not only did he not have the slightest fear. Instead, looking at the giant cat burning with blue flames, the corner of his mouth curled into an interested arc. A wild cat that knows how to play with fire. Yi's voice was calm, yet it carried the arrogance of a dominator. "Just right. In my new palace, I'm still missing a pet to guard the door." 94, Chapter 94, Over-the-Shoulder Slam and the shockwave that swept through the army. Eerie blue flames burned wildly within the canyon. Large droplets of rain were evaporated into white steam by the terrifying heat before they could even hit the ground. The massive body of the Two Tails, Matatabi, was like a burning volcano. It completely occupied the central area of the canyon. Its massive shadow completely enveloped the high platform where Yue was. Two long tails lashed out wildly in midair, each sweep shattering the surrounding hard rocks to pieces. Its heterochromatic slit pupils glared fixedly at the man on the platform. A world-shaking, violent feline roar erupted from its throat. In the distant muddy water, the fourth wreckage A, whose right arm had been crushed, struggled to lift his head. A final glimmer of hope ignited in his bloodshot eyes. "Uchiha." The wreckage gritted his teeth, pinning all his hopes on the fully transformed Two Tails. "Kill him, we must never allow Kumigakure's dignity to be trampled under his feet." Facing this ancient vicious beast capable of destroying heaven and earth, Yue still had his hands thrust into the pockets of his trench coat. There was no ripple of emotion on his face. Even his purple Rinnegan showed not the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "Your size is quite impressive, it seems." Yue tilted his head back slightly, looking at the bloody maw looming right before him. "I just wonder if your bones are tough enough." Hearing these words full of contempt, the Two Tails was completely enraged. It opened its massive mouth, filled with fangs. Massive and violent fire attribute chakra gathered rapidly within its maw. Booms, booms, boom. Dozens of massive blue fireballs, each over 10 meters in diameter, spewed from its mouth like a meteor shower. This was the Two Tails' signature ninjutsu, cat flame roaring fire. Carrying a terrifying heat capable of melting refined steel, these fireballs rained down upon the platform where Yue stood, blotting out the sky. The range of the fire was so vast that it left absolutely no room for evasion. Terumi Mei and Conan, standing behind Yue, reacted immediately. Terumi Mei's hands flew as she prepared to weave signs. The paper wings behind Conan also unfurled instantly. "Lord Yue, be careful." Terumi Mei called out a warning. The temperature of these flames is too high. However, at the very moment they were about to defend, Yue turned around. He calmly reached out and placed his hands on Terumi Mei's and Conan's shoulders. "Step back a bit." Yue's voice was magnetic, carrying a gentle yet overbearing tone that brooked no disobedience. This cat's fur is a bit dirty. Don't let these sparks ruin your clothes. As his voice fell, the vast Senjutsu chakra within Yue's body pulsed slightly. A deep blue, transparent chakra shield manifested out of thin air, completely and securely protecting Terumi, Mei, and Conan within. The shield blocked out all the heat and violent winds, instantly giving the two women an unparalleled sense of absolute security. Lord Yue. Terumi Mei looked at the broad, upright back before her. A misty glaze appeared in her beautiful eyes. In a life-and-death moment against a rampaging tailed beast. This devil king-like man's first reaction was actually to worry that sparks might ruin their clothes. This bone-deep, arrogant composure, combined with his extreme favoritism toward the women by his side, caused both Terumi Mei's and Conan's hearts to skip a beat at the same time. After settling the two women, Yue turned back around. The sky full of eerie blue fireballs had already reached his head. Yue didn't weave a single sign, nor did he use Shinra Tensei to repel the flames. A layer of ink-black armament, haki, instantly coated his entire body. Bang, bang, bang. The massive fireballs slammed solidly into Yue. Yet no earth-shattering explosion occurred. These blue flames, capable of reducing mountains to ash. The moment they touched the armament haki, it was as if they had struck 10,000-year-old ice. The fireballs simply dissipated, turning into a sky full of heatless blue spots of light. Yue, clad in his black trench coat, slowly stepped out from the flames. He was completely spotless. Not even a corner of his clothes was singed. With just this little heat, you want to play with fire like the pros. Yue let out a cold laugh. Seeing its ultimate ninjutsu have no effect, the two-tail's pupils constricted sharply. Its violent animalistic nature completely overrode its reason. It let out a piercing roar. Its massive body lunged forward abruptly. That feline claw, larger than the platform itself, came down with the terrifying weight of a falling mountain and a violent gale. It slammed down toward the top of Yue's head. If this claw landed truly, it would be enough to crush the entire mountain into dust. A chance. A flash of wild joy crossed the Raikid's eyes as he lay slumped in the mud. He knew well how terrifying a strike from the two tails' complete form was. Even at his peak, he wouldn't dare use his physical body to withstand such a pure physical heavy blow. The giant claw descended with destructive wind pressure. Yue didn't just fail to dodge. Instead, he took a large step forward to meet the giant claw. You want to compare strength. The corners of Yue's mouth curled into a cruel and excited arc. He slowly raised his right hand, which was covered in pitch-black haki. He spread his fingers, facing the giant cat claw that loomed like a dark cloud overhead. Boom! A dull, ear-splitting explosion erupted within the canyon. A violent hurricane swept out wildly in all directions, under the horrified gazes of all the Kumigakure ninja present. Yue's seemingly tiny right hand had actually caught the two tails' descending claw head-on. The massive contrast in size created a powerful visual impact. The two tails' massive body came to a halt in midair. No matter how it roared or how it pressed down with its entire weight, that giant claw was held up firmly, as if by a pillar supporting the heavens. It couldn't be pressed down even another millimeter. How is this possible? The Raikid's eyes almost popped out of his head. He actually blocked a full-power strike from a complete tailed beast with one hand. This had completely exceeded the limits of human strength. This was a pure monster. Yue stood his ground as the platform beneath his feet crumbled bit by bit, unable to withstand the terrifying force. But his own body remained as upright as a pine tree, without bending in the slightest. Is this all you've got? Yue looked up, a terrifyingly fierce light flashing in his purple rinnegan. Now it's my turn. As his voice fell, the 5 fingers of Yue's right hand suddenly clenched. His pitch-black knuckles were like steel nails, firmly gripping the bones at the edge of the two tails' giant claw. The life-magnetic field of the perfect sage body erupted at that moment. An indescribable, terrifyingly monstrous strength poured out through Yue's arm. Using his right foot as a pivot, Yue's waist suddenly exerted force. His tall and upright body instantly completed a standard half-turn on the spot. Up you go, along with Yue's low shout. A scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime and make souls tremble occurred. That mountain-sized complete two-tails, Matatabi, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was actually hoisted off the ground by Yue, who gripped its claw with one hand. The two tails let out a feline screech that was distorted by extreme terror. Its massive body completely lost its balance. Its feet left the ground entirely. It was swung directly into midair by an absolute violence that was simply impossible to resist. Over-the-shoulder throw. Yue's cold and emotionless voice echoed clearly over the canyon. The next second, Yue's hands tightened. He took the two tails in midair and, with the kinetic energy of a world-destroying fall, toward the open space ahead, where over 2,000 Kumigakure elites stood, slammed it down ruthlessly and without mercy. Rumbles. This wasn't just an explosion. This was, in every sense, a magnitude 10 earthquake. The two tails' mountain-like body slammed solidly into the hard earth. The entire canyon let out an overburdened wail at that moment. The ground shattered inch by inch, with countless massive cracks spreading wildly like a spiderweb. A visible, terrifying physical shockwave transformed into a white, circular blast of air. This airwave was 100 times more violent than a Category 12 hurricane. It directly overturned the topsoil, whipping up hundreds of tons of dirt and rubble, sweeping out wildly in all directions. Those 2,000-plus Kumigakure elites, who had still harbored illusions just moments ago. Faced with this overwhelming, terrifying airwave, they didn't even have time to let out a cry. They were like fallen leaves swept up by an autumn wind. Their entire formation was torn to shreds instantly. Over 2,000 people were blown directly dozens of meters into the air by the violent airwave, completely powerless to resist. The ninja swords, kunai, and shields in their hands were scattered everywhere in the sky. Alia. The screams were completely drowned out by the massive roar. Countless Kumigakure ninja coughed up blood in midair before falling backward like kites with broken strings. Slamming heavily into the rock walls at the edge of the canyon, they fell unconscious on the spot. Without expending a single soldier. Without even using any wide-range lethal ninjutsu. Relying purely on the physical airwave generated by throwing a tailed beast over his shoulder. A single strike cleared the field. The airwave overturned the entire Kumigakure army. This kind of unreasonable, absolute force had completely shattered everyone's psychological defenses. The gale passed. The dust filling the sky gradually settled. The once flat canyon floor had now been smashed into a bottomless, massive crater. And in the center of the crater, the previously invincible complete two tails, Matatabi, was now sprawled at the bottom of the pit like a pile of mud. The eerie blue flames on its body had been completely extinguished. Its massive body was shrinking rapidly at a visible rate. In just a few short seconds, the giant cat demon vanished. In its place was Nya Yujido, covered in blood and completely unconscious. She had been knocked back into her human form by that unreasonable over-the-shoulder throw, and even her tailed beast chakra had been knocked out of her. On the ruins of the platform, Yue slowly stood up straight. He casually brushed off non-existent dust from his trench coat, still maintaining that leisurely posture with his hands in his pockets. Terumi, Mei, and Conan, inside the shield, looked at the exaggerated scene that had changed the very landscape. Both women's breathing became incredibly rapid. They looked at Yue's invincible back, the admiration and obsession in their eyes reaching an insurmountable level. Throwing a tailed beast over his shoulder like a rag doll. Where exactly was the limit of this man? In the canyon, aside from Yue and the two women, not a single person was left standing. In the distant mud pit, the fourth Reikage A stared blankly at the unconscious Yujido in the crater. Then he looked at the Kumigakure elites hanging from trees and embedded in the rock walls. His proud heart, belonging to the supreme ruler of the Land of Lightning, was completely shattered at this moment. Despair, a deep sense of powerlessness, completely overwhelmed him. Yue took calm steps. His combat boots stepped on the broken rocks, making a crisp sound. Step by step, he walked in front of the rakeage, looking down at this once invincible brute from above. Now, Yue's voice was calm, yet it sounded like a sentence from a high-end mighty Shinigami. Is there anyone else who wants to use my head to claim that 10 billion taels? 95, Chapter 95, interrupting spellcasting and feeling heartache while wiping away dust. The fourth rakeage struggled to lift his head from the muddy water. His right arm had been forcibly crushed. He looked at Ujido, who had lost consciousness at the bottom of the pit. He looked at the elite Kumigakure forces around him, who had dropped their weapons. This was an unprecedented humiliation. He was the supreme ruler of the Land of Lightning. He absolutely could not fall like this. The fourth rakeage gritted his teeth tightly. He used his remaining left hand to prop up his heavy body. He stood up shakily from the mud. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet dissipated. The fourth rakeage looked up. He let out a furious roar. The remaining chakra in his body began to burn wildly. This was a ninjutsu that overtaxed his life force. Red lightning emerged on the surface of his body. It was a forbidden ninjutsu passed down in the Land of Lightning. It required sacrificing the user's entire life force, in exchange for a brief moment of extreme power. The remnants of Kumigakure saw this scene. They cried out in terror. Lord Fourth Rakeage, stop immediately, you will lose your life. The fourth rakeage ignored the pleas of his subordinates. His left hand quickly changed hand signs. The red lightning shot straight into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by this power. A massive lightning sphere, with a diameter of over 100 meters, formed rapidly within the clouds. The surrounding air became thin. The powerful pressure caused the rocks on the ground to shatter. The fourth rakeage stared fixedly at Yoru ahead. His eyes were bloodshot. Uchiha Yoru. The fourth rakeage's voice was hoarse and ferocious. Even if I have to risk this life of mine, I will absolutely not let you leave the Land of Lightning. The lightning sphere carried the power to destroy everything. It was ready to crash down onto the ground at any moment. This power was enough to flatten the entire canyon, along with all the Kumigakure ninjas. The fourth rakeage had lost his sanity. He only wanted to drag Yoru down with him. Yoru, standing in the distance, watched the fourth rakeage. His hands remained in the pockets of his trench coat. There was no expression on his face. Overtaxing your life force. Yoru's voice was very calm. Is this your final resort? Yoru slowly withdrew his right hand. He looked at the massive lightning sphere in the sky. Too slow. Yoru's figure disappeared from the spot without warning. The fourth rakeage had just finished the last hand sign. He was just about to guide the lightning sphere to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a tall and upright figure appeared before him, less than half a meter away from him. The fourth rakeage's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't even seen how Yoru moved over. Yoru did not use any complicated ninjutsu. He simply extended his right hand. He accurately grabbed the fourth rakeage's left wrist, which was forming hand signs. Yoru's movement looked very light, but the fourth rakeage felt as if his wrist were being clamped tightly by iron pliers. He could no longer move it in the slightest. It's over. Yoru said those 3 words indifferently. His right hand, which was gripping the fourth rakeage's wrist, exerted a slight force. A massive amount of senjutsu chakra was forcibly injected into the fourth rakeage's body along his arm. This chakra, in a brutal manner, directly severed the flow path of chakra within the fourth rakeage's body. The fourth rakeage's hand signs were forcibly interrupted. The red lightning sphere in the sky lost its chakra support. It emitted a dull, rumbling sound. Then it completely dissipated within the clouds, turning into red specks of light that vanished across the sky. The forbidden technique was interrupted. A terrifying backlash force erupted within the fourth rakeage. The fourth rakeage violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. The red lightning on his body instantly extinguished. His burly body could no longer hold itself up. He knelt heavily before Yoru. completely losing all combat capability. There was no sound around them. The Kumagakure ninjas stared blankly at this scene. Their fourth Raikage, whom they prided themselves on, hadn't even gotten the chance to take his opponent down with him, and had been effortlessly subdued by this man. Yoru looked down at the fourth Raikage kneeling on the ground. "You are too weak." Yoru's voice echoed in the canyon. "You don't even have the qualifications to make me slightly serious." Yoru turned his head. He scanned the surrounding remnants of Kumagakure. "Take him and leave." Yoru did not choose to kill them all. He was not a machine that enjoyed meaningless slaughter. "Go back and tell your daimyo. That 10 billion ryo bounty. I will come to collect it in person another day. If it is even 1 ryo short, I will wipe Hidden Cloud Village off the map of the ninja world." No one dared to refute these words. The Kumagakure ninjas all lowered their heads. A few bold jonin ran over tremblingly. They lifted the unconscious Yujiro and the severely injured fourth Raikage. Then, taking the remaining troops, they scrambled to retreat from this canyon that had been destroyed beyond recognition. In just half a day, the Land of Lightning's strongest border defense line had been completely broken through by Yoru alone. Yoru watched the backs of the retreating Kumagakure army. He turned around. He stepped toward the ruins of the high platform. There, he had set up a defensive barrier with his own hands. Yoru walked up to the barrier. He moved his mind slightly. The pitch-black armament Haki barrier instantly dissipated. Terumi Mei and Konan stood there, completely unharmed. Seeing Yoru walk back, the two women immediately went up to meet him. Terumi Mei's emerald green eyes were full of concern. She did not ask about the outcome of the battle just now, because she knew this man was invincible. She walked quickly to Yoru's side. She took a pure white silk handkerchief from her bosom. Terumi Mei bent down slightly. She extended her hands, and very naturally took hold of Yoru's right hand. Her movements were very gentle. "My lord." Terumi Mei's voice was soft, sweet, and gentle. "Dealing with such a brute really dirtied your hands." She lowered her head. Using that white handkerchief, she earnestly wiped away the slight dust that had stained the back of Yoru's hand and his fingertips. She wiped very carefully, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. Yoru let her hold his hand. He looked at Terumi Mei's stunningly beautiful face, feeling the warm touch from her palms. Yoru's gaze became much softer. "It's just a bit of dust." Yoru's voice lost the coldness it had when facing the enemy earlier. "With you here, these troublesome matters don't really amount to anything." Hearing Yoru's words, a blush rose to her cheeks. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting Yoru's face. "Being able to share your burdens, my lord, is my honor." Konan, who was standing to the side, also stepped forward. Her cold, clear face was also full of concern. Konan extended her fair hands. She came to Yoru's chest. She helped him tidy up the collar of his trench coat, which had been ruffled by the high-altitude storm. Her fingers gently patted away the dust that had fallen onto the shoulders of his trench coat. "You were too reckless." Konan's voice was ethereal. That kind of lightning release that overtaxes life force. You could clearly have dodged it. Yoru took the opportunity to hold Konan's hand that was adjusting his collar. He pulled Konan's hand to his lips and gently kissed the back of her hand. "Da." Yoru looked at her, smiling. "If I had dodged, who would protect you?" This sentence was simple and direct. Konan's body stiffened slightly. Her heartbeat accelerated instantly. Her long-frozen emotional defenses, in the face of this man's overbearing and direct tenderness, began to waver. She did not pull her hand back. Instead, she let Yoru hold it. Konan lowered her head to hide the flustered look in her eyes. Yoru looked at the two women in front of him. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He was not a machine that only knew how to kill. He had his own bottom line and preferences. To his enemies, he was cold and ruthless. But to those around him, he would give the most absolute protection and tenderness. "Let's go." Yoru held Conan's hand and wrapped his other arm around Terumi Mei's waist. The air here is too bad. Let's go somewhere else. Terumi Mei leaned obediently into Yoru's embrace. Where would you like to go, my lord? Yoru looked up toward the hinterlands of the Land of Lightning in the distance. That was where the Land of Lightning's daimyo palace was located. Yoru's tone was very calm. To take back the 10 billion ryo that belongs to me. The three of them turned around and walked toward the exit of the canyon. A gentle breeze blew by, stirring up the dust on the ground. This border fortress, which had originally been guarded by an army of 10,000, had completely become a ruin, and the man in the black trench coat was carrying his invincible legend. Walking toward the deepest part of the Land of Lightning. 96. Chapter 96 combined Ninjutsu and Susanoo twin swords. Towering mountains stretched out ahead. The hinterland of the Land of Lightning had rugged and steep terrain. Uchiha Yoru walked along a flat mountain path. Terumi Mei and Conan followed on his left and right sides. The wind on the high mountains carried a bone-chilling cold. Conan slightly pulled together her thin collar. Uchiha Yoru stopped in his tracks. He took off his black trench coat. Uchiha Yoru gently draped the trench coat over Conan's shoulders. The wind is strong in the mountains. Uchiha Yoru's voice was calm and gentle. Don't catch a cold. Conan was slightly taken aback. She looked at Uchiha Yoru's sharp-featured face. The softest part of her heart was gently touched. Thank you, Lord Uchiha Yoru. Conan replied softly. Terumi Mei watched from the side. A hint of undisguised envy flashed in her eyes. Uchiha Yoru reached out his right hand. He took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Terumi Mei's slender waist. You should come closer, too. Uchiha Yoru pulled Terumi Mei into his arms. A sweet smile curled the corners of Terumi Mei's mouth. She obediently leaned against Uchiha Yoru's sturdy shoulder, feeling the scorching body heat radiating from this man. In this cold and ruthless ninja world, having such an overbearing yet protective support made both women feel an unprecedented sense of security. The daimyo palace of the Land of Lightning is just behind this mountain range. Conan pointed to the perilous peak ahead. That is the gathering place for the entire country's wealth. That 10 billion ryo bounty must have been allocated from the national treasury of the daimyo palace. Uchiha Yoru lifted his chin slightly. His eyes revealed absolute confidence and arrogance. Since they dared to put a price on my name, I will go personally and empty their national treasury. Consider it an expensive lesson for them. The three continued walking forward. Turning around a huge mountain col, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A massive military fortress stood between two high mountains. The fortress walls were dozens of meters high, constructed entirely from hard obsidian. The walls were densely packed with fully armed Kumigakure ninja. Looking roughly, there were at least over 20,000 people. This was the last line of defense that the Land of Lightning had hastily assembled to protect the daimyo palace. Darui stood in the very center of the fortress wall. His hands, gripping his broad-bladed sword, were covered in cold sweat. The news of the Fourth Raikage's defeat and critical injury had already spread throughout the upper echelons of the Land of Lightning. That crushing, dimension-reducing combat record made all the Kumigakure ninja feel their scalps tingle. He's here, a sensory ninja exclaimed loudly. His voice was filled with undisguisable trembling. The 20,000 garrison soldiers on the walls gripped their weapons in unison. Darui took a deep breath. He looked at the tall figure walking from afar. Uchiha Yoru. Darui used chakra to amplify his voice. The sound echoed continuously in the wide valley. Ahead is the daimyo palace of the Land of Lightning. This is our last line of defense. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Uchiha Yoru stopped. He looked at the Kumigakure ninja on the high walls who were like birds, startled by the mere twang of a bow. A disdainful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The last line of defense. Uchiha Yoru's voice was calm, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Just based on you bunch of hastily assembled, defeated stragglers. Even your Raikage is lying in a mud pit, unable to get up. What makes you think this broken wall can stop me? Darui gritted his teeth. He knew what Uchiha Yoru said was the truth. But as a soldier of the Land of Lightning, he had no option to retreat. All troops prepare. Darui raised his broad-bladed sword high. For the glory of the Land of Lightning. Form up. The 20,000 Kumigakure elites dispersed rapidly. They took their positions according to the formation they had practiced countless times beforehand. The 10,000 ninja on the left were all elites proficient in water release. The 10,000 ninja on the right were all experts proficient in lightning release. Darui's eyes widened. He swung his broad-bladed sword down fiercely. Combined lightning and water profound truth. Violent lightning water dragon bullet jutsu. Following Darui's roar, the 20,000 ninja performed hand seals in perfect unison. Terrifying chakra fluctuations soared into the sky. The 10,000 ninja on the left simultaneously spewed out monstrous torrents of water. The massive water currents gathered in midair. The 10,000 ninja on the right simultaneously released violent lightning. Blue lightning surged into the water currents like wild snakes. Water conducts electricity. The power of lightning release increased exponentially with the support of water release. Two different attributes of chakra intertwined perfectly in midair. A violent dragon, hundreds of meters long and composed entirely of water currents and high-voltage lightning, formed instantly. The lightning water dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. The surrounding air was scorched by the lightning, emitting a burnt smell. The powerful wind pressure swept up all the gravel on the ground. This had already surpassed the scope of ordinary ninjutsu. This was a man-made natural disaster, released by the combined power of 20,000 people. Go to hell. Darui roared at the top of his lungs. The lightning water dragon, carrying world-destroying momentum, crushed down maniacally towards Uchiha Yoru's location. Wherever the dragon passed, the ground was forcibly plowed into a bottomless trench. Facing this overwhelming combined attack, there was no panic on Uchiha Yoru's face. He slowly turned around. His deep gaze looked at Terumi Mei and Konan behind him. Stand behind me. Uchiha Yoru's voice carried an irresistible sense of security. No matter what happens, do not leave my side for even a step. The two women nodded obediently. They leaned tightly against Uchiha Yoru's back, their eyes full of absolute trust in this man. Uchiha Yoru turned his head back. He faced the whistling lightning water dragon and slowly raised his hands. Strength in numbers. Uchiha Yoru let out an extremely mocking sneer. In front of a god, quantity is nothing more than a meaningless Arabic numeral. The ripples in the purple rinnegan in Uchiha Yoru's eye sockets flowed. An unimaginably massive amount of senjutsu chakra erupted with a roar. A deep blue energy storm surged straight into the clouds. The violent airflow instantly tore the surrounding clouds to shreds. Condense. Following Uchiha Yoru's whisper, deep blue chakra constructed rapidly in midair. Thick bones appeared out of thin air. Immediately after came the meridians, then the tough flesh, and finally the Karasu Tengu armor that emitted a cold, metallic luster. A perfect Susanoo, standing over hundreds of meters tall like an ancient demon god, rose from the ground. Its huge shadow instantly shrouded the entire valley, completely shielding Uchiha Yoru and the two women within the crystal at its very center. What kind of monster is that? The Kumigakure ninja on the walls screamed in terror. It's too big. It's taller than the mountains. Darui's hand, gripping the sword, trembled violently. He watched the deep blue demon god with wide eyes. The perfect Susanoo's arms suddenly crossed in front of it. Violent senjutsu chakra gathered rapidly in its palms. Hum, accompanied by a high-frequency chakra oscillation sound that made eardrums ache, two massive chakra swords, hundreds of meters long and wreathed in deep blue lightning, formed instantly. Susanoo dual blades. The pressure emitted by the giant swords made the originally aggressive lightning water dragon seem somewhat dim and lusterless. Combined ninjutsu. Uchiha Yoru stood inside the crystal of the Susanoo, looking down at the dragon that had rushed before him. It's simply like a water pistol played with by children. Uchiha Yoru's arms swung outward violently. The perfect Susanoo synchronously performed a slashing motion. Those two massive lightning swords carved two dazzling, extreme cross-shaped sword beams in midair. Carrying terrifying power that tore through space, they slashed fiercely at the lightning water dragon. There was no deafening explosion, nor was there any chakra stalemate. The lightning swords, like cutting through tofu, cleanly and decisively sliced the hundreds of meters-long lightning water dragon into 4 pieces from the very center. The violent lightning dissipated instantly. The massive water currents lost the support of chakra and turned into torrential rain that poured down. The strongest ninjutsu released by the 20,000 people combined didn't even last half a second before being completely crushed in front of the Susanoo dual blades. Impossible. Darui was shocked and lost all color. He couldn't believe that the power of 20,000 people could be so vulnerable. However, Uchiha Yoru's attack hadn't ended yet. After the Susanoo dual blades shredded the lightning water dragon, the momentum of the sword beams didn't weaken at all. The huge cross-shaped sword beams, carrying irresistible force, slashed fiercely onto the sturdy fortress built of obsidian. Boom! An earth-shattering roar exploded in the valley. The massive military fortress, standing dozens of meters high, was directly split with 2 bottomless, huge cracks under the slash of the sword beams. The hard city walls collapsed with a roar. Countless gravel flew in all directions like a meteor shower. The violent physical shockwave was like a receding tsunami, sweeping wildly towards both sides from the point of impact of the sword beams. This shockwave was simply not something human power could resist. The 20,000 Kumigakure garrison soldiers on the walls didn't even have time to scream before they were directly blown into midair by this overwhelming shockwave. Dense figures flailed in the air, and their weapons scattered everywhere. Darui tried his best to plunge his broad-bladed sword into the ground, attempting to stabilize his figure. But the power of the shockwave was simply too terrifying. He only held on for 1 second before he and his sword were blown away dozens of meters, slamming heavily against the rocks behind. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from Darui's mouth. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He couldn't even lift a finger. There was no cruel and bloody dismemberment, nor was there any horrific sea of fire. Uchiha Yoru merely used 1 slash of the Susanoo dual blades to shatter the city wall, and the accompanying physical shockwave completely cleared out the 20,000 regular army soldiers of a great nation. Rain filling the sky mixed with gravel fell down. The entire valley returned to silence once again. The once impregnable fortress had become a ruin. The 20,000 Kumigakure ninja lay scattered in the mud and water. The vast majority had already been knocked unconscious by the shockwave. The few who remained conscious were lying on the ground, wailing in pain, having completely lost all combat capability. The last line of defense leading to the daimyo palace of the Land of Lightning was directly crushed by Uchiha Yoru in the most unreasonable and overbearing way. Uchiha Yoru slowly retracted the perfect Susanoo. The massive energy demon god turned into specks of blue light and dissipated into the air. He still maintained his posture with his hands in his pockets. His black trench coat was not stained with a single speck of dust. Terumi, Mei, and Conan stood behind him. In the beautiful eyes of the 2 women flickered an inseparable obsession and adoration. "Let's go." Uchiha Yoru didn't look at the defeated stragglers on the ground. He took calm strides, stepping on the ruins of the fortress, and walked straight towards the direction of the daimyo palace. The road ahead no longer had any obstacles. Chapter 97, the Allied forces defeated defeat and the mass hunt order. Endless rain washed over the ruins scattered across the ground. The fortress walls, standing dozens of meters high, had been reduced to rubble. The final line of defense, leading from the Land of Lightning to the daimyo palace, had completely collapsed. 20,000 Kumigakure ninja lay scattered in the muddy water. Darui lay beneath a massive rock. Several of his ribs were broken. Every breath he took brought up bloody foam. He could only look in despair at the man, wearing a black trench coat. Yoru didn't even look down at Darui. A loser of this caliber wasn't worth his time. Yoru took calm, measured steps. His combat boots splashed into the puddles, producing crisp footsteps. Terumi May and Conan followed closely behind him. The three of them stepped over the remains of the Kumigakure army. Ahead lay the Palace of the Land of Lightning's Daimyo Palace. The palace gates were tightly shut. There was no sound at all in the surroundings. The guards on the high walls had long since been terrified by the sight of the collapsing fortress. They had discarded their bows, arrows, and ninja tools. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at Yoru. Yoru walked up to the 10-meter-tall, luxurious gate. He did not stop. He merely released a faint sliver of pressure from his rinnegan. Bang! The heavy, solid copper gate collapsed inward with a boom under the invisible force. The marble-paved ground was smashed, creating huge cracks. Yoru led the two women directly into the main hall. The main hall was resplendent with gold and jade. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning sat slumped on the throne at the very top. His crown was already crooked. His entire body was trembling violently. Dozens of the daimyo palace's personal samurai stood on either side of the hall. But the hands of these samurai holding their swords were shaking. They had seen with their own eyes the two giant thunder swords outside the window that looked like divine punishment. They knew the man before them was simply not human. Clang! One samurai could not withstand Yoru's terrifying aura. The samurai sword in his hand fell to the ground. This sound seemed to be a signal. All the samurai threw down their weapons one after another. They knelt on the ground. They buried their heads deep into the carpet. The daimyo scrambled and tumbled down from the throne. His face was covered in tears of terror. "Don't kill me." The daimyo's voice was hoarse and cracked. "It's all the fourth Reikage's fault. He was the one who insisted on provoking you. It has nothing to do with me." The daimyo crawled toward Yoru like a dog. Yoru stopped. He looked down condescendingly at this supreme ruler of the Land of Lightning. There was no pity in his eyes, only endless contempt. "I recall." Yoru's voice was calm. "Your Land of Lightning put up 10 billion ryo for my head." The daimyo kowtowed frantically. His forehead hit the floor, drawing blood. "I will revoke the bounty immediately. I will announce it to the entire ninja world at once. My lord, please be magnanimous and spare me." Yoru let out a cold laugh. "Revoke it. I came here specifically to collect the reward today." Yoru put his hands in his pockets. "Go and open your national treasury. If even one ryo is missing, I will twist your head off and kick it like a ball." The daimyo felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He dared not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately shouted at his confidants behind him. "Go open the door quickly. Move all the money out. Soon." The door to the national treasury deep within the daimyo palace was slowly pushed open. Dazzling golden light poured out from within. Mountains of chakra gold bricks and massive amounts of banknotes filled dozens of huge shelves. The accumulated wealth of the Land of Lightning over hundreds of years was all gathered here. This far exceeded the amount of 10 billion ryo. Yoru looked at the wealth. His expression remained unchanged. He turned his head slightly. "Conan, collect the items." Conan nodded. She stepped forward. She took out a special space-sealing scroll from her red cloud black robe. Paper scraps filled the sky. The gold bricks and banknotes in the treasury were wrapped by the paper. They quickly turned into streams of light and flew into the scroll. The massive national treasury was completely emptied in just a few minutes. Terumi May stood by Yoru's side. She looked at Yoru's cold profile with eyes full of infatuation. She took out a handkerchief, emitting a faint fragrance from her bosom. She gently wiped a trace of moisture from the collar of Yoru's trench coat. "My lord, the Land of Lightning has been completely hollowed out this time. They can no longer pose any threat to you." Terumi May's voice was gentle. Yoru lifted his chin dismissively. They were never a threat to begin with. Conan put away the scroll filled with 10 billion ryo. She walked back to Yoru's side. Yoru, the money has been collected. Yoru turned and walked out of the main hall. He turned his back on the daimyo kneeling on the ground. Keep your dog life. In the future, if you save up enough money again, you are welcome to continue putting a bounty on me. Yoru led the two women into the wind and rain outside. Only the desperate wailing of the daimyo remained in the main hall. In just half a day, the Land of Lightning's proudest defense line was completely wiped out. The national treasury was looted clean. This news could not be contained. As if it had grown wings, it spread across the entire ninja world at a terrifying speed. Land of Earth. Iwagakure Tsuchikage building. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, hovered in midair. He stared intensely at the top-secret intelligence scroll in his hand. His hands were trembling violently. The Kumagakure army of 20,000 has been completely defeated. The fourth Raikage is critically injured and dying. The daimyo palace has been looted. Onoki's breathing became extremely rapid. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Kuretsuchi stood to the side. Her face was full of shock. Grandfather, how is this possible? The Land of Lightning's military strength is not inferior to ours. Onoki gritted his teeth. In his mind, he recalled the fear he once faced against Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yoru. What kind of demon god has Konoha forced out? Onoki slammed the table. Pass my order. Contact the Land of Wind, the remnants of the Land of Water, and the Land of Iron immediately. The power of a single nation absolutely cannot stop him. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The fourth Kazekage Rasa looked at the same intelligence. His face was livid. He immediately issued a strict order for the entire village to be under martial law. Land of Iron. The leader of the neutral country's samurai, Mifune, issued an urgent call. The eyes of the entire ninja world were focused on that man wearing the black trench coat. The rulers of the major nations felt an unprecedented panic for their survival. They finally understood. If they did not take extreme measures, the entire ninja world would be completely crushed by this arrogant man. The surviving high-ranking officials of the 5 great nations held emergency consultations through secret channels. 2 days later, an unprecedented joint wanted poster was issued from the Land of Iron. This wanted poster bore the seals of the daimyos and cage of the major nations. This was the ultimate bounty that combined the will of all nations in the ninja world. The Great Hunt Order. Target Uchiha Yoru. Bounty no limit. The wanted poster clearly stated, as long as one can provide the accurate whereabouts of Uchiha Yoru, one can obtain absolute rule over a medium-sized city. As long as one can kill Uchiha Yoru, the 5 great nations will unconditionally honor them as the supreme commander of the ninja world allied forces, and obtain lifetime access to the national treasuries of all countries. Once this great hunt order was issued, the underground black market of the entire ninja world fell into total madness. All bounty hunters, all rogue ninja, even those old monsters who lived in seclusion, were completely blinded by this sky-high bounty. A bloody net targeting Uchiha Yoru had been cast, and on the border mountain road of the Land of Lightning, Yoru was walking leisurely with the 2 women. Conan held the scroll just, intercepted from an intelligence bird. Her cold face had a hint of gravity. Yoru, the 5 great nations have issued a great hunt order. You are now the veritable public enemy of the entire ninja world. Conan handed the scroll to Yoru. The elite assassination units of various nations are gathering in our direction. The road ahead back to Mangekyou must be filled with nets and traps. Terumi may let out a cold laugh from the side. A bunch of rabble. Her beautiful eyes were filled with blind worship for Yoru. No matter how many come, they are just throwing their lives away for Lord Yoru. Even if the entire ninja world joins forces, it is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yoru did not take the scroll. He stopped. He looked up at the distant sky. There was not a shred of fear in his purple rinnegan. Instead, it revealed endless arrogance and bloodthirsty excitement. The Great Hunt Order. Yoru let out a thunderous laugh. The laughter echoed continuously in the valley. Good. Very good. Yoru put his hands in his trench coat pockets. A chilling, intimidating gleam flashed in the depths of his profound eyes. I originally thought it was too much of a waste of time to go find them one by one, since they are taking the initiative to unite and die. Then I will grant them their wish. Yoru strode forward, walking straight toward the road ahead, with no intention of hiding his tracks at all. Let them come. I will, in this ninja world. Pile up the highest throne with their corpses. 98. Chapter 98 Intuitive Rescue of the Beauty and Severing the Dog's Claw. On the broad and flat border road of the Land of Lightning. He had both hands in the pockets of his black trench coat. His pace was leisurely. He did not deliberately hide his tracks. Nor did he choose remote, hidden paths. Terumi, Mei, and Conan followed by his sides, one on the left and one on the right. Both women's expressions held a trace of solemnity. That unlimited grand pursuit order had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. At this very moment, no one knew how many top-tier assassins and bounty hunters were hidden in the shadows. They were like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, rushing frantically toward their location. On both sides of the road ahead were dense primeval forests. Sunlight spilled onto the ground through the gaps in the leaves. The light and shadows were mottled. There were no sounds of birds or insects around. The air was filled with an extremely uncomfortable sense of oppression. Lord Yi. Terumi Mei quietly moved closer to Yi's side. Her hand had already reached for the ninja tool pouch at her waist. There are many faint chakra fluctuations in the surrounding forest. They are hidden very deeply. There are at least dozens of different assassination squads. The paper wings behind Conan opened slightly. These people have gone completely mad for the bounty. Should we clear out a wave first to establish authority? He didn't even break the rhythm of his footsteps in the slightest. No need to pay them any mind. Yi's voice was calm yet arrogant. A bunch of trash who don't even dare to stand before me. They only deserve to hide in the gutters and drool. As long as they dare to stretch out their claws, I will chop them all off. At this time, deep in the dense forest, less than 50 meters from Yi, 5 top-tier bounty hunters in gray camouflage were lying on the tree canopy. They were the Shadowless Squad, notorious in the underground black market. They were proficient in a top-secret assassination technique that could completely hide heartbeats and chakra. Even sensory ninja could not detect their presence. Captain, that man is too arrogant. One hunter transmitted a message to the captain through a special sign language. He's actually walking down the road so openly. This is simply looking down on all the hunters in the ninja world. The captain's eyes under the mask flickered with greedy light. Arrogance is his greatest weakness. The regular armies of the great nations can't do anything to him because their targets are too large. We deal in the business of one-hit kills. The 2 women beside him are his weakness. The captain quickly issued combat orders. Target the brown-haired woman. Attack her with the breath-severing poison blade. As long as he's distracted trying to save her, his back will reveal a fatal opening. Then we'll work together to cut off his head. The 5 hunters nodded simultaneously. They pulled out dark black short blades coated with lethal poison. These short blades wouldn't reflect any light under the sun, nor would they produce any sound of breaking air when swung. They were absolute murder weapons, specifically used to hunt cage-level experts. Do it! The captain roared in his heart. 5 gray figures, like incorporeal ghosts, dove down from the tree canopy without any warning. They didn't leak a shred of killing intent. Their speed was at the absolute limit. 5 dark poison blades wove into a net of death in midair, heading straight for the back of Terumi, Mei's heart and neck. This was a perfectly coordinated assassination formation. Once locked on by this formation, even if the target reacted, there was absolutely no room to dodge. Although Terumi Mei was a battle-hardened expert, attacks that completely masked chakra and killing intent were truly too bizarre. by the time she noticed the faint change in airflow behind her. Those 5 fatal poison blades were less than half a foot from her body. Who is it? Terumi was pale with fright. She just wanted to form hand seals to release lava release. But the assassin's speed was simply too fast. So fast that she didn't have time to complete a single seal. Got him. The bounty hunter captain's eyes erupted with ecstatic light. As long as this blade pierced in, endless wealth and power would belong to him. However, at this critical moment of life and death, Yi, walking at the very front, suddenly stopped. He didn't even turn his head. He didn't even activate the Sharingan in his eye sockets. The intuition talent, rewarded by the system, was triggered at this moment. This absolute intuition, transcending the 5 senses and chakra perception, allowed Yi's brain to clearly construct all the attack trajectories and blind spots of the 5 assassins behind him within 0.01 seconds. The assassination formation that had no openings, before Yi's intuition, was as full of flaws as a child's game. Yi casually turned half his body around. He reached out with his strong left arm and grabbed Terumi's wrist. Lord Yi. Terumi hadn't even reacted yet. An irresistible, domineering force came through. She was suddenly pulled backward by Yi, crashing directly into a broad and solid chest. Yi's left arm naturally wrapped around her slender waist, protecting her completely and securely in his embrace. Don't move. Yi's voice sounded above Terumi's head, magnetic and filled with an authority that brooked no disobedience. A few reckless wild dogs want to dirty your clothes. A strong masculine scent rushed over, completely enveloping Terumi. She leaned against Yi's chest, listening to this man's steady and powerful heartbeat. That fatal sense of crisis vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of absolute security. This proud queen of the land of water instantly had a charming blush on her cheeks. Her heart pounded wildly. She shrunk obediently in Yi's arms, not moving a single finger. Under this man's protection, she felt that nothing in this world could harm her. At the same time that Yi pulled Terumi into his arms, the 5 bounty hunters' poison blades had already reached Yi. Due to the sudden disappearance of the target, their formation showed an imperceptible stagnation. But the captain still gritted his teeth and changed the attack trajectory. Since you're looking for death, I'll shred you along with her. 5 poison blades stabbed fiercely at Yi's back and the side of his neck. You're the ones looking for death. The corner of Yi's mouth curled into an extremely cruel and cold arc. His right hand had already rested on the hilt of the blade, at his waist at some point. Clang! A crisp and pleasant sound of a blade, ringing out, suddenly exploded on the mountain path. The blade of thunder unsheathed violently. The violent, deep blue lightning instantly lit up the entire dense forest. He didn't even bother to parry the incoming poison blades. He gripped the hilt with an extreme speed that was completely impossible for the naked eye to capture. Carrying the Akatsuki clan's chakra refining method, he casually delivered a horizontal slash toward his side and rear. Slash! A crescent-shaped, brilliant lightning blade beam, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the dark night, drew a fatal arc in the air. This blade beam was not only extremely fast, but also contained a terrifying, indestructible cutting force. How is this possible? The bounty hunter captain only saw a flash of blue light. The speed he was so proud of was like a slow-motion replay before this strike. He tried desperately to pull back his arm to defend, but it was too late. Puff, puff, puff. A series of hair-raising sounds of flesh tearing rang out in quick succession. The lightning blade beam sliced through the defensive lines of the 5 assassins without any resistance. 5 arms holding poison blades were all severed directly from their shoulders, thrown high into the air. A large amount of blood sprayed from the severed limbs. Dyeing the surrounding green leaves a shocking dark red. Alia! The 5 top bounty hunters let out shrill screams. Their perfect hidden state was completely shattered by the intense pain. The 5 of them tumbled backward like broken kites, falling heavily onto the muddy mountain path. They clutched their severed arms, where blood gushed like a fountain, rolling frantically on the ground in agony. With just one strike, without even half a second of engagement, this top assassination squad, which claimed to have never failed in the underground black market, had their entire combat power cleanly and efficiently crippled by Yi. My hand is severed. The hunter captain's features were completely distorted with pain. He looked at his empty right shoulder, his eyes filled with unconcealed, extreme terror. That man hadn't even looked back at them once. With just a casual draw of his blade, he had precisely severed the attacking arms of all of them. This intuition that saw through everything and the terrifying speed of his blade had completely surpassed the limits of a human ninja. He slowly returned the blade of thunder to its scabbard. The blade entering the scabbard made a crisp click, as if the Shinigami had tolled a funeral bell. Yi lowered his head, looking at Teramime, who was still obediently closing her eyes in his arms. "It's fine now." Yi's voice returned to its calm state. "Just a few blind dogs, I've already cut off their claws." Teramime slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at the assassins rolling on the ground, then at Yi's composed face. The obsession and admiration in her heart had completely overflowed. "Thank you for saving my life, my lord." Teramime's voice was soft and gentle, filled with unreserved partiality. She did not leave Yi's embrace immediately. Instead, she naturally raised her fair hands and gently straightened the collar of Yi's trench coat. "This trash ruined your mood. They really deserve to die." Conan, standing to the side, had seen everything that just happened. A flash of shock passed over her perennial ice-gold face. His intuition is actually faster than my sensory paper scraps. Conan marveled inwardly. For that kind of silent assassination just now, even I would need half a second to react. But he could anticipate it in advance and counter perfectly. This man's strength seemed to have no end. You let go of Teramime. He turned around, looking down from a height at the 5 bounty hunters still wailing on the ground. He strode forward. His combat boots stepped on the blood-soaked soil. Walking up to the captain, he leaned down slightly, his gaze cold to the extreme. "With only this much skill, you dare to take the unlimited Grand Pursuit order." Yi's voice was filled with extreme disdain. "Your claws reached out too far." The hunter captain trembled all over from the pain, looking at Yi in terror. You monster." The captain gritted his teeth. "Don't get C***Y. The Grand Pursuit order has alerted everyone. There are hundreds and thousands of hunters hidden in this forest. You won't make it out alive." Yi let out an earth-shattering laugh. "Hundreds and thousands." Yi slowly stood up straight. He didn't kill the captain, because trash of this level didn't even have the qualification for him to deliver a finishing blow. He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dense and dark forest on both sides of the road. His voice, through the vibration of Senjutsu chakra, was like rolling thunder, constantly echoing over the entire mountain forest. "Are you all hiding in the bushes eating dirt?" Yi's tone was boundlessly arrogant. He directly mocked all the enemies hidden in the shadows. "Since you want my life, then get the hell out here and take it. Don't hide your heads like a bunch of shrinking turtles." Along with Yi's domineering shout, intense movement finally came from deep within the forest. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The sound of countless leaves rubbing together merged into one. Those bounty hunters and wandering rogue ninja who had originally intended to find an opening, after witnessing the tragic state of the shadowless squad, finally realized. Before this monster, any sneak attack or assassination was futile. To take that staggering bounty, the only way was to rely on absolute numbers for a frontal assault. "Kill him!" Charged together, he's only one person. Roars filled with greed and killing intent erupted in the forest. Following that, dense figures like a black tide frantically surged out from the forest on both sides of the road. They held all kinds of ninja tools in their hands. Their faces were written with an extreme thirst for wealth. in just a few seconds. The mountain path ahead was completely blocked by this group of desperados. At a rough glance, there were at least 500 people. This was a temporary army composed of the most cold-blooded killers in the ninja world. Chakras of various colors and attributes rose from their bodies. Their killing intent converged, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Facing this dense crowd and the oncoming killing intent, he still had both hands in the pockets of his trench coat. The ripples of the purple Rinnegan in his eye sockets flowed. The cruel arc at the corner of his mouth grew wider and wider. That's more like it. Yi's voice was calm, yet it was like a sentence from the Shinigami. Gathering you all together just happens to save me the trouble of finding you one by one. 99, Chapter 99, everyone is subdued and the way of heaven approaches. Over 500 bounty hunters were like bloodthirsty beasts released from their cages. They were the most cold-blooded and ruthless outlaws in the underground black market. Every one of them had their hands stained with countless amounts of blood. But at this moment, that great pursuit order, which represented endless wealth, had completely blinded them to the fear of death. 10 billion ryo, plus the absolute right to rule a medium-sized city. Such rewards were enough to drive any ninja into total madness. Don't let him get away. He's only one person. Even if he is a monster, we can crush him with sheer numbers. The one-eyed hunter leading them brandished a massive meteor hammer and roared at the top of his lungs. Go cut off his head. Killing intent from all over the mountains converged, causing the temperature of this primeval forest to drop sharply. Boom, booms, boom. Hundreds of ninjas began to form hand seals simultaneously. Chakra of various attributes flickered wildly on both sides of the road. The scorching fireballs of fire release. The sharp kametachi of wind release. The high-pressure water guns of water release. The violent electric grids of lightning release. The massive boulders of earth release. Hundreds of advanced ninjutsu intertwined and fused in midair, turning into a multicolored torrent of destruction capable of wiping out a small town. This torrent carried a world-destroying pressure, uprooting the towering trees along the way. Layers of soil were swept off the ground. It swept toward Uchiha Yoru's face, with the force of a mountain toppling into the sea. Faced with this overwhelming and suffocating joint kill, Terumi Mei and Conan's expressions instantly turned solemn. Terumi Mei immediately took a step forward. Her hands moved rapidly, preparing to release a large-scale lava release to block this torrent. Conan also unfolded the white paper wings behind her. Countless sharp pieces of paper swirled rapidly around her. However, at the moment the two women were about to counterattack, a pair of warm, large hands pressed onto each of their shoulders. Stand back. Uchiha Yoru's voice was calm, without a single ripple. Yet it carried an absolute dominance that brooked no defiance. This kind of boring trick isn't worthy of dirtying your clothes. Terumi Mei felt the warmth of Uchiha Yoru's palm. She immediately and obediently stopped her hand seals. A smile of reassurance appeared on her beautiful face. She submissively retreated behind Uchiha Yoru. Conan also retracted her paper wings. She stared unblinkingly at this tall and straight back, wanting to see how he would resolve the siege of these hundreds of people. Uchiha Yoru still maintained a lazy posture with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even draw the blade of thunder at his waist. The purple Rinnegan shifted slightly in his eyes. His deep gaze coldly swept across the group of crazed outlaws ahead. Is quantity supposed to be useful? The corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled into an extremely cruel and arrogant arc. Before me, you don't even have the qualification to be cannon fodder. As his voice fell, Uchiha Yoru didn't form any hand seals at all. He just slightly raised his chin. An indescribable and terrifying pressure erupted from within him. This was the life magnetic field of the perfect sage body, coupled with the supreme divine aura of the Rinnegan. The two fused perfectly, forming a materialized regal aura capable of crushing the soul. This aura ignored all physical rules. it turned into a visible deep blue circular shockwave, sweeping wildly in all directions with Uchiha Yoru as the center. Boom! The violent pressure collided head-on with the five-colored ninjutsu torrent gathered by those hundreds of people. There was no world-shaking explosion, nor was there any intense stalemate of chakra. That seemingly world-destroying joint ninjutsu, the moment it touched Uchiha Yoru's pressure, was like fragile glass hitting an insurmountable divine wall of steel. Crack, crack. Hundreds of ninjutsu shattered inch by inch, turning into countless tiny, heatless spots of light, completely dissipating and vanishing in midair. But the pressure released by Uchiha Yoru did not lose its momentum. Like a backward-surging super tsunami, it slammed hard into the dense crowd of bounty hunters. The hundreds of top killers in the front were the first to be hit. They didn't even have time to scream. They only felt as if their brains had been struck by a 10,000-ton hammer. The pain of their souls being forcibly torn apart instantly overwhelmed them. Blood sprayed from their 7 orifices. Their eyes immediately rolled back. The weapons in their hands slipped powerlessly. Their entire bodies were as if their spines had been pulled out, instantly collapsing and falling. This pressure was like an invisible scythe, ruthlessly and efficiently harvesting their consciousness in the crowd. What kind of monster is this? The bounty hunters in the rear stopped in terror. They watched helplessly as their companions fell in swaths. An extreme fear, originating from the depths of their souls, completely shattered their feverish greed for wealth. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the muddy ground became a continuous thud. In just 10 seconds, of the originally aggressive 500-plus bounty hunters, more than 400 had directly fainted. The ground was covered with limp bodies lying in all directions. Although the remaining dozens of people did not completely lose consciousness, thanks to their deep chakra, their mental defenses had been completely pulverized. Their legs were weak, and their entire bodies were shaking like sieves. Clang! A blood-stained kunai fell to the ground, followed by the crisp sound of countless weapons hitting the ground. The surviving bounty hunters could no longer bear this terrifying pressure. They all knelt in the mud together, pressing their heads firmly against the ground, not even having the courage to take a single look at the man in black. Mercy! We won't dare do it again. Humble pleas for mercy rang out intermittently on the mountain path. Without expending a single soldier, without even moving a finger, relying solely on the terrifying aura emitted by a single gaze, he had completely subdued hundreds of the most brutal killers in the entire ninja world. This was absolute power, like a dimensional reduction strike. The originally noisy and clamorous mountain path now had no discordant sounds whatsoever. Terumime looked at Uchiha Yoru's kingly and grand back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples. The obsession and admiration in the depths of her eyes had reached an extreme intensity. She moved her long legs, walking to Uchiha Yoru's side, naturally extending her fair hands, gently smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles on the collar of Uchiha Yoru's trench coat. My lord. Terumime's voice was soft and gentle, filled with unreserved partiality. These things that don't know their place. Do you want me to clear them all out for you? Uchiha Yoru looked down at Terumime's beautiful face. He calmly retracted the pressure that oppressed all living beings. No need to dirty your hands. Uchiha Yoru's tone returned to being calm, yet it still carried an unparalleled arrogance. Just a bunch of trash whose courage has been broken. Keep their dog lives. Let them spread the fear from here throughout the underground black markets of the entire ninja world. I want everyone who hears my name to only be able to sleep with their eyes open. Conan stood on the other side. She looked at the hunters kneeling all over the ground. Her assessment of this man's strength in her heart was once again raised infinitely. Being able to instantly kill hundreds of elites just by relying on his aura. This kind of pure soul crushing had completely surpassed the cognitive range of a conventional ninja. Uchiha Yoru turned his head. just as he was about to continue walking forward. Suddenly, his footsteps paused slightly. A sharp and dangerous light flashed in his purple Rinnegan. The surrounding air underwent a strange change at this moment. The sky, which originally had some sunlight, instantly became incredibly dark. The clouds high in the sky began to churn and gather violently. The mountain wind stalled. The leaves no longer swayed. Even the faint sound of insects on the ground completely disappeared. An inexplicable sense of pressure, as if coming from another dimension, slowly descended from the 9 heavens. A powerful chakra is approaching. Conan reacted immediately. A rare solemnity appeared on her cold face. She suddenly looked up, her gaze firmly locked on the churning clouds above. This chakra fluctuation. Conan's pupils shrank slightly. She was too familiar with this aura. This aura that carried no human emotion and was high and mighty like a god. "It's the leader," Conan said in a low voice, her tone carrying a hint of complex emotion. Hearing Conan's words, Terumi May immediately gripped the ninja tool pouch at her waist. She looked at the sky as if facing a great enemy. The leader of the Akatsuki organization. The man known as God. She had heard of the terror of that existence in intelligence reports. Uchiha Yoru still maintained his posture with his hands in his pockets. He slowly raised his head. His gaze pierced through that thick layer of dark clouds, finally willing to crawl out from the gutter. The corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled into a cold arc full of mockery. In midair, accompanied by a low and highly penetrating boom, the air rippled like water, spreading out in visible circles. A tall and grand figure slowly descended from the clouds. He wore a black robe with red clouds. His orange hair looked exceptionally piercing in the dim light. Several black chakra receivers were inserted into his face. Those ring-shaped Rinnegan that emitted a cold aura looked down at the earth below without any emotion. Deva Path Pain, a god descending. Pain suspended in midair 10 meters above the ground. He didn't look at those bounty hunters kneeling and shivering on the ground. His gaze passed over Conan and Terumi May, directly locking onto Uchiha Yoru, standing in the middle of the road. Uchiha Yoru. Pain's voice was ethereal and without any emotional ups and downs, as if it were a proclamation descending from the 9 heavens. Your actions in the land of lightning have exceeded the bottom line. Pain's gaze fell on Uchiha Yoru's Rinnegan, which also emitted a purple glow. The surrounding air emitted faint pops due to the flow of his massive chakra. You looted the treasury of the Land of Lightning's Daimyo Palace, triggered an unprecedented joint Great Pursuit order from the 5 great nations. This kind of meaningless killing and endless chaos will only cause the Akatsuki organization's plans to deviate from their original course. Hearing this high and mighty accusation, Uchiha Yoru not only didn't restrain himself in the slightest. Instead, he let out a world-shaking wild laugh. Uchiha Yoru's laughter echoed continuously in the valley, filled with endless contempt and mockery for this so-called god. Bottom line, Uchiha Yoru stopped laughing. His gaze became cold and dominant to the extreme. In this ninja world, wherever my feet step, that is the bottom line. Uchiha Yoru slightly raised his chin, unhesitatingly meeting Pain's cold Rinnegan. You think that by wearing a dead man's skin and hiding in a dark corner, you can give orders in front of me? Pain's gaze instantly became incredibly sharp. The surrounding space underwent a violent distortion due to the fluctuations in his emotions. A terrifying, repulsive force was rapidly brewing within his body. Of the power of God, Pain slowly raised a hand, pointing directly at Uchiha Yoru's face. You know nothing. God? Uchiha Yoru sneered. He wasn't afraid of Pain's world-destroying threat at all. Don't flatter yourself. You're just a coward who doesn't even dare to show his true body. Uchiha Yoru slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. His 5 fingers spread open. Pitch-black advanced armament haki instantly wrapped around his palm. Since you've delivered yourself to my door, Uchiha Yoru's tone was calm, yet it carried a soul-shivering, crazed killing intent. Then I will personally shatter this hypocritical idol of yours, and let you see who is the only dominator of this world. Two pairs of the ninja world's most peak Rinnegan stared each other down in midair. The air was filled with a thick smell of gunpowder, enough to instantly ignite the entire forest. A world-shaking battle, destined to overturn the entire ninja world's structure. On this mountain path, shrouded in blood and fear, was on the verge of breaking out. 100, Chapter 100, taking over power. Dark clouds hung low in the sky. Two pairs of Rinnegan, emitting a purple glow, faced off in midair. Deva Pathpain didn't waste any more words. He slowly raised his right hand. His palm was aimed directly at Yoru, who stood in the middle of the road. Shinra Tensei. Pain's voice was devoid of any emotion. A terrifying, repulsive force, like an overwhelming tide, erupted violently. The air along its path was extremely compressed, emitting a sharp, piercing sonic boom. Soil and rubble on the ground were instantly blown away. This power was enough to level a mountain peak. Facing this world-destroying attack, Yoru remained still, his hands still tucked in his pockets. The mockery at the corner of his mouth grew even more intense. Playing with repulsive force in front of me. You've come to the wrong ancestor. Yoru didn't form any hand seals at all. He simply widened his eyes slightly. The purple ripples within his eye sockets spun at high speed. Shinra Tensei. Yoru let out a low shout. A six paths repulsive force, several times larger than that of Deva Pathpain, swept out from Yoru's body like a volcanic eruption. The two most peak repulsive forces in the ninja world collided violently in midair. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the heavens. There was no deadlock. The repulsive force released by Yoru, with an absolutely domineering posture, instantly crushed Deva Pathpain's attack. The violent shockwave rolled back, smashing heavily into Deva Pathpain's body. Pain's majestic figure instantly lost balance in midair. He was like a cannonball being blasted away. Flying backward frantically, he crashed heavily into a mountain wall hundreds of meters away. The hard rock was smashed into a giant deep pit. Rubble completely buried his body. Far away in a secret chamber, within a high tower in the hidden rain village, Nagato suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His emaciated body trembled violently. This is impossible. Nagato's eyes were full of horror. How could he possess such an enormous ocular power? That level of repulsive force completely overwhelmed the Deva path. On the mountain path, Konan stood behind Yoru. She watched Deva Pathpain being blasted away, and her breathing instantly stopped. That was the invincible god in her heart. Yet he couldn't even last a single move before this man. Leader, Konan murmured to herself. A massive crack appeared in her eternally frozen emotional defenses. Yoru ignored Konan's shock. He pulled out his right hand. His 5 fingers were aimed at the ruins of the distant mountain wall. Universal pull. An irresistible and terrifying gravitational force erupted. Deva Pathpain, buried in the pile of rubble, was forcibly pulled out. He flew toward Yoru uncontrollably. Pain stabilized his figure in midair. 2 black chakra receiver rods slid out from his sleeves. He aimed them at Yoru's vitals and stabbed down fiercely. Overestimating yourself. Yoru didn't dodge at all. A layer of pitch-black armament, haki, instantly covered his left hand. Yoru raised his hand and swung. Cracked. The indestructible black rods were snapped directly by Yoru with one hand. The next second, Yoru's large hand firmly gripped Deva Pathpain's neck, lifting him high into the air. Pain's body could not move. He felt the bottomless, terrifying chakra within Yoru's body. Nagato. Yoru looked at this lifeless puppet. His voice penetrated the link of the Kagura mirror technique, exploding directly in Nagato's mind. Put away those ridiculous tests. Don't use this kind of dead man's toy to challenge my patience. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I would follow the trail of your chakra right now and twist your head off. Nagato's face in the hidden rain village turned pale. He completely understood the gap in strength between the two. If he continued to provoke this man, the entire Akatsuki organization would be wiped out today. Devapath Pain stopped struggling. Those cold Rinnegan eyes looked at Yoru. You win. Pain's voice was somewhat hoarse. The Akatsuki organization will no longer interfere in any of your actions. Yoru let out a cold laugh. He tossed Devapath Pain onto the ground like a piece of trash. Remember your words. Yoru turned around. He didn't give Pain another glance. Pain slowly stood up. He took a deep look at Yoru's back, then turned and disappeared into the rain. The crisis was resolved. Yoru started walking. He walked up to the bounty hunters kneeling on the ground. These hundreds of top killers from the underground black market were all trembling at this moment. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yoru looked down at them from above. The 5 great nations issued an unlimited grand pursuit order. Yoru's voice echoed in the valley. They want to use money to buy my life. Then I will set a new rule for them. Yoru's gaze was cold to the extreme. From today on, the rules of the underground black market will be set by me. The bounty hunters raised their heads one after another. Their eyes filled with awe and fear. Don't you like money? A cruel arc curled at the corner of Yoru's mouth. The grand pursuit order is now officially void. I will give you a chance to live. Yoru pointed in the direction of the 5 great nations. Go back and tell all the rats of the underground forces. I, Uchiha Yoru, am issuing a reverse bounty. From now on, whoever can bring the heads of the daimyos and cages of the 5 great nations, I will not only reward them with endless wealth, but I will also allow them to become the most loyal dog at my feet. Do you understand? These words were like a super earthquake, completely shattering the worldviews of these bounty hunters, issuing a reverse bounty on the rulers of the 5 great nations. What a crazy move. But in front of this man who displayed godlike power, no one dared to doubt the weight of these words. We understand. We are willing to serve Lord Yoru. Hundreds of bounty hunters kowtowed frantically. They were originally killers who came to hunt Yoru, but now they had become Yoru's most fanatical believers and lackeys. Yoru withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He had taken over the most cold-blooded force in the underground world. The 5 great nations wanted to use bounties to wear him down, so he would let them taste the feeling of being assassinated by the entire ninja world. Get lost. Yoru coldly spat out 2 words. Hundreds of bounty hunters felt as if they had been granted a grand pardon. They scrambled and disappeared into the forest. They would carry Yoru's terror and the reverse bounty order to every corner of the ninja world. A bloodbath targeting the great nations was about to be unleashed in the entire underground world. The surroundings finally quieted down. Yoru turned around. Terumi stepped forward quickly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an inseparable obsession. She took out that pure white handkerchief from her bosom and naturally held up Yoru's right hand. My lord, dealing with such a puppet really dirtied your hand. Terumi lowered her head, gently wiping Yoru's fingertips. She was completely immersed in this man's dominance. Yoru allowed her to serve him. He looked at Conan standing to the side. Conan's gaze was still somewhat complicated. She looked at this man who had just repelled her godlike leader, and then taken control of the underground black market with a turn of his hand. The awe in her heart was already deeply engraved into her marrow. Yoru reached out his left hand, grabbing Conan's slender waist, and forcibly pulling her into his embrace. Conan's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't struggle. She obediently leaned against Yoru's solid chest, feeling the strong masculine scent emanating from him. Yoru's right hand then wrapped around Terumi shoulder, with a woman in each arm. His posture was arrogant to the extreme. Let's go. Yoru led the 2 women forward along the mountain path. The game with the great nations has only just begun. The breeze blew against Yoru's black windbreaker. Their figures gradually disappeared at the end of the road. 101, Chapter 101, Reverse Bounty triggers riot in the black market of the entire ninja world. The underground black market has gone completely insane. Those hundreds of top-tier bounty hunters who fled back from the border of the Land of Lightning brought back terrifying news sufficient to subvert the entire landscape of the ninja world. The Great Manhunt Order, jointly issued by the 5 great nations, had become a complete joke. Uchiha Yoru was not only unharmed, he had suppressed Deva Path Pain on the spot. He even took over the supreme adjudicatory power of the entire ninja world's underground black market. A reverse bounty. The targets of the wanted posters had become the daimyo and the past cage of the 5 great nations. The bounty amount was endless wealth. One could even become a confidant of that godlike man. For this group of outlaws who lived every day with their heads on the line, this kind of temptation was more lethal than any faith. At an underground bounty station, somewhere on the border of the Land of Fire, the wanted poster for Uchiha Yoru, which had originally been posted in the most prominent position, was brutally torn to shreds. The owner of the bounty station, trembling all over, posted the portraits of the high-level officials of the 5 great nations. Have you heard? A wandering rogue ninja with a scar on his face had bloodshot eyes. Lord Yoru has spoken. As long as you can take the head of any daimyo, you can obtain inexhaustible chakra gold bricks. Another assassin carrying a horse-slaying saber licked his parched lips. Killing Uchiha Yoru is just seeking death. But killing those powerless daimyo is as easy as turning over a hand for us. A beast-like roar erupted within the entire bounty station. Hundreds of assassins were like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. They rushed out of the bounty station frantically. They sprinted toward the nearest daimyo palace. This scene was playing out simultaneously in every hidden corner of the ninja world. All underground forces were completely ignited by Yoru's reverse bounty. They no longer hid their tracks. They assembled into a massive assassination army. The bloody hunt targeting the rulers of the 5 great nations officially began. Land of Wind. Deep within the daimyo palace. Outside, the wind and sand howled. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was lying on a luxurious couch. He was surrounded by dozens of elite guards from Mangekyou, since the Mangekyou High Command had long ago issued a death order. The defense level of the daimyo palace had been raised to the highest, but such defense appeared incredibly fragile in the face of pervasive killing intent. What's that sound? A Mangekyou captain suddenly gripped his kunai tightly. He looked out at the pitch-black night outside the hall. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of poisoned senbon pierced through the window paper. They accurately stabbed into the throats of the front row guards. Enemy attack. The Mangekyou captain roared loudly. Protect the daimyo. The roof of the main hall crashed and shattered. Over 100 wandering ninja in various outfits descended from the sky. Their eyes flashed with extreme fanaticism for wealth. The head of the Land of Wind's daimyo is mine. Get lost. This is my introductory gift for surrendering to Lord Yoru. These assassins, who usually fought their own battles, erupted with scalp-numbing combat power at this moment. They completely disregarded casualties. They tore through the Mangekyou guards' defensive line in the most primitive and brutal way. Are you all crazy? The Mangekyou captain cut down an assassin. This is the daimyo palace of the Land of Wind. You dare to lay hands on the daimyo? A bounty hunter let out a wild laugh. What does a daimyo count for? In the face of Lord Yoru's bounty, he's just a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. The long blade in the hunter's hand swung down fiercely. The Mangekyou captain's head flew high. The defensive line completely collapsed. The daimyo woke up with a start from his sleep. He scrambled to hide in the corner of the bed couch. He looked at those blood-covered assassins with a face full of terror. Don't kill me. The daimyo's voice went out of tune. I'll give you money. Double no 10 times. The leading hunter kicked over the bed couch. He grabbed the daimyo by his hair. Your money. Does all your money combined even equal one of Lord Yoru's fingers. The hunter swung his ninja sword without hesitation. A cold light flashed. The head of the Land of Winds, daimyo, rolled to the ground. Blood stained the luxurious carpet red. Got it. The hunter held the daimyo's head high. Lord Yoru's bounty is mine. The news of the Land of Winds daimyo's assassination had not yet fully spread. The land of water, land of earth, land of fire. The daimyo palaces and high-level noble residences in various places were being bloodily purged one after another. Those greedy bounty hunters were impossible to guard against. They even bribed the confidants around the daimyo. Poisoning, assassination, frontal assault. They used every means possible. In just 3 short days, 3 of the daimyo of the 5 great nations had their heads cut off on the spot. Dozens of high-level nobles died unnatural deaths. Panic spread like a plague among the high command of the 5 great nations. Land of Earth, the Tsuchikage building in Iwagakure. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in front of his office desk. His face was as pale as paper. The desk was piled high with urgent SOS scrolls from various places. The Land of Earth's daimyo has been assassinated. Several generals at the border were assassinated by black market killers. A large number of rogue ninja are gathering toward Iwagakure. Anoki was trembling with rage. He slammed his fist onto the table. Uchiha Yoru. That lunatic. He actually dares to mobilize all the underground forces of the ninja world to oppose us. Anoki's breathing became rapid. Kuretsuchi stood by with a worried expression. Grandpa, the elites we sent to protect the daimyo have been completely wiped out. Those bounty hunters are simply a pack of suicidal mad dogs. They even poisoned our supply lines. Anoki clenched his teeth. He had originally wanted to form the 5 great nations' allied forces to surround and suppress Yoru. But now, before the army had even assembled, their rear had already been turned upside down. Once the daimyo died, the country's financial chain instantly snapped. Without military funds, the ninja on the front lines simply couldn't fight for long. Withdraw the defensive line. Anoki issued the order with difficulty. Recall all dispatched ninja. Defend Iwagakure to the death. Land of Lightning. Kumagakure. 4th Reikage A lay on a hospital bed. His right arm was already gone. He looked at the intelligence Mabui handed over. His eyes were bloodshot from extreme anger. Reverse bounty. The Reikage's voice carried a deep sense of powerlessness. He's actually using our money to buy our own lives. Darui was covered in bandages. He stood by the bed with his head lowered. Lord Reikage. The Land of Lightning's daimyo palace suffered a 3rd attack last night. Although the daimyo didn't die, he's already been scared into mental instability. He refuses to allocate any more military funds to Kumagakure. The Reikage's chest heaved violently with anger. He suddenly began to cough. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. That bastard. He has crushed all the rules of the ninja world. The ruling systems of the 5 great nations faced a total collapse under Yoru's reverse bounty. They once thought they could buy Yoru's life with money. But they didn't know that Yoru would directly flip the entire gambling table. Land of Fire. The ruined Konoha village. Under the ruins of the Hokage building, Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitokado were hiding in an underground shelter. The 2 Konoha high-level elders were shivering. They listened to the sounds of explosions coming from above. The Anbu can't hold them back. Himura Mitokado was covered in cold sweat. There are more and more black market assassins outside. They're all coming for our heads. Koharu Uchiha tightly gripped the cane in her hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen is heavily injured. Jiraiya is unconscious. Our Konoha no longer has the strength to resist this group of assassins. A Konoha Anbu stumbled into the shelter. Several senbin were stuck in his body. The 2 lord advisors. The Anbu spat out a mouthful of blood. The defensive barrier on the outskirts of the village has been breached. They've fought their way in. Himura Mitokado slumped to the ground in terror. It's all over. Konoha is completely finished. The high command of the 5 great nations finally felt what it was like to be hunted by the entire world. They hid in pitch-black shelters. They didn't even dare to close their eyes when sleeping, for fear that the guards closest to them would suddenly draw their blades and cut off their heads. And the initiator of all this was currently leisurely enjoying the treatment of a victor. Mangekyou. Inside the grand hall of the luxurious Uchiha residence, Yoru leaned lazily against a wide throne. He held a glass of rich red wine in his hand. Uchiha Izumi sat obediently on his left. She used her fair, slender fingers to peel a purple grape. She gently fed it into Yoru's mouth. Konan stood on Yoru's right. Her cold face no longer held the ice of the past. She leaned over slightly. She refilled Yoru's empty wine glass with red wine. On the floor of the hall, Zetsu slowly emerged. White Zetsu's shrill voice contained excitement that could not be concealed. Lord Yoru, your reverse bounty has achieved amazing results. 3 of the daimyo of the 5 great nations are already dead. The high-level nobles of each country are in a state of constant fear. Their so-called Allied Forces plan has completely stalled. Black Zetsu's raspy voice followed immediately. Now the entire underground forces of the ninja world are working for you. Those assassins have even established a specialized hunting alliance. They only recognize you as the sole dominator. Yoru swallowed the grape in his mouth. He picked up the red wine glass and swirled it gently. The crimson liquid shimmered with a dangerous light under the illumination. This bunch of fools from the great nations. Yoru's voice was calm and arrogant. They really thought that issuing a few wanted posters could make me bow my head. Now they know what true despair is. Izumi looked at Yoru's peerless profile. The obsession in her eyes was almost overflowing. Lord Yoru is invincible in the world. Izumi's voice was soft and sweet. The trash of those great nations only deserve to wait for death in the gutters. Yoru stretched out his left hand. He gently pinched Izumi's soft cheek. He turned to look at Zetsu. Those assassins who brought the heads of the daimyo. Has the bounty been distributed? Black Zetsu immediately nodded. As you instructed. A chakra gold bricks have been distributed in full. The credibility of the black market is now entirely built upon your name. Yoru let out a light laugh. He drank the red wine in his hand in one gulp. Very good. Let this fire burn a bit brighter. Yoru stood up. His tall and upright figure radiated a soul-shuddering pressure. The heads of the daimyo are just the appetizer. Go tell the underground black market. Whoever can deliver the heads of those 2 old geezer advisors from Konoha. I will give him a city. Zetsu bowed his head respectfully. As you command, Lord Yoru. Yoru put his arm around Konan's waist. The good show is still to come. 102, Chapter 102, Konoha covers up the truth. Night decides to return to his old haunts. Land of Fire. Deep within the ruins of Konoha village. Inside a temporary Hokage building that had just been repaired. The air was thick with the pungent smell of antiseptic. No one in the room dared to breathe loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen lay on a hospital bed. He was wrapped in thick bandages from head to toe, like a mummy freshly dug up from a coffin. His legs had been completely crippled. The internal organs in his chest had suffered irreversible, severe damage. Every breath he took caused bloody froth to be coughed up from deep within his throat. Beside the hospital bed, the 2 high-level advisors, Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitokado, looked exhausted. They had just survived a frantic assassination attempt by black market killers. If Might Guy hadn't opened the gate of wonder to protect them with his life, these 2 old fossils would have been decapitated long ago. Hiruzen. Himura Mitokado's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness. The village's capital chain has completely snapped. After the assassination of the Land of Fire's daimyo, the daimyo palace has fallen into total chaos. They have frozen all military funding for Konoha. Koharu Uchiha's hand gripping her cane, trembled violently. The reverse bounty issued by that madman, Uchiha Yoru, is too terrifying. Countless black market assassins infiltrate the village every day now. Our defensive lines are riddled with holes. The villagers are panicking, and a large number of merchants and civilians are fleeing Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to open his cloudy, aged eyes. His eyes were filled with humiliation and despair. Once the most prosperous of the great ninja villages, to think it was pushed to the brink of extinction by a single Uchiha rogue ninja. We can't fall like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. His voice was as hoarse as a broken bellows. Konoha's will of fire must not be extinguished in my hands. Himura Mitokado sighed. But what do we have left to stabilize the people's hearts? The frontline troops have collapsed, and Jiraiya is severely injured and hasn't woken up. We don't even have the money to pay pensions to the Anbu. A calculating glint flashed in Koharu Udatane's eyes. She took a step forward. We still have one way. Next month is the originally scheduled joint Chunin exams. This is a grand event for the entire ninja world that was set before the Uchiha defection. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment. You mean? Koharu Udatane struck her cane hard against the floor. Hold the Chunin exams as planned. We must prove to the entire ninja world that Konoha still has its foundations. We will invite nobles and wealthy merchants from all nations to watch, as long as they see the strength of Konoha's younger generation. Funding and commissions will return to the village. Himura Mitokado frowned. But the village is in ruins now. How are we supposed to host the exams? Koharu Udatane snorted coldly. Then we'll force it. Even if we just put up a stage, we have to finish this performance. As long as the people from the Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound Village come to support us. This charade of whitewashing piece can fool those nobles who don't know any better. After hearing this proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. He knew this was like drinking poison to quench thirst. But at this moment, Konoha, aside from propping up a hypocritical mask, had no other way out. Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with difficulty. Issue an announcement to the entire ninja world immediately. Konoha will hold the Chunin exams as scheduled. We absolutely cannot let that Uchiha bastard make a laughingstock out of us. At the same time, in the core area of Mangekyou, inside the Uchiha's luxurious headquarters, outside, the sky was still filled with continuous rain. Yet the hall inside was as warm as spring. A large throne made of top-grade chakra black gold sat in the very center. Yoru wore a loose and comfortable black silk bathrobe. He leaned lazily against the throne, exuding an aura of arrogant supremacy from head to toe. To his left, the fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, Terumi Mei, was wearing an ice-blue silk gown that left her provocative figure fully exposed. She knelt obediently at the edge of the throne. Her fair, slender hands were massaging Yoru's calves with just the right amount of pressure. Her gaze was lingering and affectionate. Her eyes were filled with obsession and submission to this invincible man. To his right, Uchiha Izumi was dressed in a simple and elegant kimono. She held a crystal fruit plate in her hands, peeling a translucent grape with her slender fingers, carefully placing it into Yoru's mouth. Lord Yoru, is the pressure all right? Terumi Mei's voice was soft and charming, carrying the seductive allure unique to a mature woman. Yoru swallowed the grape. He casually pinched Terumi Mei's exquisite cheek. Not bad. Yoru's tone was calm. Conan stood behind the throne. She was still wearing that oversized red cloud black robe, holding a pot of warm, expensive sake. She looked at the emperor-like scene of luxury before her. There was no trace of distaste in her cool eyes. Instead, she naturally took a step forward, refilling the cup in front of Yoru. Before this man's absolute power, these once lofty daughters of heaven had all willingly become mere embellishments by his side, just as the atmosphere in the hall became sweet and romantic. On the expensive Persian carpet in front of the throne, A faint spatial ripple appeared. Zetsu's half-black, half-white body slowly emerged. Lord Yaru. White Zetsu's shrill voice echoed in the spacious hall, carrying an unmistakable tone of mockery and jest. A hilarious piece of news has come from Konoha. Yoru picked up his glass, gently swirling the crimson liquid inside. Speak. Black Zetsu's raspy voice immediately followed. That group of Konoha, high command you crippled, actually issued an open letter to the entire ninja world yesterday. They announced that next month, on the ruins of Konoha, the joint Chunin exams of the 5 great nations will be held as scheduled. Hearing this news, Izumi, who was peeling a grape, paused. A look of deep disdain instantly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Chunin exams. Izumi let out a cold laugh. Half the village was destroyed by Lord Yaru. Even the Hokage rock has been turned to powder. They actually have the nerve to hold such an exam. Terumi Mei's hands didn't stop. A hint of contempt also flashed across her charming face. It's clearly just a deathbed struggle. As the ruler of a great nation, Terumi Mei saw through Konoha's hand at a glance. They've been driven into a corner by your reverse bounty, Lord Yaru. Without funds, the village cannot function. They want to use the exam as a gimmick to trick nobles from various countries into investing. And at the same time, whitewash the peace to prove to the outside world that Konoha still has some fight left. Konan set down the sake pot. Her cool voice rang out in the hall. By doing this, Konoha will indeed attract many uninformed nobles. The Hidden Sound Village and Orochimaru also seem to have received invitations. This exam is more like a political show where everyone has their own hidden agenda. Listening to the analysis of the 3 women, Yaru still leaned lazily against the throne. He looked at the reflection of the lights in his cup. The curve of his lips widened further and further, finally breaking into a fit of extremely wild laughter. Yoru's laughter echoed in the hall, filled with endless contempt and mockery for the Konoha High Command. Whitewashing peace. Yoru stopped laughing. The purple ripples of the Rinnegan in his eyes swirled slightly, emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble. Do they really think that just by putting up a stage, they can cover up the fact that their backbones have been broken? Yoru casually tossed the cup in his hand onto the carpet. It made a dull thud. He slowly stood up from the throne. His tall and upright figure instantly brought an irresistible kingly aura to the entire hall. Since they love acting so much, Yaru's gaze became cold and cruel. Then how could this grand show be missing its most important guest? Hearing Yaru's words, Izumi immediately stood up. An uncontrollable fervor erupted in her eyes. Lord Yaru, you mean? Yoru shoved his hands into the pockets of his bathrobe. He looked down at Zetsu on the floor. Go and tell the subordinates. Pack up. Yoru's voice was calm, yet it carried an absolute dominance that seemed ready to overturn heaven and earth. It's been a while since we left that trash heap, and I've been feeling a bit bored lately. Since they're trying so hard to prove that Konoha isn't completely dead yet, I'll personally pay them a visit and find some fun for them. Yaru walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the endless night. At this so-called Chunin exams, before all the nobles and powers of the entire ninja world, he would take Konoha's last shred of hypocritical dignity and trample it completely into dust. Terumi Mei walked to Yoru's side. She leaned submissively against Yoru's shoulder. Wherever you go, Lord, I shall follow. Konan and Izumi also silently walked behind Yoru. They looked at the man's peerless back. In their hearts, they already began to feel pity for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea that the hypocritical stage he had painstakingly built was about to attract a true god of destruction. 103, Chapter 103, The Demon King returns to his former homeland with his beauties. His aura overwhelms the guards, forcing them to kneel. 1 month later. Land of Fire, Konoha Village Main Gate. For this joint Chunin exams, meant to paint a picture of peace for the entire ninja world. The the Konoha higher-ups could be said to have gone to great lengths. The village entrance, which had been split apart by a single strike from Yi's perfect Susanoo, had already been repaired and renovated overnight. Colorful banners symbolizing peace and prosperity hung across the massive wooden gates. Konoha guards in brand new uniforms stood on both sides of the road. Wealthy merchants and tycoons from the land of wind, the land of rice fields, the land of waterfalls, and other places, along with young genin examinees wearing headbands from various villages, were lining up in a long queue, waiting for their identities to be verified before entering the village. On the surface, this was still the most prosperous and greatest village in the ninja world. The bustling noise of the crowd was everywhere. But if one looked closely, in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas responsible for security, a deep, indelible gloom was hidden. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotsu Hagen stood before the inspection desk. The two were dutifully checking the passes of those going by. Izumo, what do you think the higher-ups are actually thinking? Kotsu Hagen took advantage of a gap to complain in a low voice. The ruins inside the village haven't even been fully cleared yet. Every night, assassins from the black market sneak in to assassinate the higher-ups. And yet, at a time like this, they still want to hold the Chunin exams with such fanfare. Izumo Kamizuki sighed and shook his head. Stop it, the higher-ups have no choice. If they don't trick the nobles from various countries into coming and investing, the village's capital chain will be completely broken. The two looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just then, an extremely unusual commotion suddenly broke out at the front of the noisy queue to enter the village. Immediately following that, all the chatter seemed to be instantly cut off by a pair of invisible giant hands. The surrounding air became incredibly heavy at this moment. Even the wind seemed to have stopped flowing. What's going on? Kotsu Hagen frowned and looked up ahead. With just one look, the pupils of this battle-hardened Konoha Chunin suddenly contracted to the limit. The registration board in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. On the wide yellow earth road ahead, 4 figures were walking toward the Konoha gate at an unhurried pace. Walking at the very front was a tall man wearing a pure black high-collared trench coat. He had his hands casually tucked into his trench coat pockets. His steps were lazy and composed. On that sharp-featured, handsome, heavenly godlike face, there was an extreme arrogance that looked down upon all the world's heroes as if they were mere weeds. And by this man's side, there were actually 3 peerless, world-toppling beauties surrounding him. The woman on the left wore an elegant traditional Uchiha kimono. Her beautiful face was filled with unreserved obsession. Her fair, slender hands naturally held the man's arm. Her full curves pressed tightly against the man's arm. The woman on the right wore an ice blue high-slit long dress. Her extremely provocative figure was partially visible as she walked. She held an exquisite folding fan, half covering her rosy lips. Her emerald green eyes rippled with a mature woman's myriad charms. From time to time, she cast her gaze toward the man beside her, her eyes filled with intense longing. Half a step behind the man followed a blue-haired woman wearing a red cloud black robe. Although she was expressionless, and her temperament was as cold as a 10,000-year-old snow mountain, her flawless and peerless divine face, and the hint of obedience that flashed in her eyes when she looked at the man's back, made people stare in a daze. These 3 stunning beauties, who could cause a sensation wherever they went, at this moment were like the most well-behaved maidservants, surrounding the man in black at the center like stars around the moon. The foreign nobles and examinees from other villages in the queue all stared with wide eyes. My God, who is that man? A genin from Otagakure swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What a terrifying aura. The 3 women beside him, any one of them is a peerless beauty of the human world. A pot-bellied wealthy merchant was full of jealousy. This display is just too grand. Could it be a prince from some great nation coming to watch the matches? However, for these outsiders, it was just an enviable visual feast. But for Izumo Kamizuki and Kotsu Hagen, These four people, especially the man walking in the middle, were simply the ultimate nightmare crawling out from the depths of hell. Izumo. Kotsuhagen's upper and lower teeth were chattering frantically, his whole body shaking like a leaf. He pointed at the approaching figure, his voice cracking like a broken bellows. Am I seeing things? That man is. Izumo Kamizuki was equally pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. How could they possibly be mistaken? 1 month ago, it was this man who had summoned a several hundred-meter tall deep blue demon god here and shattered Konoha's defenses with a single sword strike, even forcing the third Hokage to kneel and be humiliated in public. The #1 public enemy of the entire ninja world, with an unlimited bounty on his head. He actually dared, at the very moment Konoha was hosting the Chunin exams, to walk over so grandly and without any disguise. Quickly sound the highest level alert. Izumo screamed frantically in his heart, but he discovered in despair that his body wouldn't listen to him at all. As the man in black approached, an indescribable and terrifying biological magnetic field, like a tangible pressure of 10,000 tons, had already firmly locked onto the soul of every Konoha ninja present. He still maintained the posture of having his hands in his pockets. His deep eyes casually swept over the newly repaired gate. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful, cold smile. It was repaired quite quickly. Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the guard's ears. I just don't know if this new gate is enough to take another sword strike from me. He didn't stop his pace, walking straight toward the inspection desk, the merchants and examinees from various countries blocking the way. The moment they came into contact with Yi's indifferent gaze, only felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their breathing becoming labored. Their bodies instinctively scrambled to both sides, forcefully making way for a wide path. Halt. Relying on his last shred of reason, Kotsuhagen blocked the front of the passage. But his trembling legs and pale lips completely betrayed the extreme fear in his heart. This is Konoha village. Please show your pass. As soon as these words left his mouth, Kotsuhagen himself felt it was ridiculous, asking a devil king who almost destroyed the village for a pass. When Uchiha Izumi heard these words, a layer of frost instantly covered her beautiful eyes. She stopped her pace, holding Yi's arm tightly. She looked at Kotsuhagen, who was blocking the way, with a look of disdain as if looking at an ant. Are you blind? Izumi's voice was a sharp scold filled with unabashed arrogance. A watchdog of Konoha dares to block Lord Yi's path. It would be more appropriate for that crippled old monkey of yours to roll out and welcome him. Terumi may also lightly waved her folding fan, covering her mouth as she chuckled charmingly. What a bunch of ill-mannered servants. It is already a great honor for your Konoha that my lord has graced this place with his return. The two women spoke in harmony. Every word was elevating Yi's status to the extreme. This unabashed protectiveness and overbearingness made all the onlookers gasp. Who on earth were they? To actually dare to publicly call the third Hokage a crippled old monkey at the gates of Konoha. He didn't bother to pay any attention to the two watchdogs blocking the way. He didn't even bother to activate the Sharingan in his eyes. He just slightly raised his chin. The overbearing aura of the perfect sage body instantly converged at this moment. Like an invisible heavy hammer, it accurately smashed onto the shoulders of Izumo Kamizuki and Kotsuhagen. Not a drop of blood was shed. Not a single finger was moved, relying solely on his aura. Thud. Two dull sounds of knees hitting the ground suddenly rang out. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotsuhagen simply could not withstand this terrifying pressure that struck directly at their souls. Their legs gave way, and their knees smashed heavily onto the hard stone slabs. Directly in front of Yi, they knelt on the spot. Their hands pressed firmly against the ground as they gasped for breath. Cold sweat pooled into a puddle beneath them. Before this oppressive feeling, as if a monarch had descended, they didn't even have the strength to lift their heads. They had completely lost the will to resist. The foreigners and genin examinees who were still guessing Yi's identity. Saw two elite Konoha Chunin actually scared into kneeling in public by a single look from the opponent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes nearly popping out. In front of this young man, the so-called dignity of the five great nations was like a fragile piece of window paper, breaking at the slightest touch. He didn't even look at the two people kneeling on the ground. He took composed steps, leading the stunning Beauties. Like an emperor inspecting his own territory, he strode through the gates of Konoha grandly and without hindrance, leaving behind an arrogant silhouette that made everyone's scalp tingle with shock. Meanwhile, several Anbu ninjas hidden in the dark corners near the Konoha gate nearly bit their own tongues after witnessing this scene. Quick! The Anbu captain's face was deathly pale, his voice hoarse. That man is back. Immediately go to the Hokage building to report. Notify all Anbu and the barrier ninjutsu squad. Highest level, special grade alert, 104, Chapter 104, ignoring warnings and booking a hot spring in, Konoha's high-ranking officials dare not speak out. The ear-piercing sound of a top-level alarm echoed frantically over Konoha. The originally bustling and prosperous streets fell into massive chaos in an extremely short period of time. Countless civilians and merchants from other villages fled in all directions like headless flies. Run, that monster who destroyed Konoha is back. Where is the military police force? Where is the Anbu? Terrified screams rose and fell one after another. On the wide main road, Yoru had both hands in the pockets of his black trench coat. His steps were composed and lazy. He completely ignored the panicked ants around him. It was as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll in his own back garden. Uchiha Izumi held Yoru's arm tightly. Her full curves pressed against the man's arm without reservation. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with ridicule for the surrounding Konoha villagers. What a pathetic bunch of fellows. Lord Yoru is merely here for a stroll. Yet they are so scared they're scrambling on all fours. Terumi gently shook the folding fan in her hand. Her ice blue, high-slit long dress swayed in the breeze. Her sultry eyes shimmered like flowing water. Who told the Lord's reputation to be so grand? This hospitality of Konoha really leaves much to be desired. Just as the group was strolling leisurely, dozens of masked dark figures suddenly leaped out from the end of the street. The Konoha barrier ninjutsu squad. This was also one of the few elite forces currently available within Konoha village. Form the formation. The barrier team leader's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He roared out the order at the top of his lungs. Dozens of ninjas frantically formed hand seals. 4 violet flames formation. 4 purple transparent light screens rose from the ground. In an instant, they formed a massive square barrier in the center of the street. The path ahead for Yoru and the 3 stunning beauties was completely blocked. Uchiha Yoru, the barrier team leader, stood behind the light screen. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, but he still forced himself to shout. Ahead is the core area of Konoha. You are not allowed to take another step forward. On the surrounding rooftops, hundreds of Anbu ninjas held their ninja swords, waiting in full battle array. But not a single person dared to launch an attack first. They were all waiting for the barrier ninjutsu squad's probe. Yoru stopped his footsteps. He looked at the purple light screen, emitting high heat before him. The mockery at the corner of his mouth grew more intense. Not allowed. Yoru's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of every Konoha ninja. It carried an absolute dominance that trampled all living beings underfoot. With just these few scraps of paper, you think you're worthy of blocking my path. Yoru didn't even reach for the blade of thunder at his waist. He didn't even activate the Sharingan in his eyes. He simply and casually withdrew his right hand from his pocket. A layer of pitch-black substance instantly covered his index finger. A cold metallic luster flickered under the sunlight. Advanced armament haki. Yoru raised his hand, facing the 4 violet flames formation, which was claimed to be unbreakable even by a cage-level expert. He nonchalantly flicked his finger. VWOM, a terrifying physical airwave visible to the naked eye, burst forth from Yoru's fingertip. This power had no chakra fluctuations. It was entirely composed of pure, extreme physical strength and haki impact. Cracked. A crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out. The purple barrier light screen, at the moment it touched the haki shockwave, failed to hold out for even half a second. It directly shattered inch by inch like fragile glass. Purple light specks turned into powder that filled the air. The violent airwave didn't lose its momentum. It slammed heavily into the bodies of those barrier ninjutsu squad ninjas. Dozens of barrier ninjutsu squad ninjas simply couldn't withstand this massive backlash of force. They were like withered leaves swept away by a gale. They all flew backward in unison. They smashed heavily against the street walls in the distance. They passed out on the spot. Not a single drop of blood was spilled, nor were there any cruel images. With just a flick of a finger, the defensive barrier Konoha was so proud of, and dozens of elites were completely crushed into dross. The hundreds of Anbu ninjas on the rooftops, seeing this scene that looked like a dimensional strike, instantly lost the strength in their hands, holding their ninja swords. Everyone was desperately swallowing their saliva. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear of attracting that man's attention. Yoru withdrew his hand. He didn't even spare a glance at the fallen ninjas. Let's go. There's a shop ahead that looks decent enough. Yoru led the three women past the bodies of the barrier ninjutsu squad. He went straight to the most luxurious Unohana hot spring inn in Konoha village. This inn was luxuriously decorated. It was specifically used to host high-ranking nobles and top wealthy merchants from the 5 great nations who came to watch the matches. Yoru strode into the inn's lobby. The inn owner was a chubby middle-aged man. At this moment, he was hiding behind the counter, trembling. "I'm booking this entire inn." Yoru walked to the counter. His voice was calm and brooked no refusal. "Give the people inside 3 seconds to get out." The owner was so scared, he was drenched in sweat. Lord. The people staying here are all big figures from various countries. I can't afford to offend them." Right at that moment, an impatient curse came from the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor. A land of wind noble, dressed in magnificent clothing, walked out, escorted by a group of guards. "Who is shouting down there? Do you know who I am?" Konoha's public security is really getting worse and worse. This noble was used to being arrogant and domineering. He didn't realize at all what kind of terrifying existence was standing on the 1st floor. When Izumi heard this clamor, her willow leaf brows instantly shot up in anger. Just as she was about to pull out a kunai to teach this death-seeking thing a lesson, Yoru reached out and stopped her. He slowly raised his head. His deep eyes merely swept a faint glance at that noble. The life force field of the perfect sage body, like that of an ancient vicious beast, leaked out by only 1/10,000,000th at this moment. The land of wind noble, who was just about to continue his loud cursing, had his voice instantly stuck in his throat. He only felt an indescribable deathly pressure. Hit his brain like a 10,000-ton hammer. The noble's eyes rolled back. His legs went soft. He rolled down the stairs like a rubber ball. He passed out from fear on the spot. The group of guards behind him were also pale-faced. They couldn't even hold their weapons steady anymore. 3 seconds are up. Yoru's gaze swept across everyone in the lobby. His tone was cold. "Not going to scramble." These words were like a pardon. Those wealthy and powerful figures from other villages in the inn no longer cared about dignity or status at this moment. They didn't even want their luggage. They scrambled out of the inn's entrance, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. In just a short moment, the entire luxurious hot spring inn was cleared out completely. Only Yoru and the 3 stunning beauties remained. At the same time, inside Konoha's temporary Hokage building, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen was covered in bandages, sitting in a wheelchair. He listened to the urgent report from the Anbu commander. His already aged face was now as pale as paper. Hokage-sama. The Anbu commander knelt on one knee. His voice was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Uchiha Yoru shattered the 4 violet flames formation with a single blow. He has now forcibly cleared out the Unohana Hot Spring and Hot Spring Inn. He has driven all the foreign nobles onto the streets. Bastard! Himura Mitokado slammed the table. He was shaking with rage. He is trampling our Konoha's face into the ground. How are we supposed to hold the Chunin exams now? Koharu Udatane also gripped her cane tightly. Her eyes were full of resentment. Immediately mobilize all Anbu and Jonin. Even if we have to pile up human lives. We must drive him out of the village. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly let out a hoarse roar. This agitation aggravated his internal injuries. He began to cough violently. He coughed up a mouthful of bloody spit. Hiruzen, the 2 advisors were startled. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily. His cloudy old eyes were full of humiliation and despair. What are you going to pile up with? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a desolate sense of powerlessness. That is a monster who can summon a perfect Susanoo at will. Do you want Konoha to be completely wiped off the map today? Himura Mitokado gritted his teeth. Are we just going to watch him enjoy himself in the village like this? What will those foreign nobles think of our Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain. He knew that Konoha's trump cards had been completely played out. Facing that devil king, there was no other way but endurance. Pass down my order. Every word from Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Withdraw all Anbu from around the inn. Without my permission, no one is absolutely allowed to provoke him. Hokage-sama, the Anbu commander's face was full of humiliation. Execute the order. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his wheelchair powerlessly. This order was equivalent to announcing Konoha's complete surrender to the entire ninja world. The high command of what was once the #1 hidden village, now facing a rogue ninja, could only choose to be angry but not speak out. The scene returned to the Unohana Hot Spring and Hot Spring Inn. In the luxurious open-air courtyard on the top floor, the steaming hot spring water emitted a faint fragrance. Yoru had changed into a large and comfortable black bathrobe. He leaned lazily against the daybed by the side of the hot spring pool. Terumi Mei and Uchiha Izumi had both shed their outer clothes. The 2 only used snow-white bath towels to wrap their sultry bodies. Large areas of fair skin and exquisite collarbones were faintly visible in the steam. Terumi Mei knelt behind Yoru. Her brown curly hair was casually pinned up. She extended her soft and boneless hands. She massaged Yoru's broad shoulders with moderate strength. The Lord's presence is truly captivating. Terumi Mei's breath was like orchids. Her voice was sultry to the extreme. Those so-called Konoha high command probably can't even sleep now. Izumi sat at Yoru's side. Her stunningly pure face was flushed with the heat of the steam. She used a silver toothpick to pick up a piece of sliced chilled watermelon. She carefully brought it to Yoru's lips. That pack of Konoha rats is only fit to hide in their holes and tremble. Izumi watched Yoru swallow the fruit. Her eyes were full of unshielded obsession and love. As long as Lord Yoru wishes, he can raze this crappy village to the ground at any time. Conan was still wearing her red cloud black robe. She stood by the screen at the edge of the hot spring pool. She did not join the ranks of those serving him, but her cold gaze never left Yoru's figure. Yoru enjoyed the service of the 2 women with ease. He picked up a cup of warm sake from the table and drank it in one go. In this village that was once full of schemes and hypocrisy, he was enjoying the privileges of a victor in the most dominant way. Suddenly, Yoru's movement of setting down the wine cup paused slightly. His deep eyes narrowed slightly. His peerless observation, haki, silently spread outward at this moment, instantly covering every corner of the entire Konoha village. In the direction of the exam site on the outskirts of Konoha, known as the Forest of Death. Yoru keenly captured a cold and nauseating snake-like chakra fluctuation. That chakra was hidden extremely deep. It was quietly approaching those genin candidates participating in the Chunin exams. Interesting. The corner of Yoru's mouth slowly curled into a cruel and excited arc. Lord Yoru, what's wrong? Izumi sensed the change in Yoru's aura. She asked softly. Yoru leaned back on the daybed. A light flickered in his eyes like a hunter seeing interesting prey. I smelled the familiar scent of a rat. Yoru's voice was calm, yet it carried a cold killing intent that made the surrounding air temperature plummet. It seems that tomorrow, in this Konoha exam site, a grand show is about to be performed. 105. Chapter 105. Hiruzen Sarutobi was so frightened by the return of the Demon King that he vomited blood. Konoha Village. Inside the temporary Hokage building that had been rushed through repairs. In a top-secret meeting room buried deep underground. At this moment, the air seemed to have solidified into heavy blocks of lead. No one dared to breathe loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the primary seat. He was covered in thick layers of bandages. This man, the third Hokage who once dominated the ninja world. Now, he could only barely sustain his life with a wheelchair and IV tubes. Opposite him stood all of Konoha's remaining elites. Kakashi Heartache, Might Guy, Isuma Sarutobi, Yuyuhi Kurenai, as well as the current clan chiefs of the various great families. However, these big figures, who were usually high and mighty, all had their heads bowed low at this moment. Their expressions were ugly to the extreme. The Anbu commander knelt on one knee before the conference table. His voice trembled slightly due to extreme fear. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Yoru didn't just ignore the special grade alarm and stroll into the village. He didn't even use ninjutsu. With just a flick of his finger from a distance, he completely shattered the 4 violet flames formation that the barrier ninjutsu squad was so proud of. At this point, the Anbu commander swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva. He has now forcibly cleared out the Unohana hot spring inn. He drove all the foreign daimyos and nobles who came to watch the matches out onto the streets. He has booked the entire inn. He is currently inside, resting. This report was like a heavy hammer. It slammed hard against the nerves of every member of the Konoha High Command. Bastard! Koharu Udatane slammed her cane against the ground. Her old face was twisted and deformed by extreme rage. This is simply S**G on Konoha's neck. The Chunin exams are entering the main stage tomorrow. What will those nobles who were kicked into the street think of us? Konoha's face has been completely crushed by him alone. Himura Mitokado was also shaking with rage. Hiruzen, we can't back down anymore. This is the core heart of Konoha. Immediately mobilize all Anbu and Jonin. We've set so many traps in the village. Even if we have to use a mountain of lives, we must drive him out. Hearing the clamor of the 2 advisors, a trace of extreme despair and humiliation flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy old eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth. He wanted to berate these 2 old fools who couldn't see the situation clearly. But the violent fluctuation of his emotions directly affected his shattered internal organs. A muffled cry of pain came from Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. A large mouthful of black blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. It directly stained the conference table in front of him red. Hokage-sama, Isuma, Kakashi, and the others were pale with shock. Medical ninja rushed forward to inject chakra into him to stabilize his injuries. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath in large gulps. His face was as white as paper. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Use a mountain of lives. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. His fingernails even cracked from the force. What do you have to pile up? Have you forgotten that perfect Susanoo that sliced through the city walls a month ago? Even Jiraiya in Sage mode was insta-killed by 1 punch from him. Do you want Konoha to be completely wiped off the map of the ninja world tonight? Sarutobi Hiruzen's hoarse roar echoed in the meeting room. Koharu Uchiha and Himura Mitakato were instantly silenced. The two old faces turned shades of blue and white. Yet they couldn't say another word in rebuttal. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head. His bloodshot gaze swept over the Konoha elites below. Kakashi, Isuma, do any of you have the confidence to withstand even one of his moves? The meeting room was deathly silent. Isuma gritted his teeth hard. His fists clenched until they creaked. But he didn't even have the courage to lift his head. Kakashi pulled down his headband, covering that lifeless left eye. His tone was incredibly calm and incredibly cruel. Hokage-sama is right. If we go, we're just going to our deaths. And it will provoke him, bringing a true catastrophe upon the village. Before an absolute gap in power, any tactics or numbers are meaningless. Kakashi's words completely extinguished the last trace of resentment in everyone's hearts. Indeed, facing a devil king who could crush the rules of the ninja world with a casual hand, these so-called elites, were nothing more than a group of ants that could be crushed at any time. Pass down my absolute order. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. 2 lines of humiliated, muddy tears slid down his cheeks. From now on, no matter what Uchiha Yoru does in the village, even if he kills in public, even if he forcibly occupies the building, all Konoha ninja are to be blind and deaf for me. No one is allowed to take a single step near the Unohana Inn. Anyone who dares to provoke him, I will personally execute them first. This order was equivalent to completely abandoning Konoha's last bit of dignity as a great ninja village. Every jonin in the meeting room closed their eyes in pain. They could only swallow this bitter fruit in humiliation. At the same time, inside the luxury penthouse suite of the Unohana Hot Spring Inn, unlike the tense atmosphere outside, it was as warm as spring here, filled with a luxurious, slightly sweet scent. Yoru had washed away the dust of travel. Wearing a large, comfortable black silk yukata, he leaned back lazily on the expensive tatami. His strong and powerful right arm rested naturally on an armrest. His left arm casually encircled Uchiha Izumi's slender waist. Izumi had changed into a form-fitting pink yukata. Her stunningly beautiful face was flushed with a charming red from the hot spring. She snuggled obediently in Yoru's arms. Holding a silver pick in her hand, she carefully fed a peeled, chilled grape into Yoru's mouth. Yoru-sama. Izumi's voice was soft and sweet. The hot springs in Konoha always seemed to have a bit of a stingy smell to them. It's still more comfortable living in our mansion in the hidden rain village. Yoru swallowed the grape in his mouth. His fingertip lightly brushed against Izumi's dainty nose. It's a backwater place, don't have too high expectations. Just consider it coming to change the mood and watch a monkey show. Terumi May was wearing a light blue kimono. Her fiery figure was fully revealed under the lights. She knelt behind Yoru. Her soft, boneless hands were kneading Yoru's broad shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Lord is right. Terumi May exhaled like an orchid. This bunch of trash in Konoha are probably hiding in a basement shivering right now. How would they dare to come and disturb Lord's elegant interest? Conan sat at the low table opposite them. Although she didn't join the ranks of those serving, her cool gaze remained fixed on Yoru. She held a cup of warm tea in her hand. Yoru, Conan spoke softly. You said just now that you sensed Orochimaru's chakra. Yoru leaned slightly into Terumi May's embrace. A playful light flashed in his deep eyes. Just an old snake who thinks he's clever. He seems very interested in that waste, Uchiha Sasuke. He's setting up his pathetic little plot in the forest of death exam site. A wild, arrogant sneer curled at the corner of Yoru's mouth. Since I've run into an old acquaintance, it would seem a bit impolite not to go and say hello. Hearing this, Izumi's eyes lit up. Is Lord going to the exam site tomorrow? That kind of place for children playing house will surely feel infinitely honored by Lord's arrival. Yoru patted the back of Izumi's hand. Rest. Tomorrow, We'll go and add some real spice to this Konoha exam. The next morning, the sunlight in Konoha village was very bright, but the atmosphere on the main road was so oppressive it made people unable to breathe. Yoru wore his signature black trench coat. Hands in his pockets, he strolled down Konoha's most prosperous street. The three stunning beauties, Uchiha Izumi, Terumi Mei, and Konan, followed by his side like stars surrounding the moon. They made no attempt to hide, and no Konoha Anbu dared to step forward to stop them. On both sides of the street, those Konoha villagers and merchants who were usually arrogant, the moment they saw Yoru's face, they scrambled in terror to hide inside the shops on either side. The wide main road forced itself to clear an unobstructed path for Yoru alone. Just then, a group of people approached from ahead. The Hyuga clan chief, Hyuga Hayashi, was leading Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata toward the exam site. When Hyuga Hayashi saw Yoru walking toward them, this man in power of the Hyuga clan, his scalp instantly went numb. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. Clan Chief Sama, that is. Neji was about to speak. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly pressed down on Neji's head. At the same time, he pulled Hinata behind him. "Shut up," Hyuga Hayashi hissed in a low voice. He didn't dare look Yoru in the eye at all, directly taking the two geniuses of the Hyuga clan. As if avoiding a god, they retreated to the very edge of the street, deeply bowing their high-held heads. Yoru walked past Hyuga Hayashi. He didn't even spare a glance at this so-called chief of Konoha's #1 clan. Only Hinata, hiding behind her father, with those pure white eyes, timidly, yet with a bit of curiosity, stole a glance at that tall back, as domineering and peerless as a devil king. Yoru's pace didn't falter for a moment. He went straight through the busy streets, arriving directly at the location for the second stage of the Chunin exams, known as a forbidden zone, before the gates of the Forest of Death exam site. "Go and kick the door open." Yoru looked at the wire mesh gate with an iron lock. He gave the order in a flat tone. "Yes, Yoru-sama." Izumi stepped forward without hesitation. With one kick, she sent the 1,000-pound iron gate directly twisting and deforming. It collapsed with a boom. Yoru stepped out with his long legs, leading the three women, directly stepping into this primeval forest where undercurrents surged. 106, Chapter 106, the Demon King strolls leisurely, and the clan leaders of Konoha bow their heads in respect. The iron gates of the Forest of Death collapsed with a thunderous crash. The heavy wire mesh slammed into the muddy ground. Yoru stood at the entrance. His deep gaze swept across that dark and damp primeval forest. Orochimaru's cold chakra fluctuations had already receded into the distance. Yoru did not continue forward. He stopped in his tracks. "Lord Yoru." Uchiha Izumi followed obediently at his side. She raised her exquisite face. A hint of inquiry flickered in her eyes. Yoru had his hands thrust into the pockets of his trench coat. He looked at the muddy puddles within the forest. "The path inside is too dirty." Yoru's voice was calm, yet it carried an air of unparalleled arrogance. "It's just catching a few rats in a sewer. There's no need to get your shoes dirty." Hearing such words filled with favoritism and protection, Izumi's heart rate instantly quickened. Two charming blushes appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She naturally took a step forward, clinging tightly to Yoru's strong arm with both hands, her full curves pressing against him without reservation. "As long as I can be by Lord Yoru's side, Izumi is willing to go anywhere." Terumi Mei gently swayed the folding fan in her hand. Water-like ripples flowed within her charming, beautiful eyes. "My lord is right. Such a muddy forest is indeed beneath my lord's status." Konan stood quietly to the side. Though she did not speak, a hint of softness flashed through her cold eyes. Yoru turned around, accompanied by the three stunning beauties. He walked along the wide, flat street, heading toward the core area of Konoha village. This entrance wasn't great. He would enter through another one. This was a prosperous area, where the various great clans of Konoha lived. Grand mansions lined both sides of the road. In the past, this place would have been crawling with patrolling Anbu and arrogant clan scions. But today, the street seemed exceptionally empty. Yoru's pace was composed and lazy. He was like one strolling leisurely in his own back garden. Suddenly, a group of people approached from the intersection ahead. They were the pillars of Konoha, the current clan chiefs of the Inoshika Cho trio, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. The three were rushing toward the temporary Hokage building to discuss security and defense issues for the Chunin exams. They had just turned the street corner when they ran head-on into the leisurely strolling Yoru. With just one look, the three battle-hardened clan chiefs instantly froze in place. Narashikaku's pupils abruptly constricted to pinpricks. His brain worked at high speeds in that instant, simulating countless combat scenarios in his mind. But the resulting probability of survival was always an absolute zero. The opponent hadn't even activated the Sharingan, nor did he emit any chakra fluctuations. But that life force magnetic field, which felt almost tangible, that kingly aura that reigned supreme over all living things, was like an invisible mountain weighing 10,000 tons, crushing down relentlessly upon their souls. Akimichi Choza's massive frame began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead like a waterfall. Yamanaka Inoichi found it even harder to breathe. The moment his mental defenses touched Yoru's gaze, they nearly collapsed entirely. Shikaku. Akimichi Choza's voice was as raspy as a broken bellows. He had lost even the strength to clench his fists. Narashikaku gritted his teeth hard. He knew that, if the opponent so desired, with just a snap of his fingers, the three of them would be instantly decapitated. Once the Uchiha clan had been marginalized in Konoha. While these great clans hadn't directly participated in the suppression, they had chosen to stand by and watch coldly, even tacitly approving of the high command's actions in the shadows. They had once stood on high, viewing the Uchiha as a hidden danger to the village. But now, that former clan outcast they once looked down upon had become a world-destroying demon god they didn't even dare to look up at. Yoru's pace did not falter for a moment. With his hands in his trench coat pockets, he walked straight toward the three of them. His gaze was indifferent to the extreme, as if those walking ahead were not three clan chiefs who awed the ninja world, but rather three insignificant ants. Narashikaku made the hardest decision of his life. He suddenly reached out, firmly grabbing the arms of Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. Retreat. Shikaku's voice was faint. He pulled his two old friends back, as if making way for a deity, retreating pathetically to the very edge of the street corner. Then, this Konoha strategist with an IQ over 200, who was always in control, slowly lowered his proud head and bowed deeply. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza followed suit, bowing their heads immediately. The three of them pressed against the wall, not daring to take a loud breath, using the most humble posture to yield a wide path for this man. Yoru walked past them. He didn't even spare a glance from the corner of his eye for these three clan chiefs. Total disregard. This was a psychological crushing more heavy than any insult. Uchiha Izumi clung tightly to Yoru's arm. She looked at the three clan chiefs bowing to make way, a flash of pleasant mockery in her beautiful eyes. A bunch of opportunistic fence-sitters. Izumi's voice wasn't loud, yet it reached the ears of the Inoshika Cho trio clearly. When you met at the Hokage building in the past, you clan chiefs were quite arrogant. You wouldn't even spare our Uchiha a second look. The corners of Izumi's mouth curled into a proud arc. How is it that now you don't even dare to raise your heads? This heartless mockery caused the old faces of Narashikaku and the others to flush deep red instantly. But they bit their lips hard, not daring to utter even half a word in rebuttal. They could only bury their heads even lower, praying that this devil king would leave quickly. Terumi lightly swayed her folding fan, letting out a giggling laugh. Sister Izumi is right. My lord's radiance is simply too brilliant. These rats who have long hidden in the gutters naturally do not dare to look directly at the sun. The two women chiming in together caused the dignity of these three Konoha high rankers to be completely trampled underfoot. Yoru stopped his pace. He turned his head, looking at Izumi, whose eyes were shining with pride in his arms. He withdrew his right hand, gently pinching Izumi's smooth cheek with his fingertips. Why bother with a few guard dogs? Yoru's voice was magnetic, filled with absolute favoritism. Let's go. There are more interesting programs waiting for us ahead. Izumi's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She obediently nuzzled against Yoru's palm. Yes, Lord Yoru. Yoru thrust his hand back into his pocket and continued forward with the three women. Not until their figures had completely disappeared at the end of the street did that terrifying aura pressing on their souls finally dissipate. Phew. Akimichi Choza's legs gave way, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. His clothes were completely soaked through with cold sweat. Yamanaka Inoichi was also gasping for air in large gulps. He looked in the direction Yoru had left, his eyes filled with an unmaskable despair. Shikaku. Inoichi's voice was still trembling. Does Konoha really still have a future? Facing an existence of this level, our act of holding the Chunin exams to whitewash the peace is simply like a giant joke. Nara Shikaku slowly straightened his back. His face was as pale as paper. He did not answer his old friend's question, because he knew that Konoha's future, from the moment that man stepped into the village, had already been completely severed. At this time, inside the central observation tower for the Konoha Chunin exams, nobles and wealthy merchants from all over the ninja world had already begun to take their seats. They were waiting with joy for the grand opening of the exams, wanting to witness the brilliance of the younger generation of the 5 great nations. And on the top floor of the observation tower, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was sitting in the main seat. His golden vertical pupils, like those of a venomous snake, narrowed slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru had just received a secret report from Otagakure. That Uchiha man, who made even him shudder, was leisurely walking toward the observation tower. Uchiha Yoru. Orochimaru silently recited this name in his heart. He knew that this Konoha crush plan, because of this man's arrival, was about to evolve into a true world-ending storm. 107. Chapter 107, The Demon King ignores the rules and enters the forest. His observation haki locks on to his prey. Bang. The heavy wire mesh gate slammed heavily onto the muddy ground. Main entrance. The loud noise echoed throughout the exam grounds. Anko Mitarashi, the proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams, was currently eating Sanshoku dango in the temporary proctoring tent. Hearing that deafening crash, she immediately threw down the bamboo skewers in her hand and rushed out with dozens of Konoha proctoring ninjas. Who dares cause trouble in the forest of death? Anko shouted out, but when she saw the man in black standing on the collapsed iron gate, her forward momentum instantly froze. All the Konoha proctoring ninjas stiffened where they stood. The air seemed to stop flowing. No one dared to take even half a step forward. Uchiha Yoru. This name was now the ultimate nightmare of the entire ninja world. Anko's hands were shaking uncontrollably, but her duty as a proctor forced her to steel herself and step forward. This is a restricted area for the Chunin exams. Anko gritted her teeth hard. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Yoru had his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat. He looked at Anko, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Restricted area. Yoru's voice was calm. In my presence, there is no place in this ninja world that I cannot go. Yoru took a step with his long legs, completely ignoring Anko and those proctoring ninjas who were drenched in cold sweat, accompanied by the 3 stunning beauties by his side. He walked straight toward the depths of the forest. Anko was enraged by this complete disregard. She forgot the insurmountable gap in strength between them, and suddenly raised her right hand. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several venomous snakes flew out rapidly from her sleeve, opening their mouths filled with fangs, heading straight for Yoru's back. Uchiha Izumi's brows furrowed, just as she was about to pull out a kunai to shred these disgusting things. Yoru didn't even turn his head. He simply reached back his right hand very casually, and accurately caught the attacking snakes by their 7-inch marks. Yoru's arm exerted a slight force, and a massive surge of pure power was transmitted directly through the snakes' bodies. Anko let out a cry of surprise, her body flying forward completely out of control, falling right in front of Yoru. Yoru reached out dominantly and pinched Anko's chin, forcing this Konoha special Jonin to look up and meet his deep, oppressive eyes. Quite a temper. Yoru's voice was magnetic, carrying an aggressive sense of absolute control. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Anko felt completely drained of strength. With her chin held by Yoru, she felt an unprecedented sense of panic. That thick scent of male hormones completely enveloped her. A blush she didn't even notice herself crept onto her heroic face, and she couldn't even say a word in rebuttal. Terumime stood to the side, lightly waving her folding fan, and laughed charmingly. What an ungrateful woman. The fact that the Lord didn't kill you outright is already a great mercy. Conan's cold gaze swept over those shivering Konoha ninjas. No one dared to step forward to rescue their proctor. Yoru let go of his hand. Anko's legs went weak, and she collapsed directly onto the muddy ground. She gasped for breath, only able to watch as Yoru led the 3 women into the undercurrent-filled forest of death. After stepping into the forest, towering trees blocked the sunlight, making the surroundings incredibly dim. The damp air was filled with the smell of rotting leaves. Yoru stopped walking. This forest is too big. Yoru's voice was flat. Searching one by one is a waste of time. Izumi nestled obediently by Yoru's side. Does Lord Yoru need to find someone? Izumi can go and capture them immediately. Yoru shook his head. His eyes shifted slightly within their sockets, and an indescribably terrifying mental surge erupted from within him. Advanced observation haki. This haki transformed into invisible sound waves, and within a tenth of a second, it directly covered the entire, massive forest of death. The movements of all creatures in the forest, all chakra fluctuations, were all clearly presented in Yoru's mind. On the east side of the forest, Gaara was using sand to slaughter several genin from the hidden rain village. The moment the observation haki swept past, the Ikibai Shukaku inside Gaara let out a cry of extreme terror. Gaara clutched his head. His knees buckled, and he collapsed directly into a pool of blood. He looked at the sky with a face full of horror, completely unable to understand where this pressure that made his soul tremble came from. On the south side of the forest, Hyuga Neji had just activated his Byakugan to scout the surroundings. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the veins at the corners of his eyes twitching violently. The Byakugan's vision was directly shattered by that high-dimensional, terrifying haki. He clutched his eyes in pain and collapsed against a tree trunk. On the west side of the forest, Hyuga Hinata was hiding in the bushes, sensing this peerless and overbearing aura. Her small face turned bright red. She recognized the owner of this aura. It was exactly that man in black who had made the entire Konoha high command bow their heads. And at this time, in the deepest part of the forest, Orochimaru was disguised as a grass ninja wearing a bamboo hat. He was standing on a thick tree trunk, looking down at the panting Uchiha Sasuke below. Sasuke's body was covered in wounds. He was gasping for air, clutching a kunai tightly in his hands. His eyes had already activated the Tutamo Sharingan, staring fixedly at Orochimaru on the tree. Beside them, Uzumaki Naruto had already been knocked unconscious by Orochimaru's five-element seal. Sakura Haruno was crying out in despair. What a beautiful gaze. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his pale lips. His golden vertical pupils were filled with unconcealed fanaticism and greed. Sasuke, you need power. Orochimaru's raspy voice was full of seduction. A greenhouse like Konoha cannot give you what you want. Only I can give you the power for revenge. Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, opening its mouth full of fangs, heading straight for Sasuke's neck. He wanted to plant the cursed seal of heaven on this perfect vessel. Sasuke's body was completely locked by Orochimaru's killing intent. He couldn't move at all, only able to watch in despair as that disgusting face drew closer and closer. Just at the critical moment, when Orochimaru's fangs were about to bite Sasuke's neck, the surrounding space underwent a violent distortion. Without any warning, and without any chakra fluctuation, a foot wearing a black combat boot stepped out from the distorted space unexpectedly, carrying the force of 10,000 tons, with a completely illogical and overbearing stance. It accurately and unmistakably stepped on Orochimaru's head, which was extended in midair. Bang! A dull, heavy crash. Orochimaru's head was forced into the hard soil by this foot. The massive physical impact caused dense cracks to appear on the surrounding ground. The violent wind snapped all the nearby tree trunks. Sasuke was directly blown away by this airwave, falling heavily onto the grass a dozen meters away. He looked up in shock at the man who had suddenly appeared. Yoru had his hands in his trench coat pockets, his foot firmly pinning Orochimaru's head down. He looked down at the prey beneath his feet. Uchiha Izumi, Terumi and Konan slowly stepped out from the spatial tunnel behind him. The appearance of the three stunning beauties added a touch of eerie beauty to this blood-scented battlefield. Izumi saw Sasuke on the ground, a flash of disdain crossing her eyes. Truly a useless waste. Izumi snorted coldly. You've completely disgraced the Uchiha name. Yoru didn't pay any attention to Sasuke at all. He looked at Orochimaru's twisted body, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel and arrogant sneer. Since you like biting so much. Yoru's voice was ice cold, carrying the majesty of an absolute dominator. How about I pull out all your teeth? Half of Orochimaru's head was buried in the dirt. He tried desperately to move his body, but found that the foot on his head was as heavy as 10,000 mountains, unable to be moved even an inch. Cold sweat instantly soaked Orochimaru's back. He struggled to turn his eyeballs and saw the face of the man in black. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. Uchiha Yoru, the ultimate devil king who had single-handedly destroyed Konoha's foundation and acted with impunity throughout the entire ninja world. Why would he appear here? A massive wave of shock surged in Orochimaru's heart. The escape techniques he was so proud of completely lost their effect at this moment, because the life magnetic field coming from Yoru's foot had already completely sealed off all the chakra flow in his body. You, Uchiha Yoru. Orochimaru squeezed out words with difficulty from the soil, his voice carrying unconcealed fear. W, what do you want to do? Yoru slowly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. What do I want? Yoru's tone was calm. I'm just here to teach you that things belonging to the Uchiha are not for a long worm like you, hiding in the gutter to covet. 108, Chapter 108, The Destruction of the 10,000 Snake Formation, Orochimaru's Fear. On the muddy ground, Orochimaru was pinned firmly into the soil by a black combat boot. He felt an unprecedented, terrifying sense of oppression. That absolute monstrous strength, weighing more than 10,000 tons, pressed down until his cervical spine let out an overwhelmed cracking sound. Crack, track, track. Orochimaru's face was completely distorted. He strained with all his might to open his mouth, which was filled with mud. A disgusting, viscous giant snake shot out from his mouth at high speed. Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu. Accompanied by a flash of white smoke, the shell that Uchiha Yoru had stepped on instantly shriveled, turning into a lifeless snakeskin. On a thick tree trunk over a dozen meters away, Orochimaru's form coalesced once more. He panted heavily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. Those golden vertical pupils stared fixedly at the man in black below, his gaze filled with undisguised shock and extreme wariness. Uchiha Yoru. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and out of tune. Weren't you in the hidden rain village? Why would you suddenly appear in Konoha's exam grounds? Uchiha Yoru didn't answer his question at all. He simply withdrew his right foot, which had crushed the snake skin, in a nonchalant manner. His hands remained in the pockets of his trench coat, and he didn't even spare Orochimaru a glance from the corner of his eye. At this time, Sasuke Uchiha, who had been blown away by the violent shockwave earlier, was struggling to climb up from the grass. He was covered in injuries, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the tall back of the man standing in front of him, and then at the three stunning beauties surrounding the man. Sasuke's mind went completely blank. Uchiha Yoru, the clan-betraying Devil King who had single-handedly slaughtered his way through Konoha on the night of the massacre. The legendary existence who had casually summoned a perfect Susanoo to shatter the city walls. Sasuke had seen this name countless times in his nightmares. But when the man actually stood before him, that tangible, terrifying life force field directly crushed Sasuke's courage to even take a deep breath. Uchiha Izumi obediently held Uchiha Yoru's arm. She looked down at Sasuke, who was slumped on the ground, with undisguised disdain on her beautiful face. What a useless piece of trash. Izumi's voice was filled with extreme contempt. Scared by a disgusting worm until he can't even hold a blade steady. With your level of quality, do you even deserve to carry the Uchiha name? Sasuke gritted his teeth hard. A sense of humiliation churned wildly in his chest, but he couldn't find any words to refute her. Before this man, the halo of being a genius he was so proud of was nothing more than a giant joke. Orochimaru stood on the tree trunk. He looked at Sasuke's vulnerable state, and then at Uchiha Yoru's boundlessly arrogant posture. Greed and unwillingness began to intertwine wildly in his heart. He was unwilling to give up on Sasuke, such a perfect vessel just like that. He had paid a great price to infiltrate the exam grounds. Uchiha Yoru. Orochimaru forced himself to remain calm. I admit you possess absolute power that stands above the entire ninja world. But this is the heart of Konoha. If you cause a major disturbance here, it will surely draw all of the Konoha High Command and Anbu. Orochimaru tried to use the situation to force Uchiha Yoru to back down. Hand Sasuke over to me, and we can stay out of each other's way. After hearing this, the corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth slowly curled into a cruel sneer. Stay out of each other's way. Uchiha Yoru's voice was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling killing intent that made the soul tremble. You worm from the gutters. Don't you think too highly of yourself to try and snatch something from my hands? You are not worthy. Orochimaru's face instantly became extremely ugly. He knew that conventional negotiation had completely failed. Since the other party refused to let him go, he could only use his strongest trump card to buy himself time to escape. Orochimaru suddenly bit his thumb. Blood instantly welled out. His hands moved with such speed that they left afterimages as he frantically formed seals. Boardog bird monkey ram. Since you insist on interfering, then taste the wrath of Ryucha Cave. Orochimaru roared at the top of his lungs. He slammed his blood-stained hands hard against the thick tree trunk. Summoning jutsu, Manda formation. Following Orochimaru's roar, a massive black summoning formula, like a black mad python, spread rapidly along the tree trunk and onto the surrounding ground. In a single instant, the ground of the entire forest of death began to vibrate violently. Rumble. Plumes of giant white smoke exploded one after another in the forest. blotting out the sun, accompanied by a scalp-numbing hissing sound. Dozens of violent giant snakes, each dozens of meters long, emerged from the white smoke, flicking their crimson tongues. They completely surrounded Uchiha Yoru and the three stunning beauties. And at the very center of the formation, a plume of white smoke, even larger than all the other snakes combined, dissipated. Manda, covered in purple stripes and as massive as a mountain, coiled in the air. Its eyes, radiating a fierce light, stared fixedly downward. Orochimaru. Manda let out an earth-shaking, violent roar. You dare summon me to a place like this? This time, I want 200 live humans as a sacrifice. Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head. With the support of this strongest summoning beast, his confidence seemed to have increased a bit. As long as you help me stop that man in black, I will provide the 200 sacrifices in full. Manda lowered its head to look at Uchiha Yoru standing on the ground. It couldn't feel any chakra fluctuations of a ninja from Uchiha Yoru. Just to deal with an insignificant brat like this. Manda opened its bloody maw, and a foul-smelling gust of air surged out. What a waste of my time. Faced with this overwhelming Manda summoning formation, Sasuke was so terrified that even his kunai dropped to the ground. Sakura Haruno was shivering behind a tree. A summoning beast formation of this level was enough to destroy a small nation in an instant. However, Uchiha Yoru, at the core of the encirclement, still maintained his posture with his hands in his pockets. He slightly tilted his chin up, looking at the group of giant snakes flaunting their power above him. You only called this many loaches. Uchiha Yoru's voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly reached across the entire battlefield. How disappointing. Terumi lightly swayed her folding fan. She looked at Manda, a cold smile appearing on her charming face. What a bunch of beasts who don't know the meaning of death. To dare to shout and bluster in front of the Lord. Conan's cool gaze swept over the surroundings. The paper wings behind her slightly unfurled. Yoru, do you need me to shred them all? Uchiha Yoru shook his head. He slowly withdrew his hands from his trench coat pockets. No. Uchiha Yoru's tone was level. Step back a little. The blood of these beasts is too foul. Don't let it stain your dresses. This sentence completely enraged Manda. As a top summoning beast of Ryucha Cave, when had it ever suffered such blatant insult? Arrogant human. Manda opened its mouth wide enough to swallow a house. I will bite you into a pulp. With the force of a thunderbolt, Manda lunged fiercely toward Uchiha Yoru's position. The dozens of giant snakes around also attacked simultaneously. Giant venomous fangs intertwined into a web of death, completely sealing off all of Uchiha Yoru's paths of retreat. Faced with this world-destroying joint strangulation, Uchiha Yoru did not draw his blade. He did not form any seals. He only slightly bent his knees. The next second, bang! The mud beneath Uchiha Yoru's feet instantly collapsed. He became like a black meteor flying upward, at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not capture at all, shooting straight into the sky, directly avoiding the bites of all the giant snakes. Manda's strike missed. Its massive head crashed into the ground, sending mud flying everywhere. It suddenly looked up, searching for Uchiha Yoru's trail. High in the sky, Uchiha Yoru faced the sunlight filtering through the leaves. His form hung suspended in midair, the inexhaustible, terrifying life force of the perfect sage body, gathered rapidly in his right leg. A layer of ink-black substance instantly emerged. Advanced armament haki. This layer of haki completely encased his entire right leg, shimmering with a bone-chilling, cold metallic luster. There were no chakra fluctuations, only the purest, most extreme force of physical destruction. Suspended in the air, Uchiha Yoru looked down from above at the dense Manda formation below. His eyes were cold, like a Shinigami looking down at ants. Shatter. With this emotionless declaration, Uchiha Yoru suddenly flipped in midair, carrying the gravitational acceleration of 10,000 tons. His right leg, like an axe that could split the heavens, aimed at the core of the Manda summoning formation, which was Manda's giant head, and stomped down fiercely. His speed broke the sound barrier, and the air let out a shrill tearing sound. Manda felt the fatal threat coming from above. It tried to dodge in terror, but Uchiha Yoru's descent was too fast. So fast that it didn't even have time to move its body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion, loud enough to shatter eardrums, erupted in the depths of the Forest of Death. This was not a clash of ninjutsu. It was the most arrogant and unreasonable display of absolute physical suppression. Uchiha Yoru's right foot, wrapped in pitch-black haki, stepped solidly right in the center of Manda's head. A visible white shockwave of violent air, centered on Uchiha Yoru's point of impact, swept out wildly in all directions. Large areas of the forest were uprooted under the shockwave. The ground collapsed inch by inch like a spiderweb. An area hundreds of meters wide was directly shaken into a bottomless, massive crater. Aleg! Manda let out a wail of extreme agony. Its massive skull, claimed to be indestructible, instantly caved in and deformed before the terrifying strength of Uchiha Yoru's stomp. Just like a fragile watermelon, its massive body simply couldn't withstand this level of dimensional strike-like destructive power. There was no flesh and blood flying everywhere, because this monstrous strength directly shattered the chakra maintenance of the summoning contract. Bang! Manda's mountain-like body directly collapsed, turning into a massive plume of white smoke that blotted out the sky, as it was forcibly sent back to Ryucha Cave. As for the dozens of giant snakes around it, under the impact of the violent shockwave, they all let out wails of despair. Bangs, bang, bangs, bang. Dense white smoke exploded in the forest like firecrackers. Orochimaru's proud Manda summoning formation, under the single stomp of this man descending from the sky, didn't even last half a second. It was stepped on completely and crushed into nothingness. Orochimaru, who had been standing on Manda's head, the moment he lost his footing, was directly blown away by that terrifying counter-shockwave. Like a kite with a broken string, he tumbled wildly in the air for dozens of meters, before smashing heavily into a massive rock. Orochimaru violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. It felt as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart, and his internal organs had suffered a massive shock. The wild wind passed, and the dust and white smoke in the sky gradually dissipated. At the very center of the crater, Uchiha Yoru slowly withdrew his right leg. The pitch-black armament haki quietly receded. He put his hands back into the pockets of his black trench coat. His tall figure wasn't stained by even a speck of dust, as if the act of crushing the Manda formation with a single stomp, just now, was merely stepping on a nest of insignificant ants. There was no sound in the entire area. Sasuke sat slumped on the ground, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. His proud Sharingan hadn't even been able to see Uchiha Yoru's descending movement clearly, crushing a mountain-sized summoning beast formation with one foot. This godlike power completely shattered the last shred of pride in Sasuke's heart. Orochimaru struggled to prop himself up against the rock and climb up. His pale face was written with extreme fear. What kind of exaggerated monster was this? With just one strike, he had crushed all of his trump cards. If he didn't throw out enough chips, he would definitely die here today. Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice clearly trembling. Don't kill me. I have a top-secret plan regarding Konoha. Orochimaru tried to exchange intelligence for his life. I have allied with the hidden sand village. We are prepared to launch a plan to completely destroy Konoha during the final rounds of the Chunin exams in a few days. A frantic light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Don't you also hate the Konoha High Command? We can cooperate. I can give you half of all the spoils of war. Uchiha Yoru took composed steps, walking step by step to stand before Orochimaru. He looked down at this pathetic former Sannin. The Konoha Crush plan. The corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled into a mocking arc. You want to talk cooperation with me? Unfortunately. Uchiha Yoru's voice was cold to the extreme. The chips you're holding are so laughable they make me sick. 109. Chapter 109. Two fingers break the Kusanagi sword. Absolute power shatters Orochimaru's arrogance. Above the muddy ruins, Yoru's cold words, laced with endless mockery, landed like a resounding slap, mercilessly striking Orochimaru's pale face. The Konoha Crush Plan, this top-secret trump card that Orochimaru was so proud of and believed was enough to overturn the ninja world, was, in this man's mouth, belittled into a nauseating joke. Orochimaru gritted his teeth tightly. He was one of the world-renowned Sannin. When had he ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Extreme fear and the humiliation of being looked down upon intertwined wildly in his chest, eventually transforming into a hysterical, desperate killing intent. Uchiha Yoru, Orochimaru let out a hoarse roar. Don't get too arrogant. Orochimaru suddenly opened his dirt-stained mouth. A nauseating slithering sound came from deep within his throat. A thick, venomous snake darted out from his mouth at high speed. The snake opened its bloody maw, and a long sword, shimmering with an extreme, cold glint and unparalleled sharpness, shot out from the snake's mouth without any warning. A divine artifact. The Kusanagi sword. This sword, known as the hardest in the ninja world, capable of cutting through everything, was infused by Orochimaru with all the remaining chakra in his body. The blade turned into a white streak in midair that was completely impossible for the naked eye to capture. Its speed broke the sound barrier directly. The air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing whistle. This was a point-blank assassination attempt without any defense, aimed directly at Yoru's throat. Madness and ecstasy erupted in Orochimaru's golden slit pupils. At such a close distance, even a god would absolutely not be able to dodge the edge of the Kusanagi sword. Uchiha Sasuke, sitting paralyzed in the distance, widened his eyes. He couldn't even see the afterimage of the sword. He could only feel a death threat that made his soul tremble. However, facing this earth-shattering, fatal sword strike, Yoru maintained his lazy posture with his hands in his pockets. He didn't move his feet a single inch. There were no ripples in his deep eyes. Is this your trump card? Yoru's voice was calm. He very casually pulled his right hand out of his pocket. There were no complicated hand seals, nor did he mobilize the vast senjutsu chakra within his body. Yoru simply raised his hand, extended his index and middle fingers, and casually pinched forward at the incoming white sword light. Ding, a clear and pleasant, yet deafening metallic clashing sound exploded deep in the forest. The violent sword chi instantly dissipated at Yoru's fingertips, turning into a hurricane that swept wildly in all directions. A dozen towering trees nearby were cut in half by the aftermath of this sword chi. But Yoru, who was at the very center of the storm, didn't even have a corner of his clothes stirred. Time seemed to have stopped completely at this moment. The ecstasy on Orochimaru's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme horror that could not be described in words. He saw a scene that he would never forget in this life, one that even caused his soul to collapse. The divine artifact known as the Kusanagi sword, that invincible weapon capable of even clashing head-on with Sarutobi Hiruzen's golden staff, was currently being firmly pinched in midair by Yoru's two slender, clean fingers. It was less than an inch away from Yoru's throat, yet it could not advance even a millimeter further. How is this possible? Orochimaru's voice trembled violently. He tried his best to mobilize his chakra, wanting to push the Kusanagi sword forward, but those two fingers were like two insurmountable, 10,000-ton mountains, firmly clamping the divine artifact in place. With a piece of scrap metal, Yoru looked at the terrified Orochimaru before him, his eyes filled with absolute contempt. You dare to yell in front of me. Yoru's right arm made no extra movements. He simply exerted a slight force with his fingertips. The terrifying, monstrous strength of the perfect sage body was concentrated on his two fingers without reservation. Crack, a scalp-numbing sound of shattering suddenly rang out. In the eyes of everyone, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, a clear crack appeared in the center of the blade of the indestructible divine artifact, the Kusanagi sword. Immediately after, the crack expanded rapidly. Bang! The blade of the Kusanagi sword was forcibly, cleanly, and directly snapped into two by Yoru's two fingers. The broken tip of the sword fell powerlessly from midair, landing in the muddy ground and losing its luster. No, Orochimaru let out a shrill scream. The divine artifact was destroyed, and the massive backlash of power instantly flooded into his body. Orochimaru's body, like a kite with a broken string, was blown away directly by this recoil force, slamming heavily into the tree trunk behind him. There was no sound around. Sasuke, paralyzed on the ground, had a blank mind. Even his breathing had stopped. Orochimaru's peerless sense of oppression was, in front of the two fingers of that man in black, simply like a joke that couldn't withstand a single blow. Dimensional reduction strike. This was an absolute, violent crushing that disregarded any rules of ninjutsu. Yoru casually brushed his fingertips, as if what he had just broken was not a divine artifact, but a fragile, withered branch. Taking out such a toy to embarrass yourself, Yoru's tone was cold and ruthless. It really wastes the title of Sannin. Uchiha Izumi saw Orochimaru being knocked away. She immediately put away the disdain for the enemy in her eyes and put on a tender, affectionate look. She walked to Yoru's side with light steps, took out a snow-white handkerchief from her pocket, and very naturally held up Yoru's right hand. "Lord Yoru." Izumi's voice was soft and gentle, full of undisguised favoritism and adoration. Toys from such sewer worms are too dirty. She lowered her head, carefully and gently wiping the two fingers Yoru had used to clamp the Kusanagi sword. "Please don't let the rust from such scrap metal dirty your noble hands." Izumi's movements were meticulous, as if she were holding the most precious treasure in the world. Yoru looked at the stunningly beautiful girl bowing her head to wipe his fingers, the coldness in his eyes melting a little. He let Izumi hold his hand, his fingertips sliding gently along her smooth, fair cheek. "Such trash is not worthy of dirtying my hands." Yoru's voice carried a lazy, magnetic quality. "But with you taking care of it, it saves me some effort." Feeling Yoru's domineering and exclusive touch, two charming blushes instantly flew onto Izumi's cheeks. Her heartbeat accelerated suddenly, and she obediently rubbed her face against Yoru's palm. Being able to serve Lord Yoru is Izumi's eternal honor. Terumi Mei, standing to the side, gently shook her folding fan. Watching Orochimaru's disheveled and miserable appearance, she couldn't help but let out a charming, light laugh. The legendary cold-blooded Orochimaru, Terumi Mei's tone was full of mockery, turns out to have only this much ability. In front of Lord, he doesn't even count as a slightly larger loach. Conan's cold gaze swept over the broken sword on the ground. To be able to snap a divine artifact with bare hands, Conan marveled inwardly. His physical strength has completely surpassed the limits of humanity. Orochimaru climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. His golden-slit pupils were filled with utter despair. He finally understood that all the trump cards he was proud of were completely meaningless in front of this man. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely die today. Orochimaru did not hesitate. His body instantly turned into a pool of mud, attempting to use earth release to dive into the ground and escape. "Wanna run?" A trace of frost flashed in Izumi's beautiful eyes. "Lord Yoru, let this subordinate go and bring his head back." Yoru reached out and stopped Izumi, who was preparing to pursue. No need to worry about him. Yoru put his hands back into his trench coat pockets, not even glancing at the direction in which Orochimaru was fleeing. Just a rat scurrying away in panic. Keep his cheap life. Yoru's lips curled into a playful, cold sneer. He can still help us stir up the stagnant water of Konoha even more. To watch a show, there must be a qualified clown jumping around on stage for it to be interesting. Yoru turned his head. His deep gaze slowly landed on Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting paralyzed not far away. Sasuke was covered in mud, his body full of wounds from being unilaterally beaten by Orochimaru. His prized Tutamo Sharingan, under the gaze of Yoru's eyes, which hadn't even activated any ocular jutsu, actually felt an uncontrollable stinging pain. Sasuke tried desperately to stand up, but his legs were already as soft as noodles. He watched helplessly as the Sannin Orochimaru, whom he feared so much, had his weapon broken by this man in front of him with a mere wave of his hand. and was beaten until he ran away like a dog. This kind of dimensional reduction, strength, gap completely ground the pitiful genius pride in Sasuke's heart into dust. Sasuke gritted his teeth tightly, his voice filled with deep helplessness and humiliation. What exactly do you want? Yoru looked down condescendingly at this so-called survivor of the family. His eyes were filled with absolute coldness and indifference, as if looking at a stumbling block on the roadside. Is this the posture you use to pursue power? Yoru's voice was calm, yet every word stung the heart. Trembling under someone's feet, even the courage to draw your sword has been scared away by a snake. Yoru let out an extremely contemptuous sneer. A coward like you is simply the greatest insult to the name Uchiha. Sasuke's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Humiliated tears welled up in his eyes, but he didn't even have the confidence to retort, because in front of this man, he was truly like an ant that could be crushed with a casual flick. Yoru didn't even have the interest to look at Sasuke again. He took calm steps, leading the three stunning beauties, and walked directly past Sasuke's limp body, heading towards the exit of the Forest of Death. Let's go. Yoru looked at the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves ahead, his eyes flashing with the ultimate mockery of Konoha. The petty squabbles in this exam venue are no longer interesting. Let's go and see if the Chunin exams viewing platform that the Konoha High Command spent so much effort to set up is sturdy enough for me to crush with 1 foot. 110. Chapter 110, Yin-Yang Release crushes immortality. Orochimaru desperately offers a top-secret experiment. Deep in the dark and damp underground of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru's body had completely transformed into a puddle of foul-smelling mud, frantically weaving through the cracks in the soil at high speed. His heart was still pounding violently in his chest. Everything that had just happened on the surface was a nightmare that completely overturned all his perceptions. The Kusanagi sword had been snapped by bare hands. The Manda formation had been crushed by a single stomp. That man named Uchiha Yoru was not some genius of the ninja world at all. He was a demon god of destruction through and through. But it doesn't matter. Orochimaru frantically comforted himself in his heart, his golden vertical pupils flickering with a sinister light in the dark underground. I am the cold Lord Orochimaru, who has mastered the living corpse reincarnation. As long as my true form, the white snake, remains, and as long as my soul does not perish, I possess an immortal body that can be reborn infinitely. Uchiha Yoru, so what if you're strong? In this world, no one can truly kill me. Orochimaru accelerated his movement, preparing to flee back to the secret base of the hidden sound village, switch to a perfect vessel, and then replan his great path to eternal life. However, this self-deceiving dream of his did not even last for more than 10 seconds. Above ground, Yoru, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, was walking towards the central observation tower of the Forest of Death with 3 stunning beauties. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sweeping coldly over the muddy ground beneath his feet. Lord Yoru. Uchiha Izumi keenly noticed Yoru's pause, immediately leaning forward obediently and looking up with that stunningly beautiful face. What is it? Terumi May also stopped, her folding fan tapping gently against her palm, a hint of vigilance showing in her charming eyes. Yoru did not answer, only letting out a sneer of extreme disdain. I was too lazy to bother with that scurrying rat. Yoru's tone was calm, yet it carried an air of arrogant and cruel defiance. But the smell of loach wafting off him as he fled was simply too nauseating. And he seems to think in his heart that I can't kill him. The moment he finished speaking, Yoru did not even activate the Sharingan in his eye sockets, simply raising his right foot, clad in a black combat boot, quite casually. A jet black, deep, and utterly destructive chakra condensed beneath Yoru's feet with a boom. That was the supreme power, capable of nullifying all ninjutsu and completely erasing all life force. Yin-Yang Release. Yoru stepped down casually onto the dirt beneath his feet. Get out here. Bang! There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any howling wind. That trace of jet-black yin-yang release chakra was like a black arrow, that ignored spatial distance. It pierced directly through dozens of meters of hard rock and soil, striking Orochimaru, who was rapidly moving underground, with a completely unreasonable and domineering force. Alia. Deep underground, a shrill, inhuman scream, not at all like a human's, erupted violently. Immediately after, the ground dozens of meters in front of Yoru exploded. A twisted, tattered white figure, like a loach scalded by boiling water, was forcibly blasted out from the ground by an irresistible, immense force. It crashed heavily onto the muddy grass. It was none other than Orochimaru. At this moment, he looked miserable to the extreme. In order to withstand that attack, he was forced to reveal his true form, a giant white snake with a disgusting human face. But even his most prideful true form's defense was as fragile as a piece of waste paper in the face of the yin-yang release. The lower half of the white snake's body had been completely erased by that jet-black energy, not even leaving a drop of blood. What made Orochimaru feel even more terrified was that jet-black chakra was spreading wildly at his wound like maggots on bones. No, this is impossible. Orochimaru's pale human face was filled with unprecedented shock and absolute terror. He desperately mobilized the chakra in his body, wanting to activate the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu. He wanted to shed his skin like a snake and crawl out of this broken shell with a pristine new body. But he discovered in despair, the immortal secret technique that had always worked in the past had completely failed. The absolute erasure attribute of the yin-yang release directly cut off all life cycles within his body. His cells stopped dividing, and his chakra was completely sealed. His prideful immortal body had completely become a joke in the face of this man's power. Shedding your skin, huh? Yoru took calm steps, walking up to Orochimaru step by step. He looked down condescendingly at this dying worm. Why aren't you continuing to shed your skin? A bloodthirsty and arrogant arc curled at the corners of Yoru's mouth. You trash from the sewer, did you really think that by cutting your own soul into pieces and making yourself neither human nor ghost, you could escape the judgment of death? Orochimaru's whole body was trembling violently. Feeling his life force fading away crazily inside his body, he finally understood the despair felt by the test subjects he had placed on his experimental tables before they died. The shadow of death was truly looming over his head. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to explore all the truths of the world. Reason and dignity collapsed instantly in the face of absolute power. Thud! Orochimaru's remaining half-body of white scales twisted and rolled violently in the mud. He slammed his mud-covered face heavily onto the ground in front of Yoru's combat boots. Lord Yoru, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Orochimaru wailed at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with the deepest fear and humbleness. He no longer had a shred of the pride of the cold Lord Orochimaru. I beg you, please spare my lowly life. I am willing to submit. I am willing to serve you like a dog. Yoru looked coldly at the worm fawning at his feet. The contempt in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Be my dog. Yoru's voice was calm and ruthless. A pervert like you who can trample on his own dignity just to survive. Doesn't even have the qualifications to watch my gate. Hearing such a decisive verdict from Yoru, Orochimaru was completely panicked. He knew that if he didn't offer enough bargaining chips, this man would crush his soul completely in the next second. I have value. I am very valuable. Orochimaru opened his mouth frantically, and from the depths of that disgusting throat, he struggled to spit out 3 top-secret black scrolls covered in mucus. He used his remaining strength to hold the scrolls high above his head. Lord Yoru, this is all the hard work of my life's research. Orochimaru spoke at lightning speed, afraid that Yoru wouldn't give him a chance to speak. Inside are the perfect fusion data regarding Senju Hashirama's would-release cells, and the ultimate improved version of the second Hokage's forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, which can summon the dead from the Pure Land back to the present world. There is even irrefutable proof of all the shameful dark deals made by the Konoha High Command over the years. Orochimaru pressed his head firmly into the mud. As long as you spare my life. These are all yours. I can help you build an undying Edo Tensei army to clear away all obstacles for your conquest of the ninja world." Hearing these generous chips, the three stunning beauties following behind were also slightly stunned. A hint of seriousness flashed in Conan's cold eyes. Edo Tensei and the first cells. Conan quickly evaluated in her heart. If Orochimaru isn't lying, this data is absolutely an immeasurable fortune for the Akatsuki organization. Terumi May gently shook her folding fan, a hint of calculation showing in her charming eyes. This worm is quite good at doing business. However, to dare to negotiate with Lord Yaru, he has quite some guts. Yaru looked at the three mucus-covered scrolls Orochimaru held high. He did not reach out to take them himself. Instead, he turned his head slightly. "Izumi." Yaru's voice was lazy and carried an unquestionable command. "Go collect them." Hearing Yoru's call, Uchiha Izumi immediately walked forward obediently from behind. Her stunningly beautiful face wore a hint of disgust, and she didn't even glance at Orochimaru. She directly used a kunai to pick up the three scrolls, wrapped them tightly in a clean white cloth, and then put them into her ninja tool pouch. Such dirty trash, daring to show off in front of Lord Yaru. Izumi snapped and took the opportunity to kick Orochimaru's tattered white scales. It's only because Lord Yaru is magnanimous that he condescended to accept your junk. Orochimaru groaned in pain from the kick, but didn't dare to refute a single word. He just looked at Yaru with hopeful eyes, thinking he had finally saved his life this time. However, Yaru looked at Izumi, who had collected the scrolls, but a cruel sneer curled at the corners of his mouth. "I have collected the items." Yoru's hands were in his pockets, his gaze as cold as frost. "But when did I say that just because I accepted your things, I would spare your life?" The hope on Orochimaru's face froze instantly. "Yaru, Lord Yaru, you. An insidious and cunning worm like you is just too much of an eyesore to me." Yaru didn't give Orochimaru any chance to continue speaking. The purple ripples of the Rinnegan in his eye sockets suddenly swirled. "Amaterasu." The two words spat out coldly, were like the final verdict of the Grim Reaper. Boom! A mass of eerie, pitch-black eternal flames ignited violently on Orochimaru's tattered true form without any warning. "Alia." Orochimaru let out the most tragic howl of his life. He rolled frantically in the mud, attempting to use the mud to extinguish the black flames. But the flames of Amaterasu are said to be able to consume even fire, defying all logic. Orochimaru's prideful body of white scales quickly turned to ash under the burning of the black flames. "No, you cannot break your word." Orochimaru cursed in despair amidst the black flames. Yaru watched him struggle in the flames expressionless. "Your word." Yaru's tone carried supreme arrogance. "In the face of absolute power, my word is the law." In just a few seconds, the legendary Cold Lord Orochimaru, who shocked the ninja world, was completely reduced to a pile of cold ash in the black flames. Even his soul was burned clean away. Dominant and merciless, a ruthless power play. Yaru accepted all the experimental data that could trigger a war in the ninja world, and turned around to reduce the former Sannin, who delivered the gift to ashes. Such ruthless and cold-blooded methods of an overlord made the hearts of Conan and Terumi May, who were standing behind, beat uncontrollably. Terumi May's beautiful eyes were full of obsession. She just loved this kind of domineering man who treated the rules of the world as nothing. My lord's actions are always so clean and satisfying. Terumi May stepped forward gracefully, naturally linking her arm with Yaru's. Her hot curves pressed tightly against him. Keeping that kind of ugly monster would only dirty my lord's eyes. Seeing this, Izumi was not to be outdone, linking her arm with Yoru's other arm. Exactly, if Lord Yaru wants something, he can just take it. There's no need to make any deals with him. Izumi tilted her little face up, speaking as if asking for credit. Lord Yaru, Izumi will keep those scrolls safe for you, and will never let anyone touch them. Yaru enjoyed the competition for his favor, and the service of the two women with ease. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing the dense canopy to look at the towering observation tower in the center of the forest. The warm-up exercise is done. Yoru's voice was calm, but it carried a sense of oppression that would make the entire Konoha tremble. Let's go. This stage that Konoha has set up, it's time for me, the protagonist, to make an entrance. Meanwhile, inside the central observation tower of the Chunin exams, the huge venue was packed with people. Feudal lords, nobles, and wealthy merchants from various great nations were whispering to each other in the luxurious stands. Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing the Hokage's Hayori that represented the highest authority. He sat in the main seat at the very top. Although he was trying his best to maintain a dignified posture on the surface, underneath that loose Hokage's Hayori, he was wrapped in thick medical bandages. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of aggravating the unhealed, fatal injuries inside his body. Lord Kazekage, this exam is truly embarrassing to show you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and forced a smile at the Kazekage sitting beside him wearing a conical hat. He had no idea that the Kazekage Orochimaru, who was originally sitting beside him, had been reduced to ashes a few minutes ago. The current Kazekage was nothing but a hollow shell substitute left behind by Orochimaru. Not at all, I am very clear about Konoha's foundation. The substitute Kazekage, following the preset program, gave a sarcastic answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze, suppressing the unease in his heart. He looked at the young genin, preparing to fight in the arena below, praying silently in his heart. As long as this exam ends smoothly, as long as we can get the investment from these nobles, Konoha still has hope of making a comeback. However, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was secretly breathing a sigh of relief, from the direction of the heavy gate of the observation tower, a deafening, earth-shaking bang suddenly came. Boom! The 10-meter-high, sturdy iron gate seemed to have been hit head-on by a crazed rhinoceros. It collapsed inward with a boom. Amidst the sky full of smoke and dust, a tall and upright figure wearing a black trench coat, bringing 3 stunningly beautiful women, like a grim reaper crossing the abyss, stepping on the ruins and fragments all over the floor. With an arrogant and domineering posture, he strode swaggeringly into the venue. 111. Chapter 111, a single hand forcefully erases the heavenly curse seal, Red being shocked by the Demon King's arrival at the venue. The central area of the Forest of Death. The towering trees had been completely leveled by the aftermath of the previous battle. A wide, muddy path led directly to the central observation tower, not far away. Uchiha Yoru had his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat. His pace was calm and languid. He was accompanied by the 3 stunning beauties at his side, heading toward that hypocritical stage where the dignitaries of the 5 great nations had gathered. Just as they were about to step into the wide plaza in front of the observation tower, a large group of Konoha Anbu and proctoring ninja suddenly rushed out from the road ahead. Leading them was the proctor who had been casually intimidated by Uchiha Yoru at the forest entrance earlier. Anko Mitarashi. She had originally been ordered to lead a team to investigate the earth-shattering disturbance within the forest. But at this moment, this hot-tempered Konoha special jonin appeared to be in a bizarre and miserable state. Aya. Anko clutched her left neck tightly with both hands. She stumbled into the center of the plaza. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed directly into the mud, emitting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Proctor Anko, what happened to you? Quick, call the medical team. The surrounding Konoha ninja were in a state of chaos. They discovered with horror that the cursed seal of heaven on Anko's neck was currently emitting an extremely evil and violent dark purple light. Dense black flame-like patterns, like living vipers, were spreading wildly from her neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, it had crawled over half her face and her entire left shoulder. This cursed seal going berserk, completely defying common sense, was precisely because a few minutes ago, Orochimaru's true body had been completely burned to ashes in the depths of the forest, by Uchiha Yoru's Amaterasu Black Flames. The annihilation of the soul of the true body had triggered a violent resonance and desperate counterattack from the soul fragment planted within Anko's body. Orochimaru's remaining evil will was attempting to seize control of this vessel to linger on for a while longer. It hurts, kill me, quickly kill me. Anko rolled wildly in the mud. Her face, usually full of spirit, was completely twisted. Orochimaru's signature, golden slit pupils, even began to faintly appear in her eyes. Several medical ninja rushed forward, sweating profusely, their hands emitting healing green light, attempting to suppress the cursed seal. Bang! The moment they touched Anko's body, they were blown away directly by that violent cursed seal chakra, falling heavily to the ground and vomiting blood. Even medical ninjutsu was deflected. The power of the cursed seal is too strong, we can't suppress it at all. The Konoha ninja were helpless. They could only watch as their companions suffered inhuman torture in the mud. Just when everyone was plunged into despair and panic, a crisp, calm sound of footsteps, as if stepping on everyone's hearts, slowly traveled from the end of the tree-lined path. The Konoha ninja suddenly looked up when they saw the man walking over, wearing a black trench coat and accompanied by 3 stunning beauties. The entire plaza instantly became silent. Everyone's breathing even stopped. Uchiha Yoru, that living Yama who casually painted over the Konoha barrier and drove the feudal lords and dignitaries out onto the streets. He had actually come to the core venue of the Chunin exams. Uchiha Yoru stopped. He looked down at Anko Mitarashi, who was rolling in the mud ahead, looking at the black cursed seal covering her face. A flash of undisguised disgust crossed Uchiha Yoru's eyes. What a nauseating trick. Uchiha Yoru's voice was calm, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. That long worm has already turned to ash. The lingering smell of this garbage is still so pungent. Uchiha Izumi clung tightly to Uchiha Yoru's arm. She looked at Anko, who was twisting in pain on the ground, her stunning face filled with disdain. Lord Yoru. Izumi coquettishly shook Uchiha Yoru's arm. Such a dirty woman, still carrying the residue of that disgusting monster. It simply dirties your eyes. How about Izumi just sends her on her way, so she doesn't block your path to the observation tower? Terumi May gently waved her folding fan, her charming eyes also revealing a hint of disgust. Sister Izumi is right. Konoha ninja can't even control what's on their own bodies. They are truly useless to the extreme. Hearing these cold taunts, the surrounding Konoha ninja all flushed red, but not a single one dared to stand up and retort. Because in front of this man, they had lost even the courage to draw their blades. Uchiha Yoru ignored Izumi's suggestion. He let go of Izumi's arm, his hands still in his trench coat pockets. He strode forward with his long legs, walking straight up to Anko. Although that dog Orochimaru is dead, Uchiha Yoru looked down at the vessel about to be swallowed by the cursed seal. But the disgusting mark he left behind is truly an eyesore. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Yoru slowly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, without any complicated hand signs, nor did he pay any attention to the violent chakra on Anko that could even deflect medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Yoru bent down in an extremely overbearing manner and grabbed Anko's fair neck with one hand, forcibly lifting her entire body from the muddy ground. Let go. Anko struggled with the last shred of her sanity. The residual will of Orochimaru within her body sensed a fatal threat, and frantically urged the cursed seal of heaven, the black patterns as if possessing life, along Anko's neck, attempted to spread onto Uchiha Yoru's strong, powerful arm. Want to bite me? A cruel and arrogant curve appeared at the corner of Uchiha Yoru's mouth. The ripples of the purple Rinnegan in his eye sockets flowed slightly. Even your master wouldn't dare bare his fangs in front of me. Do you, a piece of trash residue, deserve to? Accompanying this emotionless declaration, a jet black, deep chakra, imbued with the attribute of absolute erasure, burst forth from Uchiha Yoru's palm. Yin-Yang release. This power, representing the supreme rules of the ninja world, didn't reason with anything at all. It was like a torrent of steel, crushing everything in its path, brutally rushing into Anko's body. SSSAwa. A sharp, eerie scream that didn't belong to Anko at all burst out from that cursed seal of heaven mark. That was the final wail of Orochimaru's soul fragment before death. In the face of the absolute power of Yin-Yang release, which was capable of nullifying all ninjutsu, that evil cursed seal, claimed to be unsolvable, didn't even last half a second. Sizzle. The black patterns crawling over half of Anko's face were like melting snow meeting the scorching sun, instantly receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, the main body of the cursed seal, shaped like a three-tomo on Anko's neck, turned into a wisp of black smoke directly under Uchiha Yoru's fingertips. Completely and cleanly erased into nothingness on the spot, without leaving even a shred of chakra residue. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The cursed seal, which the Konoha High Command was helpless against and could only barely suppress with the evil sealing method, was crushed into powder by this man with one hand. How is this possible? The surrounding Konoha ninja were dumbfounded. Each of them gasped in cold air. A cold sweat uncontrollably broke out on their backs. What an exaggerated method this was. It completely subverted their understanding of ninjutsu. The cursed seal was forcibly erased. The soul-tearing pain in Anko's body instantly vanished. Her sanity quickly returned. Her eyes regained clarity. But at this moment, she was still being held tightly by the neck by Uchiha Yoru's one hand, her feet dangling in the air. The distance between the two was extremely close. Anko was forced to meet Uchiha Yoru's deep, abyss-like purple eyes. A strong scent of masculine hormones, mixed with that absolute sense of dominance that trampled all living beings underfoot, enveloped her completely like a tsunami. On Anko's usually spirited face, an uncontrollable, charming blush appeared. Her heart was beating violently in her chest. She had once been a fearless tomboy. But at this moment, being held in the hand of this devil king who had personally erased her nightmare, feeling the scorching temperature and terrifying supernatural strength from his palm, she couldn't even generate the slightest thought of resistance. Instead, she felt a sense of trembling and submission spreading from the depths of her soul. Thank you. Anko's voice was as soft as a mosquito, completely losing her usual fiery nature. Thank me. Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh of extreme contempt. Don't flatter yourself. I just found Orochimaru's smell too stinky and swept away some trash while I was at it. Uchiha Yoru released his fingers. Anko's legs went weak, and she fell directly into the muddy puddle. She looked up, her gaze complex and carrying a hint of infatuation that even she hadn't noticed. Staring fixedly at this tall, upright back, Uchiha Izumi walked up quickly, taking out a snow-white handkerchief from her pocket, holding Uchiha Yoru's right hand with eyes full of concern, carefully wiping away the little bit of moisture on Uchiha Yoru's fingertips. Lord Yoru. Izumi gave Anko, who was on the ground, a coquettish glare. Next time, just leave such dirty work to Izumi. Touching such trash really dirties your noble hands. Konan also walked to Uchiha Yoru's side, her cold gaze sweeping over the central observation tower, gate ahead. The security here is arranged very tightly. Konan's ethereal voice sounded. The nobles and feudal lords of various countries should have already taken their seats. Sarutobi Hiruzen has really gone all out for this performance. Uchiha Yoru let Izumi wipe his fingers. He slowly raised his head, looking at that towering observation tower, a bloodthirsty and arrogant light flashing in his eyes. No matter how well the stage is set, it cannot cover up the fact that this is just a group of losers barking wildly. Uchiha Yoru put his hands back into his trench coat pockets, resuming his calm pace, walking straight towards the heavy gate of the observation tower. The hundreds of Konoha elites guarding outside the gate, watching this man approaching like a Shinigami. Their hands gripping their weapons were trembling violently. Not a single person dared to step forward to stop him. Uchiha Yoru walked up to the 5-meter-high steel gate. He didn't stop. He didn't even use his hands. He simply released a trace of an imperceptible life magnetic field pressure. Bangs! That indestructible steel gate was like being hit head-on by an invisible wild rhinoceros, collapsing inward with a roar. The passage behind the gate was instantly exposed. "Let's go." Uchiha Yoru's voice was cold and ruthless. "Go and tell those fools inside who are deceiving themselves. This Chunin exams has been officially taken over by me." 112. Chapter 112. The Demon King descends, overturning the stage of deception and publicly seizing the Hawkage seat. The heavy steel gates collapsed inward with a boom. Dust filled the air, churning violently at the entrance of the viewing tower. The massive roar was like a heavy hammer, smashing fiercely into the hearts of everyone in the venue. The originally noisy venue, with all its conversations and cheers, was abruptly cut off at this moment. The entire central viewing tower fell into dead silence. Countless bewildered gazes were cast simultaneously toward the damaged gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the main seat at the highest point. He was covered in bandages, gripping the armrests of his wheelchair tightly. Blood oozed from his fingernails due to excessive force. He felt a familiar, terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble. He actually really came. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, carrying an unmaskable, extreme panic. The hypocritical stage he had painstakingly set up was teetering on the brink of collapse at this instant. The dust gradually dissipated. Crisp, composed footsteps came from the depths of the passage. Tap, tap. These footsteps were unhurried, yet they carried a rhythm of arrogant dominance over everything. A tall figure wearing a black high-collared trench coat appeared, hands in pockets, pacing lazily. Accompanied by 3 stunning, peerless beauties, he walked slowly from the dark passage into the sunlight. Uchiha Yoru, the public enemy of the ninja, whirled with an uncapped bounty. The ultimate devil king, who single-handedly destroyed half of Konoha. Just like that, without any concealment, walking swaggeringly, he stepped into the Chunin exams venue, where Konoha High Command was busy whitewashing the piece. The foreign daimyo and nobles in the stands did not know the true identity of the newcomer. A pot-bellied, wealthy merchant from the Land of Lightning stood up. "What is going on with Konoha's security?" The merchant pointed at Uchiha Yoru and cursed loudly. "This ignorant, wild brat. How dare he kick open the gate and disturb our viewing? Why haven't you beaten them out with clubs yet?" Several nobles nearby echoed him, "How truly unruly. Is Konoha even capable anymore?" Hearing these suicidal clamors, the Konoha Jonin team leaders below, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Yuyuhi Kurenai, all turned pale as paper. Kakashi Hatake pulled down his forehead protector abruptly, revealing the Sharingan that had lost its vitality. His breathing became incredibly heavy. He actually forced his way into the venue directly. Kakashi Hatake smiled bitterly in his heart. He doesn't put Konoha's bottom line in his eyes at all. Yuyuhi Kurenai's ruby-like eyes were filled with horror as she looked at the high and mighty man in black. Her heart beat wildly, out of control. She had never seen a man with such a terrifying aura. That absolute dominance, treating all the heroes of the world as nothing, made this strong, newly promoted female Jonin actually develop an absurd impulse to submit in her heart. In the stands, Uchiha Izumi heard the insults of those nobles, and a layer of frost instantly covered her beautiful face. Her 3-tomoed Sharingan spun crazily. A bunch of blind pigs. Izumi's voice was cold and arrogant, revealing undisguised killing intent. "Daring to be disrespectful to Lord Uchiha Yoru, I will cut out all your tongues." She just wanted to draw a kunai, but Uchiha Yoru raised his hand slightly, stopping this bristling little cat protecting its master. "Don't dirty your hands." Uchiha Yoru's voice was calm. He didn't even glance at those high-end mighty big shots. He just very casually released a trace of his life magnetic field. Hum! A substantive pressure, invisible to the naked eye, like a reversing tsunami, instantly swept across the entire viewing stand. Those nobles and merchants who were just clamoring had their voices stopped abruptly. They only felt their brains had been hit hard by a 10,000-ton hammer, and their eyes rolled back instantly. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of powerful big shots, without even having time to let out a scream, had their legs go weak directly. As if their spines had been drained, they all slumped onto the leather seats simultaneously, passing out on the spot. The guards behind them bled from their 7 orifices, kneeling on the ground and twitching all over. The entire stand collapsed in a large swath instantly. The remaining ninjas from other countries and spectators were terrified to the point of soul flying away and spirit scattering, not even daring to breathe deeply. Uchiha Yoru put his hands back into his trench coat pockets and took a step with his long legs, following the steps of the stand, walking straight toward the main seat at the very top. There sat Sarutobi Hiruzen and the puppet disguised as the Kazekage. Hundreds of Konoha Anbu were hidden in the dark. They watched Uchiha Yoru ascend the steps like an emperor, their hands gripping their ninja swords soaked with cold sweat, yet not one of them dared to step forward to stop him. Uchiha Yoru walked to the front of the main seat, looking down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was slumped in his wheelchair. The puppet Kazekage sitting next to him, in order to maintain his persona, just prepared to bite the bullet and speak. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" Bang! Before the puppet Kazekage finished speaking, Uchiha Yoru didn't even look at him properly. He just casually backhanded a slap. A violent sage art monstrous strength turned into invisible gale force, hitting the puppet Kazekage's face solidly. This disguised shell was directly slapped flying backward, smashing heavily against the wall behind, instantly turning into a puddle of foul-smelling mud. That long worm Orochimaru has already turned to ash. Uchiha Yoru's voice was full of extreme mockery and disdain, putting a broken mud doll here to fill the scene. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, your play is too pathetic." As soon as these words were spoken, the Sanagakuren ninjas and Konoha ninja in the exam venue below all felt a monstrous wave in their hearts. The Kazekage is fake. Orochimaru has already been killed by this man. The shock of this news even exceeded the Chunin exams itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale instantly. He looked at the puddle of mud on the ground, then looked at Uchiha Yoru standing in front of him. A huge sense of humiliation and powerlessness swallowed him completely. "This is my seat." Uchiha Yoru's tone had no ups and downs, yet it carried an irresistible, absolute dominance. "Get down." 3 simple words trampled the dignity of this highest authority of Konoha completely into powder. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his lip hard, and humiliating blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. "You." He hadn't even managed to say half a word before Terumi, May had already stepped forward. Her ice blue, high-slit long dress swayed in the wind, and her charming eyes revealed undisguised disdain. "Didn't you hear what Lord said?" Terumi May waved her hand casually, and a gentle yet irresistible water release chakra forced Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wheelchair away, falling heavily into the very corner of the stands. Uchiha Yoru sat down calmly on the main seat representing the highest power, his posture extremely lazy. His strong left arm naturally wrapped around Uchiha Izumi's slender waist, pulling her directly into his arms. Izumi sat obediently on Uchiha Yoru's lap, a charming blush appearing on her beautiful cheeks. She peeled a precious fruit obediently, and with full obsession, gently fed it into Uchiha Yoru's mouth. Terumi May gently shook her folding fan, standing charmingly on Uchiha Yoru's left side. Konan stood expressionlessly on the right, the wide red cloud-black robe unable to hide her cold and peerless appearance. Surrounded by 3 top-tier beauties, Uchiha Yoru's arrogance and emperor-like ruling power were set off to the extreme. All the genin and jonin in the exam venue below stared blankly at the scene on the main stage. Uchiha Sasuke in the crowd was shaking violently all over. He had just experienced this man's terror in the Forest of Death. That was a god who crushed Orochimaru's trump card with one foot. Seeing Uchiha Yoru sitting in the Hokage's seat at this moment, Sasuke bit his lip hard, humiliation and despair swallowing him completely. The genius halo he was proud of was not even a joke in front of this man. And Hyuga Hinata, hiding behind the crowd, stared at the main stage without blinking with her pure white eyes. She looked at Uchiha Yoru's domineering posture and his arrogance that ignored all rules. Hinata's little face turned red. That heart that had always been timid was hit hard at this moment. A strange emotion called worship quietly took root and sprouted in the girl's heart. Uchiha Yoru swallowed the fruit in his mouth and looked down at the trembling candidates in the exam venue below. "All right." Uchiha Yoru's voice, through the vibration of chakra, clearly spread throughout the entire central viewing tower. This hypocritical game of house can begin. The corners of Uchiha Yoru's mouth curled into a cruel and playful sneer. "Let me see, you bunch of losers from Konoha, what other tricks you can come up with to survive." 113. Chapter 113, a shocking turn of events in the examination hall. A one-tailed beast goes berserk, and the Demon King raises his hand to rescue the beauty. Yi's declaration echoed continuously within the central viewing tower. No one dared to respond. This vast venue, gathering the dignitaries of the 5 great nations and the elites of the ninja world. At this moment, not even the faintest cough could be heard. The high and mighty feudal lords tightly covered their mouths. Their bodies huddled in the leather seats, trembling uncontrollably. On the arena floor below, Kakashi's fingers, gripping his kunai, turned white from excessive force. Veins bulged on Might Guy's forehead. Yuhi Kurenai's ruby-like eyes were filled with despair and vigilance. They watched helplessly as their own Hokage was forced into a corner. Yet they could find no way to break the situation. The man in black sitting on the main seat, merely the life magnetic field he emitted, was enough to make the flow of chakra within their bodies become incredibly sluggish. Just as this suffocating pressure was about to drive everyone mad. In the Mangekyou area, at the edge of the arena, a sudden change occurred. "Alia!" A shrill, completely inhuman roar exploded suddenly. Gaara knelt on the ground in pain. He clutched his head tightly with both hands. His fingers even clawed deep, bloody marks onto his cheeks. The giant gourd on his back shattered with a boom. A massive amount of yellow sand surged out uncontrollably. "Gaara, what's wrong with you?" The Mangekyou team leader, John Baki, was shocked and horrified. He tried to step forward to check. Bang! A wave of violent yellow sand directly sent Baki flying with a heavy strike. Gaara suddenly raised his head. His originally clear eyes were now filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. His pupils had completely turned into the cross shape of a beast. "He is here, that monster is here." A strange, double-layered voice emanated from Gaara's throat. That was Shukaku screaming inside him. Previously in the Forest of Death, Yi's observation haki, which had covered the entire area, had left an indelible soul brand on the Ikibai, Shukaku. Now being so close, Shukaku clearly sensed the vast, ocean-like senjutsu chakra within the man on the viewing stand, as well as that pair of purple Rinnegan that stood above the tailed beasts. Extreme fear instantly destroyed Shukaku's sanity. It desperately wanted to break through the seal. It wanted to escape from here, or destroy everything before its eyes. Kill him, kill him. Yellow sand gathered rapidly in midair. Gaara's right half of his body instantly expanded. It transformed into a giant raccoon arm covered in eerie violet curse marks. Partial-tailed beast transformation. Violent wind release chakra mixed with the sky-filling yellow sand. Like a suddenly erupting tornado. It raged wildly within the enclosed venue. Several Konoha genin who were too close didn't even have time to scream. They were swept into the air by the yellow sand, and instantly shredded into a mist of blood. Baki crawled up from the ruins. He looked at Gaara, who had completely lost control, and then looked at the unfathomable man in black on the main viewing stand. Baki abruptly bit down on the poison capsule in his mouth. He thought that the destruction of Orochimaru's Keizukage body double was the signal to launch the plan, since they were already exposed. Then they had no choice but to act early. Konoha Crush Plan, initiate. Baki roared at the top of his lungs. He suddenly fired a signal flare into the sky. The blinding red light exploded at the top of the viewing tower. This red light was like a torch thrown into a fryer. It completely ignited the entire venue. Do it. Around the stands, dozens of Otagakure and Sunagakure elites, disguised as Anbu and spectators, simultaneously tore off their disguises. They wielded poisoned ninja swords and slashed wildly at the Konoha ninja and dignitaries and civilians around them. Enemy attack, protect the feudal lords. Take the civilians and retreat. Konoha's defensive line was instantly torn apart. The exam hall was in chaos. Blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. The grand event that had originally been a facade of peace turned into an Asura slaughterhouse within just half a minute. Kakashi suddenly lifted his forehead protector. The kunai in his hand precisely slit the throats of two Otagakure ninja. Guy, go protect the students. Might Guy transformed into a green whirlwind. With a Konoha Great Whirlwind, he kicked several Sunagakure ninja away. And on the other side of the arena, Yuyuhi Kurenai protected Hyuga Hinata behind her and was struggling to retreat towards the exit. Hinata tightly clutched the corner of her clothes. Her pure white eyes were filled with terror. But from time to time, she couldn't help but look toward the main viewing stand. Hinata, stay close to me. Yuyuhi Kurenai shouted sharply. The kunai in her hand blocked an incoming shuriken, but her retreat route was quickly sealed off. Three fierce-looking Sunagakure elite jonin surrounded Yuyuhi Kurenai tightly from three directions. They held special Fuma shuriken in their hands, their eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Konoha's Jinjutsu expert. The leading Sunagakure jonin sneered. Your head is worth quite a lot on the black market. Yuyuhi Kurenai didn't waste a word. Her hands formed seals as fast as afterimages. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. The surrounding scene instantly twisted. A towering tree sprang from the ground. Thick vines, like living things, entangled the three Sunagakure jonin. However, these three Sunagakure elites were prepared. You think this level of genjutsu can trap us? The three jonin raised their kunai without hesitation and stabbed them fiercely into their own thighs. The intense pain instantly broke the chakra interference of the genjutsu. The illusion collapsed like shattered glass. The three jonin endured the excruciating pain in their legs and simultaneously formed seals rapidly with both hands. Wind release, great sickle weasel. Violent wind blades, like countless invisible steel knives, sealed off all of Yuyuhi Kurenai's evasion space from above, below, left, and right. Yuyuhi Kurenai's expression changed drastically. She could only push Hinata behind a huge rock with all her might, while she herself was completely exposed to the range of the wind blades. The sharp wind instantly cut through her outer garment. Fine, bloody marks appeared on her fair skin. Three ninja swords flashing with cold light followed closely behind the wind blades, aiming straight for Yuyuhi Kurenai's throat and heart. There was no retreat. Yuyuhi Kurenai despairingly closed her ruby-like eyes. On the main viewing stand, he still sat lazily on the seat belonging to the Hokage. His left arm held Uchiha Izumi's slender waist. His right hand held the red wine that Terumi Mei had just poured. The slaughter and screams in the venue below were, in his view, nothing more than a group of ants fighting over scraps. They didn't even have the qualification to make him stand up. Just then, Yi's deep gaze casually swept across the corner of the arena. He saw Yuyuhi Kurenai, who was in a desperate situation. That mature and beautiful face, and those highly recognizable ruby eyes, caused a faint ripple to flash in the depths of his eyes. In this muddy swamp of Konoha, there are actually a few collectibles that are pleasing to the eye. Yi's voice was calm. He did not put down the wine glass in his hand. He just locked his gaze onto the three Sunagakure jonin who were about to succeed. Purple ripples flowed slightly in his eye sockets. You didn't even lift a finger. Universal pull. The 4 words, without any emotional fluctuation, transformed into an absolute law in the air. A terrifying gravitational force that ignored any physical laws. Instantly descended upon the corner of the arena. The ninja swords in the hands of the 3 Sanigakure elite jonin were less than an inch away from Yuyuhi Kurenai's throat. But they discovered with horror that their bodies were completely out of control, as if an invisible giant steel hand was gripping their torsos tightly. What is this power? The leading Sanigakure jonin let out a distorted exclamation. Before the words could finish, the gravity instantly reversed and compressed to the limit. Bangs, bangs, bang. 3 hair-raising muffled sounds. The 3 powerful Sanigakure elite jonin were directly crushed into balls of scarlet blood, missed by this terrifying force in midair. A rain of blood fell in front of Yuyuhi Kurenai. Not even a single complete bone remained. Yuyuhi Kurenai heard the commotion. She opened her eyes suddenly, looking at the extremely bizarre and bloody scene before her. Her mind instantly went blank. Before she could recover, that domineering gravitational force flowed again, directly locking onto her waist. Yuyuhi Kurenai only felt her body light. Her whole person rose from the ground as if riding the clouds, crossing a distance of dozens of meters, flying straight towards the high and mighty main viewing stand. Yuyuhi Kurenai let out a short exclamation. The next second, she fell heavily onto the edge of a broad, sturdy embrace. Yi's right arm was still holding the wine glass. He very casually extended his left hand, steadily catching the flying Yuyuhi Kurenai, pressing her onto the edge of the throne. Yuyuhi Kurenai fell and sat at Yi's feet. She instinctively raised her head, meeting directly that pair of purple Rinnegan, deep as the vast starry sky. A thick scent of male hormones, mixed with the absolute imperial pressure of stepping all living beings underfoot, wrapped around her completely like a tsunami. Yuyuhi Kurenai's heart skipped a beat. Her breathing instantly became incredibly rapid. On her mature and cold, beautiful face, a charming blush uncontrollably flew up. She was once Konoha's proud female jonin, but at this moment, falling at the feet of this devil king who could crush everything with a gesture. She couldn't even muster a single thought of resistance. Such beautiful red eyes. Yi lowered his head. His gaze unscrupulously examined Yuyuhi Kurenai's hot figure. His tone was filled with unquestionable dominance, being ruined by such small fry. It's truly a pity. Listening to this undisguised teasing, Yuyuhi Kurenai bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She wanted to speak, but found her voice weak and powerless. Terumi stood to the side. She lightly waved her folding fan, looking at Yuyuhi Kurenai sitting on the ground, letting out a charming, coquettish laugh. My lord's taste is truly excellent. Although Konoha is a garbage dump, it does hide a few collectibles that are pleasing to the eye. Uchiha Izumi, on the other hand, pouted in dissatisfaction. She tightened her grip on Yi's left arm, glaring at Yuyuhi Kurenai with full hostility. This woman is so weak she can't even protect herself. It's just that my lord is kind-hearted. Otherwise, she would have already become a corpse. Yuyuhi Kurenai listened to the 2 women's sarcasm and mockery. A sense of humiliation spread in her heart. But she couldn't refute it, because if this man hadn't acted just now, she would indeed already be a dead person. Below the arena, Hyuga Hinata, hiding behind the huge rock, witnessed the entire process of Yi killing the strong enemies and saving her teacher with a wave of his hand. An unprecedented light flashed in the young girl's pure white eyes. That was not fear, but a kind of deep admiration and longing. That person, so strong. Hinata's small hands tightly clutched the corner of her clothes, her cheeks burning red, just as the atmosphere on the main viewing stand became slightly sweet and amorous. In the center of the arena below, Gaara's roar reached its peak. Roars! The sky-filling yellow sand rolled back wildly. Gaara's human form completely disappeared. A terrifying raccoon, huge as a small mountain and covered in violet curse marks, smashed down into the center of the exam hall. Ikibai Shukaku. Full form descended. Its massive body directly crushed more than half of the viewing tower. Endless wind and sand raged in all directions. Shukaku's cruel eyes stared fixedly at Yi on the main viewing stand. Fear spawned extreme madness. It opened its blood-stained mouth. Violent wind release chakra compressed rapidly in its mouth. Wind release, air bullet. A huge, high-pressure air cannon capable of leveling a mountain, carrying a shrill whistle that tore through space, came crashing straight towards the main viewing stand. The strong wind blew through Yi's black hair. He still didn't put down the wine glass in his hand. He just moved his gaze away from Yuuhi and slowly looked at that ignorant raccoon. A noisy pet. A cruel and cold arc curled up on the corner of Yi's mouth. It seems I need to loosen its skin properly. 114. Chapter 114, tearing apart a training bullet with one hand, crushing Shukaku's head with one foot. The high-pressure air cannon, capable of leveling an entire mountain, tore through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. This compressed air bullet, spat out by the fully transformed Ikibai Shukaku, carried violent wind-style chakra and hurtled toward the main viewing platform like a falling meteor. The gale poured in beforehand, causing the leather seats on the viewing platform to burst apart one after another. Yuuhi fell, sitting at the feet of Yi. Her long black hair danced wildly in the gale. Feeling the destructive pressure rushing toward her, she instinctively wanted to raise her hands to form hand signs for defense. But she discovered in despair that the chakra within her was like stagnant water. Under the suppression of the terrifying life magnetic field emitted by this man in black, even moving a single finger proved incredibly difficult. Am I going to die? Yuuhi bit her rosy lower lip, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. However, Yi, sitting on the throne, still maintained that posture of extreme laziness. His right hand steadily held the glass of red wine. The crimson liquid rippled slightly in the glass, yet not a single drop spilled. Yi slowly pulled out his left hand, moving it away from Yuuhi waist. Watch closely. Yi lowered his head, his deep purple rinnegan glancing casually at Yuuhi. His voice carried an absolute dominance that brooked no disobedience. Open your eyes wide. See what this thing that you in Konoha regard as a natural disaster really is in front of me. The moment his voice fell, that massive compressed air bullet had already slammed to the front of the viewing platform, less than 10 meters from Yi's face. Yi did not get up. He simply raised his left hand slowly. His 5 slender, clean fingers came together to form a palm blade. A layer of pitch-black substance, emitting a cold metallic luster, instantly covered his palm. Advanced armament haki. There was no fluctuation of chakra, nor any flashy light effects. Yi casually slashed at the high-pressure air cannon, which carried world-destroying power, with a wave of his hand. Screech, a strange sound, like a piece of cloth being forcibly torn, exploded in midair. Yi's left hand, covered in haki, was like an invincible divine blade. With a brutal posture that completely disregarded the laws of physics, it cut directly into the very center of the compressed air bullet. Immediately after, in Yuuhi shell-shocked gaze, the high-pressure air cannon, with a diameter of over 10 meters, was actually sliced neatly in half from the center by Yi with one hand. The violent wind-style chakra lost its balance and instantly dissipated. The destructive air currents, sliced in two, whistled wildly past the sides, hugging the edge of the main viewing platform. Boom, the sturdy walls and stands on both sides of the viewing tower collapsed and shattered instantly like fragile tofu under the impact of the diverted air currents. Debris flew everywhere in the sky. But Yi, situated in the main seat in the center, didn't even have a corner of his clothes lifted by the wind. In the goblet in his right hand, the red wine remained as steady as a mirror, unharmed. Tearing apart a tailed beast's ultimate move with one hand in a mere gesture. This aesthetic of violence, pure to the extreme, completely shattered Yuuhi psychological defenses. She stared blankly at Yi's slowly retracting left hand, her mind a complete blank. Her breathing was so rapid she felt as if she were suffocating. How is this possible? Yuhi Kurenai muttered to herself, her heartbeat accelerating wildly like a drum. As an elite jonin of Konoha, she had never seen such an unreasonable fighting style. Yi lowered his head slightly, his left index finger and thumb pinching Yuhi Kurenai's smooth chin. With a slight force, he forced her to lift her mature and beautiful face. Are women in Konoha all this timid? Yi's voice was magnetic, carrying a highly aggressive, teasing tone. Even an oversized balloon like this can scare you like this. Being roughly pinched on the chin by Yi, feeling the warm touch from his fingertips, Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks instantly flushed with a moving crimson, and an indescribable shudder rose in her heart. She instinctively wanted to turn her head away, but her body was completely unable to exert any strength. Just then, Uchiha Izumi walked up with displeasure. She very naturally pushed aside Yuhi Kurenai on the ground and took out a clean white handkerchief. Lord Yi, stop touching this useless trash. Izumi pouted coquettishly, carefully holding Yi's left hand, gently wiping away non-existent dust. Women like this from Konoha will only dirty your hands. Terumi May stood to the side, gently waving her folding fan, covering her mouth with a charming laugh. Sister Izumi's jealousy is really strong, but Lord's charm is truly irresistible, just saving a woman, and her soul is almost hooked away. Listening to the unmasked teasing of the two women, Yuhi Kurenai bit her red lips in humiliation. But she couldn't find any words to refute them at all. Because in front of this man, her bit of pride as a jonin was really not even as good as a joke. In the center of the arena, the fully transformed Ikibai Shukaku saw its strongest attack torn apart so casually. In its bloodshot, tyrannical eyes, extreme fear and madness surged. Roar, Shukaku let out a heart-wrenching, wild howl. Fear gave birth to the most thorough rampage. Its massive, mountain-like body suddenly lunged forward. That giant sand claw, covered in violet curse marks and filled with sharp barbs, carried the terrifying kinetic energy of Mount Tai crushing down, slamming fiercely toward the main viewing platform. If this claw landed solidly, it would be enough to smash the entire viewing tower into powder. A beast is still a beast. He handed the red wine glass in his hand to Terumi May beside him. He slowly stood up, and his tall, straight body instantly erupted with a terrifying aura that made the world change color. Since you are in such a hurry to die, then I will fulfill your wish. There was no complicated hand signing, nor was there any activation of Susanoo. Yi's right foot stomped hard on the ground. Bang! The hard stone slabs of the main viewing platform collapsed instantly. Yi's entire body turned into a black afterimage that the naked eye could not capture, heading against the giant sandclaw that Shukaku had slammed down, ascending against the sky. His speed directly broke the sound barrier. A circle of white sonic boom clouds was pulled out in midair. Courting death, Baki, hiding in the ruins, saw this scene, his eyes filled with shock. To actually dare to use his physical body to hardshake Shukaku's claw. However, the scene he anticipated, of Yi being smashed into meat paste, did not appear. Yi did not evade at all in midair. He clenched his right fist, and the pitch-black armament Haki instantly wrapped around his fist. The terrifying, strange strength of the perfect sage body poured out without reservation. A simple and crude straight punch slammed fiercely toward Shukaku's claw. Boom! Two objects of extreme disproportion, one large and one small, collided in midair. The deafening noise tore through the dome of the examination grounds. Violent shockwaves swept wildly in all directions. In the shell-shocked gaze of everyone, Shukaku's giant sand claw was actually forced to a standstill in midair by this punch from Yi. Not only that, the terrifying strange strength spread upward along Shukaku's claw. Crack! Bang, bang, bang! On the surface of Shukaku's thick arm, the violet curse marks shattered one after another. A large amount of yellow sand condensed from chakra, as if encountering a level 12 hurricane, wildly disintegrated and collapsed backward. Awa, Shukaku let out a miserable, extreme cry of pain. Its massive body completely lost its balance in midair and fell backward. After he shattered Shukaku's offensive with one punch, his figure flashed eerily in midair again. Signless flying thunder god, the next second, he appeared directly above Shukaku's massive head. He looked down at this ancient vicious beast from above, his purple Rinnegan filled with cold killing intent. Get down. Accompanied by this cold shout that was like a judgment from the Shinigami, Yi's right leg was raised high, carrying the force of 10,000 jun, like a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth. He stomped fiercely toward Shukaku's forehead. Boom, Yi's combat boots landed solidly on top of Shukaku's head. The absolute violence, which followed no logic, instantly pierced through Shukaku's entire skull. The massive physical impact turned into a white ring-shaped airwave, completely evacuating the air within 100 meters. Shukaku didn't even have room to struggle. Its mountain-like massive body, under this unrivaled strange strength, was like a meteor falling at high speed. Being stomped on by Yi, it was fiercely smashed into the center of the examination grounds below. Bang! The earth trembled, soil rolled. The ground of the entire central examination area instantly collapsed into a huge crater dozens of meters deep. Yellow sand and dust filled the sky, blocking out the sun. All the ninjas who witnessed this scene, whether from Konoha or Mangekyou, were all scared to the point of collapsing to the ground. Kakashi gripped the broken wall beside him tightly, his Sharingan, which had lost its vitality, widened to its limit. One kick crushed the skull of a tailed beast. Kakashi's breathing became incredibly heavy, his forehead covered in cold sweat. This kind of destructive power has long since surpassed the category of humans. The gale blew away the dust filling the sky. At the very bottom of the crater, that arrogant, fully transformed Ikibai Shukaku had completely disappeared. Its massive chakra, under the terrifying crushing of Yi's kick, was forcibly beaten until it dissipated, shrinking back into the Jinchūriki's body. In the center of the crater, Yi held the collar of Gaara, who had completely passed out, with one hand. He held this ultimate weapon of Mangekyou in midair, like carrying a broken sack. Half of Gaara's face was dyed red with blood, his breathing weak. Yi didn't even glance at him, tossing Gaara into the ruins a few meters away like throwing trash. He slowly turned around, raised his head, his gaze crossing the messy examination grounds. He locked onto the most remote corner of the viewing tower with extreme precision. There, Sarutobi Hiruzen, covered in bandages, was sitting slumped in a wheelchair, trembling violently all over. He took calm steps. Stepping on the broken stone slabs, he walked step by step toward that lingering, highest authority of Konoha. Old Monkey, Yi's voice penetrated the examination grounds, falling clearly into everyone's ears. Have you seen enough of the show? Now, it's time to settle the old scores between us. 115. Chapter 115, Public Execution with Black Rod Piercing Bone. The Demon King suppresses Konoha's last dignity with a single hand. Combat boots stepped on the shattered stone slabs, emitting crisp footsteps. Yoru casually tossed aside Gaara, who had completely passed out. He turned around. That pair of deep, abyss-like purple Rinnegan swept over the chaotic ruins of the exam site, locking precisely onto the most secluded corner of the viewing tower. There, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who once dominated the ninja world, was huddled tightly in his wheelchair like a frightened quail. He was covered in bandages, his withered hands gripping the armrests of the wheelchair. Because of the excessive force, bright red blood seeped from under his fingernails. Gulp, the remaining Konoha ninja around the stands swallowed hard. They watched the man in black, like a Shinigami crossing from Yellow Springs, approaching their Hokage step by step. Stop him, Kakashi Hatake struggled to stand up from the ruins. He yanked down his forehead protector. The three-tamo Sharingan in his left eye spun wildly. We absolutely cannot let him get close to Hokage-sama. Might Guy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't hesitate at all. He crossed his hands in front of his chest. The chakra that had originally calmed down in his body surged backward instantly. 8 gates, 6 gate, gate of view, open, boom. A violent steam of green chakra erupted from Might Guy's body, soaring into the sky. The powerful shockwave even blew the surrounding rubble into powder. For the blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy transformed into a green meteorite that the naked eye couldn't even track. With a resolute determination to die, he raced towards Yoru's tall, upright figure. Morning Peacock, he swung his fists wildly in midair. The extreme friction caused the air to ignite instantly. The sky-filling flaming fist shadows looked like a peacock fanning its tail, covering the sky and earth as they rained down on Yoru. This level of power was enough to flatten an entire mountain. However, facing this desperate strike from the Konoha taijutsu expert, Yoru didn't even intend to stop. He didn't even take his hands out of his trench coat pockets. In his eye sockets, the ripples of the purple Rinnegan flowed slightly. Shinra Tensei. These 4 words, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, transformed into an absolute law in the burning air. A terrifying, repulsive force, capable of crushing all physical common sense, erupted from Yoru's body. It was devastating. The sky-filling, flaming fist shadows, the moment they touched this invisible, repulsive force, couldn't even hold out for half a second. Like a candle flame in a gale, they were thoroughly and cleanly blown away into sparks without any heat. What? Might Guy's eyes widened. The violent, repulsive force didn't diminish, striking his tough chest, which had opened the 6th gate like an invisible wall of steel. Crack, the teeth-aching sound of ribs breaking rang out suddenly. Might Guy spat out a mouthful of blood. His pride and joy taijutsu defense collapsed instantly. His entire body, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward at 10 times the speed he had come. He smashed through 3 thick load-bearing walls of the viewing tower before finally being buried in a pile of rubble, his condition completely unknown. Kakashi's eyes were splitting with rage. Taking advantage of the gap while Yoru released Shinra Tensei, his hands completed the hand seals as fast as lightning. Blinding blue lightning exploded in his palm, sounding like 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously. Lightning blade. Kakashi pushed his lightning-style chakra to the limit. He charged at high speed from Yoru's visual blind spot, with the determination to kill, aiming directly for Yoru's heart from behind. But his movements, in Yoru's Rinnegan vision, were as slow as a replay. Yoru didn't even turn his head. He just slightly raised his left hand, which was covered in advanced armament haki. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed backward casually. Universal pull. An irresistible, terrifying suction force descended instantly. Kakashi's charging body jolted to a halt. He discovered in horror that he had completely lost control of his body. It was as if he were gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, forcibly dragged into the air. The violent lightning blade in his palm was also brutally extinguished by this gravitational force. Bang! Kakashi's neck collided precisely into Yoru's outstretched left hand. Yoru held the throat of this Konoha's top technician with one hand, just like carrying a powerless little chick. Just this little circus trick, Yoru's voice was cold to the extreme. You actually have the nerve to bring it out and embarrass yourself. Yoru flicked his left hand downward casually. Kakashi's body was wrapped in an irresistible, monstrous force and smashed heavily onto the hard stone floor. The powerful impact created a deep crater in the ground. Kakashi's eyes rolled back, 2 lines of blood flowing from his Sharingan. He passed out on the spot. The 2 top combatants of Konoha didn't even have the qualifications to block this man for 3 seconds before being cleared away as easily as sweeping up trash. The remaining ninja from various villages and the feudal lords and nobles in the venue, watching this violent aesthetic that crushed everything, were all uncontrollably shaking crazily. They didn't even dare to breathe deeply, fearing they would attract the Demon King's attention. Yoru stepped over the bodies passed out on the ground and finally walked in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage in the wheelchair had a face as pale as paper. He watched Yoru approaching step by step, his aged eyes filled with humiliation and despair that could not be dissolved. Uchiha Yoru? Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his pitiful last shred of dignity. You destroyed Konoha's barrier. You severely injured my subordinates. What exactly do you want to do? He desperately tried to form hand seals, but his withered, trembling hands simply wouldn't obey. What do I want? Yoru stopped. He looked down from above at this once arrogant ninja hero, a bloodthirsty mockery curling the corner of his mouth. I'm here to see this makeshift stage you've built. To see that old face of yours that deceives others and yourself. To see how much longer you can keep up the act. Yoru suddenly raised his right foot and kicked the edge of the wheelchair. Bang! The metal wheelchair instantly shattered into pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen's bandaged, broken body fell miserably onto the ground full of mud and rubble. Hokage-sama. Several Konoha Anbu hiding in the shadows were splitting with rage. But the moment they poked their heads out, they were directly pressed down by the terrifying life magnetic field radiating from Yoru, their knees softening, and they even lost the strength to crawl out. Yoru bent down and grabbed the collar of Sarutobi Hiruzen's wide Hokage Heiori with one hand, forcibly lifting him from the mud as if dragging a dead dog. Let go. Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet hung in the air. He coughed violently due to restricted breathing. Bloody saliva flowed down the corner of his mouth. Yoru's right hand opened slightly, and a pitch-black, deep yin-yang release chakra gathered rapidly in his palm. In just a short moment, a 1-meter-long black iron rod emitting an aura of destruction suddenly formed in Yoru's hand. Don't you like looking down on Konoha from up high? Yoru's eyes were cold and ruthless. He carried Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned to walk toward the only remaining 10-meter-high huge load-bearing wall in the center of the viewing tower. Today, I'll let you stay in this highest place and watch to your heart's content. As the words fell, Yoru pressed Sarutobi Hiruzen hard against the high wall with his left hand and gripped the yin-yang release black rod tightly with his right. Without any hesitation, he stabbed it fiercely into Sarutobi Hiruzen's left shoulder blade. The dull sound of a blade piercing flesh and bone echoed clearly throughout the dead-silent venue. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a heart-wrenching, shrill scream. The black rod pierced his shoulder bone without any obstruction and was nailed deeply into the hard wall behind him. Hot blood gushed out instantly, staining his white Hokage Heiori, which symbolized power, and dripped slowly along the mottled texture of the high wall. It's not over yet. Yoru didn't pay any attention to the old man's wailing. A dark light flashed in his palm, and a second yin-yang release black rod condensed instantly. This one pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's right shoulder blade precisely, once again nailing him firmly into the wall. Yoru released his left hand and stepped back 2 paces, putting his hands back into the pockets of his black trench coat. He looked up, as if admiring an exquisite work of art, at the third Hokage, who was forcibly suspended on the 10-meter-high wall by the double black rods. Public execution. To nail the supreme ruler of Konoha to the most prominent wall like a rag, in front of all the feudal lords, nobles, and foreign ninja. This violent act, which shattered all bottom lines and crushed all dignity, completely broke through the psychological endurance limit of everyone present. Is this your so-called will of fire? Yoru turned around. His deep, purple, rippled eyes swept over the trembling audience throughout the venue. His voice, amplified by the vibration of chakra, echoed over the entire venue like thunder from the 9 heavens. Is this the foundation of Konoha that you spent a lot of money to come and watch? A sneer, arrogant to the extreme, curled the corners of Yoru's mouth. Look at that old thing hanging on the wall. A hypocrite who relies on betraying his own clan, covering up human experiments, and doing all sorts of dirty deeds in the dark. How is he worthy of holding any Chunin exams here? Yoru raised his hand, pointing from afar at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was twitching constantly due to severe pain on the wall. The era of Konoha, under my feet, has completely ended. The Domineering declaration tore the hypocritical stage that the Konoha High Command had painstakingly built, along with their pitiful reputation, to shreds. Yuhi Kurenai sat slumped in the ruins at the edge of the main viewing stand. She looked up, watching Yoru's arrogant, magnificent back. She should have felt angry at the Hokage's humiliation, but at this moment she couldn't muster a single thought of resistance in her heart. That absolute dominance, which treated the great nations of the world as ants, caused a deep submission, which she dared not even admit to herself, to emerge from the depths of this mature, cool, and beautiful Jonin's eyes. Behind a huge piece of rubble at the very edge of the arena, Hinata Hyuga hid in the shadows. Her pure white eyes stared unblinkingly at the man on the high platform. The young girl's small hands gripped the corner of her clothes tightly. Due to excessive nervousness, her knuckles were somewhat white. but her heart was pounding in her chest at an unprecedented speed. She had grown up in the Hyuga main branch, where the rules were strict and suffocating. She was used to being timid, used to being submissive. But today, she watched with her own eyes as this man used the most unreasonable violence to crush, flatten, and nail the big shots who made the rules and stood high above, one by one, to the wall. That arrogance which broke all constraints, that terrifying ruling power which transcended the entire world, was like a raging fire, crashing fiercely into the girl's heart that had been suppressed for too long. That person, Hinata's cheeks were burning. Her breathing became extremely rapid. He's really so strong. A strange emotion called admiration spread wildly in the depths of the young girl's pure heart. Yoru withdrew his gaze. He didn't care at all about what those ants were thinking. He looked at the three stunning beauties standing at the edge of the throne. Uchiha Izumi immediately walked up obediently, took out a white handkerchief from her bosom, and wiped the slight dust from the back of Yoru's hand with eyes full of obsession. Lord Yoru's heroic posture really makes Izumi unable to take her eyes off him for even a moment. Terumi gently shook her folding fan, her charming eyes full of infatuation. Konan also walked to Yoru's side, a trace of softness appearing on her cold, clear face. I've seen enough of this play. Yoru let Izumi wipe the back of his hand. He looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was nailed to the wall. Next, Yoru's voice was calm, yet it carried a chill that would shake the entire ninja world. It's time to give this boring world some new rules. 116. Chapter 116. A single word destroys the 5 shadows system. The Demon King announces the start of a new death game. Your login information has expired. It may have been cleared or your password was changed on another device. Please log in again. Member accounts will not be cleared. Clearance rules. Non-member users, including those whose membership has expired, who have been registered for over 30 days and have no reading records for 3 days, will be automatically cleared. Non-member users, please stay active to avoid account clearance. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.